Welcome to the Sewing Report. I'm Jen. We are live from the sewing room. We're going to be hanging out this Sunday afternoon and doing a little bit of sewing. We're getting a little bit of an early start, well, at least for the live stream. I know it's kind of late in the day. I slept in a little bit, and that was not planned, but I was up until all hours of the night cutting fabric and pressing fabric. So what are we doing today? We are going to be making more skinny scarves, but I've got a new fabric. So I rethreaded the sewing machine. I put in some yellow, I don't know, is this like kind of more of like a saffron yellow? I'm not exactly sure. But I've got some more thread in the Juki today, and we're going to be working with this very lovely rose print. This is rayon, and I got a whole bolt of this from Riley Blake a while ago. It was on clearance. Really pretty. It's got yellow, tones of pink, blue, like navy blue / violet, and a little bit of like white. I don't know if those are leaves, but I thought these would be really cute for purse scarves. So we're going to be making more of those for the Sewing Report Etsy shop. Welcome if this is your first time here. I'm Jen, and I'm coming at you from a sewing room in Florida. I am with the Sewing Report. I've been on YouTube for quite a while, but this live thing is sort of a new thing we're doing, and we have a multi-camera situation here. So this is camera one. Oh wait, actually this is the picture-in-picture camera. This is camera one, so you're going to be able to see everything I'm doing. We've got camera two. This is an overhead camera, so that's pretty awesome. I wanted to be able to show you what I'm doing up close. So this is camera two, the overhead shot. We have a sewing machine camera, so you'll be able to see me at the sewing machine. And then last but not least, we've got a bit of some picture-in-picture action. Anyways, I hope everyone's having a great weekend so far. Yeah, I was up until like 5 a.m. Doing like pressing out this fabric and trying to get some show prep done for today. I got up really late today, like really late. And then I realized my husband is out fishing. So I am home, kicking it with the rabbit. I just gave her some new hay. So we're going to be doing some regular sewing today, but let me know in the comments, what are you working on? Anything exciting? I'm going to take away this name banner right now because we don't really need this right now. Y'all know who I am. If you're new here, I'd appreciate hitting the like button, subscribing, participate in the chat, participate in the comments. If you're watching this on the replay, we're also live on multiple platforms today. So lots of options if you maybe don't want to watch on YouTube or whatever. So we've got options here. So let me show you what we've got here. So I have this rayon. Now I was working with Cloud 9 fabric rayon last week. This rayon feels a little more delicate. So it's going to be a little bit, it moves a lot. So that's going to be interesting. So this is what we got going on today, but welcome everyone who's watching. Let me know what you are working on, if you've had a good weekend so far. What is going on with you? We're just gonna chill like for as long as, I don't know how long I'll hang out here for a while, so I don't know, I don't have anything else going on. So that's what we're doing here. So I've got, this fabric is so pretty, and I've had this bolt for a really long time and I wasn't sure what to do with it, but we're going to make some more scarves today for the Etsy shop. But this is sort of a sew and hang out and chill kind of place. So I wanted these live streams to be a place where you can come, hang out, relax, just have something on in the background if you are doing something, that sort of thing. So this is not really like a classroom instructional tutorial thing, although I'll be explaining what I'm doing. And if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask them in the chat or in the comments if you are watching this later, so don't worry about that. But all right, I gotta check to make sure Twitch is cool. I think Twitch is okay. I don't know. Let's see here. What's going on here? I'm kind of new. I haven't been on Twitch in like a really long time, so this is kind of a different thing for me. But all right, our Twitch stream is live. I don't know how many viewers we have on Twitch. Probably not many. Okay, yeah, we've got 0 on Twitch, but hey, we're there. But let me know what you're doing, hanging out on Sunday. We will not be streaming next week for Easter Sunday, just because I figure I've got plans for Easter Sunday, and I figure a lot of you probably do as well. Okay, so last night I already cut out a few pieces. So to make these are like skinny scarves. You can use them for lots of different things, but I am mostly focusing on using them for handbags. And I've already cut out a few pieces, but we're going to cut out some more. This is about 5 inches wide by about, I'm going to trim these down to about 37 inches long. And then the finished scarves will be about 2 inches wide by about 36 inches long. So a really good length for a neck scarf or a purse scarf to tie. You know, you can tie them to a bag. You can use these as a headband or hair tie. So a lot of different uses for these. So I've already cut out a few, and I'm going to cut out a few more of these guys. But yeah, this rayon is can be a little tricky to work with. But I feel like I'm getting faster with these scarves just because I've made probably a couple, like dozen by now. I don't know. Okay, so let's get started. So I've already cut out a piece that's a little bit longer than 37 inches, but I'm going to be trimming them. And I'm trying to get like these pink flowers in each cut. So I may fussy cut a little bit just because I don't want the big pink flowers to get cut off. So if you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. All right, I'm going to start cutting. So we are going to be cutting 5-inch strips of this. Now this fabric does move a lot, so this is going to be a little tricky. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be a little, yeah, it can be a little difficult. So we're gonna give this a whirl, see how well this fabric behaves. I don't know. Yeah, I really honestly don't know. All right, let me get my ruler out and my rotary cutter. And some of the supplies I'm using in this live stream. Oh yeah, and by the way, before we get started, I need to give a shout out to today's live stream sponsor, of course, the Sewing Report Etsy shop, for all of your fabric and sewing supplies needs, and soon to be handmade gifts like these scarves. These will be soon available in the shop. If you are here and you don't sew, you're just curious, but you want to support someone who does sew, you are welcome to purchase items from the shop. So that is today's sponsor, because this channel is not yet monetized. We're getting close to 350 subscribers though, so that's really awesome. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, so you can see I've got the selvage over here, so I don't really want to, use this in the, obviously I don't want the selvage in my cut. So this is going to be a little tricky, and you see you can sort of like manipulate the fabric by like pulling it or pushing it. So if it's not exactly how you want it, you can certainly move it around a little bit. This fabric is fairly stretchy. Okay, so this is my 5-inch mark, and I'm going to, we're going to have things be around here, and then later I'm going to trim off this section here. But I'm trying to get things kind of straight here. You see what I mean? Like down, oh wait, you actually can't see that, so never mind. But down at the bottom, it's a little bit uneven, so I'm kind of pulling the fabric to line up with the ruler here. This can be a little tricky. You can also sort of use the pattern to line things up. So I'm kind of using these flowers here and making sure that's kind of even. Okay, so let's make the first cut here. And this is unfortunately discontinued. This is my Ginger rotary cutter. It's a great rotary cutter, and I'm really sad that the company discontinued it. I honestly don't know why, because it's a great product. Okay, so here's the first cut, and for now I'm just going to sort of set this aside, and I'm going to cut more strips here. So I'm using the 5-inch mark on the ruler, and then later I'm going to trim off the selvage on this, but not yet. Okay, and you can see like the rayon moves quite a bit, so you can like push it or pull it depending on what you want it to do. Okay, this is about 5 inches. And notice I'm trying to get one of the big flowers in each one. I'm probably going to have to trim a little bit of this so I can make sure to get one of the big flowers. Although maybe it won't be too bad. I'll kind of see. Because this is sort of a larger print, and the scarves are skinny, I'm trying to be mindful of how I'm cutting it so that you can see the pink flowers in all of them. And Mercedes, welcome. She says, I love live tutorials. I watch lives while I'm working too, but today it started while I'm driving around. I love your channel, Mercedes. Well, thank you, Mercedes. I really appreciate that. Yeah, leave me a comment, leave me a chat, and I'll try to answer them. All right, so yeah, I think I need to, I really want to get the flower in here. All right, so I'm going to trim this around 7 inches, and then I'll trim off the extra 2 inches. I know there's going to be a little bit of fabric waste here, but I really do want to make sure that I get the flowers. I want to make sure I get this big pink flower in all of the cuts. All right, so we're going to do this, and then we're going to trim off 2 inches here. So, oh wait, I need to, yeah, this I'm going to need to like trim later, so that'll be fun. Okay. So I'm going to go back and trim off about 2 inches here. So this is 5 inches as well. You see what I'm saying? You know, if I just cut straight 5 inches, I would be leaving off these flowers, and I really don't want to do that. The flowers are like, the big flowers are the coolest part of it. So I know there's going to be I'm not sure. Also, I don't know if you have any suggestions for what I can do for these 2-inch strips, let me know. So every once in a while I could use these for like packaging or to tie something, so maybe I could do that. I don't know. But there is a little bit of waste here, but I think it's worth it in order to get the big pink flower in all of my my cuts. So I am doing a little bit of fussy cutting here. Okay. So, all right, let me next. Yeah, this fabric moves a lot, so that is kind of a challenge here. All right, so I'm going to turn this the other way, and I'm going to try to cut 5 inches. All right, so see, it already kind of moved around on me, so I need to really try to get this back in place here. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is going to be close, and I'm going to try to line it up with one of the lines on the cutting mat here to make it easier for me to cut. You see, like this fabric just moved, like this is a little bit tricky, because this fabric just moves so much. All right, so I'm trying to get this lined up, okay, with this line here. And again, I don't think it has to be like totally perfect, but I'm trying to get it like somewhat close. Okay, I don't think this is bad. All right, here, let me get this last. Okay, this is pretty good, I think. This is pretty good. Let's line this up with the 5-inch mark here. And I'll be cutting off most of the, okay, yes, it's actually not bad. All right, I'm cutting off pretty much all of this selvage here because you don't really want to sew with that. So I'm going to trim this off. All right, oh yeah, and I need to get my trash can. Bring my trash can a little bit closer. Hold on 1 second. Okay, bring this closer. Okay. So now I've got another 5-inch strip here. See, here we go. And I'm going to cut as many of these as I can to try to make, so you see how the flower is in the middle now. Now when I make the scarf, at least the flower will be in, you know, in the scarf itself. So that's what I wanted. But yeah, this fabric, this particular type of rayon is a little trickier than the rayon I was working with the other day from Cloud9. So that's fun. Okay, so now I kind of had to fold this because this piece was kind of long. I'm going to try to move this. All right, yeah. So you see, I'm going to need to readjust this a bit because I had to like fold this. So we're going to need to yeah, this sort of this is going to be fun. I'm going to need to trim some of this too because you see what I mean? So you can always kind of retrim things. So I'm just trying to, and I'm trying to keep this pattern lined up, if you see what I'm saying. All right, here we go. Okay, yeah, I could probably move this a little bit this way, but yeah, this fabric, unfortunately, it's really pretty, but it is a little bit, I would say it's a little bit tricky to work with for sure. All right, but yeah, I'm trying to get these because this is folded in half, I'm trying to make sure that this pattern is pretty straight, if that makes sense. Also, if you have any tips for this, let me know in the chat or in the comments, because this is something I always personally struggle with for sure. All right, but you see this is kind of uneven, so I'm going to need to trim this. I'm going to be trimming this off later. So we will definitely be doing that. Okay, so let's make a first cut. But you see, I'm going to need to fussy cut this a little bit here. So we're going to cut this about here. Yeah, just because I definitely want the flower in here. All right, and also I'm using this pattern. So you see, I'm going to try to use this flower to line it up with here a little bit. Here we go. Actually, that's really off. Okay, so this should be pretty okay. All right. All right, so we're going to make a cut here. And then again, later I'm going to be trimming off this extra on the left side just because, yeah. All right, so let's do 5 inches here. And I'm going to use this cut line as the guide. Okay, here's the cut line. Okay. I'm just going to start making cuts. But you see, I have one of the flowers, the big flowers, in kind of in the middle of all of these, which is what I'm looking for. All right, here we go. So I'm going to remove this, and then I should have a pretty nice cut line. Notice I'm trying not to move the fabric very much. I'm trying to leave the fabric as much as I can and not move it around or touch it, because every time I touch it, it moves. So that's not really what I want. All right, let's cut another one. And I'm just going to try to cut as many as I can. Actually, I might need to fussy cut this. I mean, well, this wouldn't be bad, actually. It would at least have a flower. Let me see where the flower would be, though, in the next one. Yeah, I kind of want to fussy cut this a little bit. See what I'm saying? I'm just trying to make sure that the flower is in here somewhere. All right, we'll do 6 inches, and then we'll trim off 1 inch. I just want to make sure the flower is in all of them. So I think this will be better. Okay. So we're going to trim here, and then I'm going to trim off 1 inch over here. So you see how I'm fussy cutting this? You can kind of trim off here and there just to make sure that your pattern, you really need to be mindful of the pattern and cut things depending on how you want the pattern to be on your finished item. Okay, so this one looks pretty good. See, I got a flower. It's a little bit off center, but it's not bad or anything. All right. Let's cut some more of these guys. All right. So this isn't bad. The flower is like in most of this. So I'm gonna let this be. Okay. All right, and then we'll be starting to make more. So should I make the angled end scarves or should I make the blunt end scarves first? Let me know in the chat what you think I should do. Yeah, I'm gonna need to fussy cut this one because this is, yeah, there's definitely like, if I cut here, there'll barely be a flower in here. So I'm gonna cut like, we'll cut around here. We'll cut about 8 inches and then we're gonna cut 3 inches off. And again, I'm just being a little picky about the pattern placement here, and that's why I'm doing this. I'll be cutting fewer scarves out of each piece, but the pieces I cut will be nicer looking. Now I need to cut 3 inches off of here. Yeah, this is quite a bit. Okay, so cut 3 inches here. So I'll definitely have a lot of scrappy pieces I can do stuff with, I guess. I don't know. What should I do with these long scrappy strips? If you have any ideas, let me know, because I'm not really sure. So I should be able to get one more out of here. But yeah, I have quite a bit of scraps here. So, and again, this is not quilting cotton, this is rayon. So I don't know, what do you do with like tiny rayon scraps like this? Besides maybe use it to like, as like wrapping things or something. I don't know. All right, we got Flawless Beauty, the fashion designer. We are making purse scarves today. Let me get my sample out. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you. I put my samples in my closet. So these are going to be skinny scarves. They're about 2 inches wide. And you can use these scarves for a number of different things. You can use these as a neck scarf. You can use these as a purse scarf, so you can wrap it on your bag handles or tie a bow on your bag. You can use this as a hair tie, a headband, a neck scarf. I've seen some really cute uses of a neck scarf. I don't usually wear a lot of stuff on my neck. I'm a little bit claustrophobic about anything on my neck, like turtlenecks and stuff. I'm a little freaked out by them. But I'm making two different styles, and these are inspired by the high-end designer scarves from Louis Vuitton. Hermes makes them, and they charge over $200 for theirs. So I'm showing you how to make a very affordable dupe that basically just costs you fabric. So these are the ones I made last week. So this is based on the Hermes Twilly scarf, and Hermes sells these for 200 bucks, and they've got angled ends. So this is one version. And then this one is the one sold by Louis Vuitton. They have the blunt straight across edges. They're called bandeaus. And Louis Vuitton, I just checked, they're now charging $220 for theirs. So instead of paying, again, if you really like the designer ones, I know they have prints, obviously I don't have. But if you're just looking for a cute scarf for your purse, or just for as a fashion accessory, and you're pretty open to different prints, there's no reason you should have to pay 200 bucks. So these are the samples, and that's what we'll be making today. Welcome. I haven't seen you here. You seem to be a first-time visitor here, so thank you for that. All right, so we're getting these cut out, and this is actually a really beginner-friendly sewing project. There's no hardware, there's no zippers, you don't need interfacing. All you need is the fabric and then coordinating thread. And that's pretty much it. Okay, so we're gonna cut one last one over here. All right, you're not really gonna be able to see this, but I need to keep the fabric. I don't wanna move this fabric around. So again, one tip, sewing and cutting with rayon. Try not to move the fabric around, really try not to move the fabric around too much. All right, now I'm actually gonna, this will be okay, because I think the flower will be pretty prominent on one side of the scarf. Okay. And then we just need to cut that last piece, and then we'll start putting these together. Okay, so you see, I've got the pink flower at least on one side, so when this scarf is done, this will be one side, so it'll be like mostly the pink flower, and then the other side will be, actually this will give you a few different looks. Then you have the navy or violet flowers, and then the dark pink flowers on the other side. So those will be really cute. Okay. All right, so let's cut this last one. So I just need to, I was fussy cutting this one. Oh man, this is moving around way too much. Okay, so I'm trying to line this up with one of the lines on the ruler here. So you see what I'm saying here? Okay. All right, so we're gonna try to line this up as closely as I can with the lines on the cutting mat. Oh, I cannot talk today. So hopefully that'll make it easier, and then I'm going to cut one more 5-inch strip here. Okay, here we go. All right. And yeah, I'm going to have a bunch of really random widths of scrap. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with these, but if you have any ideas for what to do with 2 to 4 inch wide pieces of rayon, let me know. It's not like I could make, it's not like I could patch these together just because this fabric is so delicate. So I don't really know what to do with it. I've also got this piece here. So a lot of, yeah, I mean, it's really pretty fabric. And there's really no name of it. It's just Riley Blake in-house design. I got it a while ago. I just thought it was pretty. I got it on sale. I buy my fabric wholesale. And this is, it's just called literally designer apparel fabric. And I have an entire bolt, so I could make some other stuff with it. But yeah, this rayon is a little bit here, I'll show you. Let me get a small, okay, here's kind of a small scrap here. So this is a 1-inch wide piece. And you can see how much of this fabric just moves around and shifts around. So this is a little bit, it's just a little bit tricky of a fabric to work with. So that's why I'm doing my glue basting thing, because I think that'll really help. Okay, so let me get these strips out of the way, and then we'll start actually putting these together. Okay. Welcome everybody, and I wasn't sure what time, like I know we're getting started kind of late today in the day, but it seems like viewership is better now than when I've started earlier, so I don't know. Let me know what time of the day you would be most likely to watch something like this, because I've been experimenting with different days and times, and I'm not really sure what to do. Okay, I'm gonna get my pressing board out. That's what we need next. I'll be walking around, and I am wearing like a mobile microphone, so I can move around and I can chat. So that's the good thing, is that I'm not just tied down to, like, you know, talking into a microphone that's stationary. So if I'm moving around, you'll still be able to hear me. Okay, so this is just like a DIY pressing board I made out of a piece of plywood and some cotton bat. So it's like basically a 24 by 24 inch piece of plywood from Lowe's or Home Depot. I stapled some quilt batting to it, you know, and then wrapped it around to the back. And then I made this cover from really thick canvas, natural. It's very cheap, so if this gets ratty, I can just get a new one and make a new one. And, you know, it's natural colored, so at least that's good because, you know, again, it can stand up to the iron and everything. And this, again, this fabric is really cheap. I got it from Fabric Wholesale Direct. They have a lot of, like, they're getting more fabric, but I buy all my canvas there. So they've got like this natural unbleached canvas. And I also use this as a floor in my rabbit's like pen. So she has an exercise pen. I have a rabbit. And I use this in the bunny's pen as like her flooring. And I have a really thick version of this. It's the only fabric that she hasn't been able to like chew through. So that's why I've been doing that. All right, so we'll start off making some angled ones first, and then we'll make some blunt end ones. All right, so I need to get my handy dandy glue bottle here. This is my like trademark fine tip bottle that I put Elmer's washable school glue in. Literally, all it is the cheapo Elmer's washable school glue. This is a great glue for glue basting any sort of natural material like cotton, linen, right? It works well with the rayon. It washes out, so it's not permanent, and it's non-toxic, and it's cheap. So if you're looking for a good glue for glue basting, I would highly recommend. Again, this is even the Target version. This is like 50 cents or something, so it's ridiculously cheap, and it works well, and I use those instead of pins or clips. That's a good, you know, just a good tip. And let me get my iron on here. Okay. Okay, where did you get the ruler from? The ruler is Creative Grids. It's an acrylic quilting ruler. Just a hint though, do not buy Creative Grids rulers from Amazon because there's a lot of counterfeits, and the company Creative Grids does not allow its authorized retailers to sell on Amazon. So I would get it. I think, I'm trying to think, Fat Quarter Shop sells them. I think Missouri Star Quilt Company sells them. But just a hint, do not buy Creative Grids products on Amazon because they're having a really big problem with counterfeit rulers. So you definitely don't want to get a counterfeit ruler. Okay, so the first thing I do is I'm just finding the, like, kind of a center point here. All right, and then I'm going to take my ruler and or my iron, sorry, and just sort of press a fold line just for reference. All right, oh, and I also need my handy dandy marking pens as well. At least this fabric today is lighter, so I should have a pretty easy time with marking it. All right, so let me get, actually I'll use the purple one today. I've got a few different marking pens that I use for different purposes. These are all available in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. This is a white one and it works on dark fabrics, but I should not need that today because my fabric is yellow. So I don't really have to worry about that. And these pens do come out, so they're not permanent. These are air and water soluble, so if you hit this with water, the mark will disappear, and if you just wait a few days, it will also disappear. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to be folding this right sides together the long way, like this. And the reason I folded this in half this way was just so that I have a reference point of where I need to fold this over on the other side so it's even. And when I get to the sewing machine, I'm gonna leave about a 2-inch opening for turning. So I'm gonna mark where I'm not going to be sewing, just so I know. There we go. So this is where I'm gonna leave this open. So this will not be sewn. And then I'm just gonna start glue basting from the center out. Also, I've got a snag in my nail, so hopefully I don't snag the fabric. I did try to file it before I started this show, but you know, I don't know, it's still sticking around. All right, so I'm just taking a little bit of this glue, and I do also have a few of these glue bottles in the Etsy shop. I don't have very many left, and I'm not able to get more right now, so I think I've got like 4 left, so that's all I've got. So I just ran a little line of glue on the edge within the seam allowance, which will be about 1/4 of an inch. So all right. So all I'm doing is lining up these edges, and then I'm just hitting it with the iron dry, and this will kind of dry the glue. And this is a good temporary way to baste your fabric in place. So again, when I'm sewing things, because this fabric shifts around so much, this works pretty well. And you don't need to worry about removing pins as you go or anything. This is pretty easy in terms of that. So that's the method I've been using. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to use rayon, was because I knew I could glue baste and it would make my life a lot easier. Now, these designer scarves are typically made with silk. Silk can be more expensive and more delicate. So I'm choosing rayon because it's a little bit of an easier fabric to work with compared with silk, and it's a little more, you know, I feel like it's a little more durable. All right, I may have to kind of redo these marks every once in a while. Okay, I'll put this on picture in picture. Hopefully my hair is not too jacked up. I don't know. I was up so late last night though. I've been having trouble going to bed earlier, and I really need to do that, but I went to bed at like 5 a.m. and then I woke up at like 1 p.m. So that's why I did not get a very early start on this live stream. And that's why I started at like, you know, 4:30 or whatever. All right, so I'm just gonna take this iron, and this is a cordless iron. It's not my favorite iron, but the reason I'm using it is because I think it works the best for live streams because the cord won't get in the way. Okay, so I'm just gonna go down this whole length and then just keep glue basting here. Just keep glue basting. I know this glue basting thing changed my life. Now you can't use this on like polyester fabrics or anything that's synthetic. So anything that's not a natural fiber, it won't work on, but it will work on stuff like rayon, cotton. I haven't tried it on silk, to be honest with you. I feel like it might not work on silk, but I'm not sure. It will work on linen. It won't really work on like really thick fabric. So it won't work on like super thick canvas or anything with like a zipper. So it doesn't work on zippers. Although I recently tried some some heavy basting tape, super sticky, and that worked pretty good. So I bought a roll of it from Amazon, and that worked very well. So I will definitely be using it again. But as I'm doing this, I'm being very gentle with the fabric. I'm not like pulling it or tugging on it a lot. I'm just being very gentle. So maybe we'll make like 5 at a time or something. I don't know. So I'm just going to go down the line. I'm not going to do the ends because I'm going to be trimming those as well. All right, so I'm going to be trimming that. All right, here we go. So just a tiny, because this fabric is so lightweight, you really don't need a lot of glue. Just like a very small amount will work. All right, so now we'll finish the other side. Yeah, my nail is snagging a bit. All right, let me try to, yeah, I don't want it to snag on the fabric. That would be bad. So now we're doing the other sides. And I'll do like 5, maybe like 5 of these at a time, something like that. And then we'll do the blunt end ones. So we'll do a few at a time. But yeah, this is a really good quick project. you could make these like in an afternoon. You can make a few at a time. And this is also good if you have long scraps like this of apparel fabric. Like say you just use this fabric to make a blouse or something, and you have some extra, you could make, like you could use this to make a scrunchie, you could use this to make a scarf. So if you already, you know, so if this is left over from making some type of clothing, you can use scraps of this nature to make a few accessories to go with your new shirt or whatever you made. Like, or if you made a dress, anything like that. So this is a good scrappy project for light, like I would use this with some sort of lightweight drapey fabric. So I wouldn't do this with quilting cotton. I would not do this with like regular cotton broadcloth. But you certainly can do this with any sort of lightweight fabric that's kind of drapey. So that is what we are doing today. I'm going to remark just to make sure I can see this. All right, so I've got two pens. I've got the purple one and then I've got the red one. So you can kind of see the difference. Like this one's sort of like, this one's a little bit finer and it's like a dark pink. The purple one is a little more marker-like and it's a little bit thicker. Let's do another one. So we'll do like a few of these, and then we will see where we get. My husband is out, so I'm here kicking it. I just set my rabbit up with some fresh hay, so she should be good for. Hopefully she doesn't get into too much trouble today. We'll see. She was in a very like kind of. Sometimes she has a bit of an attitude. I'm not gonna lie. She's a little bit. She's a little sassy. And welcome, Donna. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy I caught the live, Jen. Welcome. Welcome. We've got 14 people on YouTube. Let's see. We got 13 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, and we have 12 on Rumble. So we've got over 20 viewers total. So that's awesome. All right, so this is going to be the next scarf. So you can see, yeah, you can sort of see how it'll look. One side will be mostly this pattern, and then the other side will be the pink flowers. So that's pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to mark about, so I mark about an inch on each side of the center fold here. All right. And yeah, this is just like a casual hangout. So, you know, no real plan. I'm just making some stuff and I thought I would, you know, do a live stream, hang out, chit chat, that kind of thing. I want people to use this as an opportunity to just talk to other people or have some sort of a sense of community as you're maybe working on things, you know, by yourself. Thought this would be a good place people can kind of chat. So feel free to meet people, talk amongst yourselves, you know, do whatever. That's what this is for. All right. This fabric is so pretty, but yeah, it's a little bit more challenging than the other rayon. And that can differ between manufacturers as well. Okay. 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 How's everybody doing? What's everybody up to today? Anything fun? I can't believe it's April. It's April already. I can't believe that. The year is 1/3 of the way over. I cannot. It's hard to believe, you know? All right, welcome, Brittany RV. I am a night shifter, so I am enjoying the afternoon video. Just subscribed. Thank you, Brittany. Welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of, we have more new people today. Like, I think when did I last do a live stream? I think it was Thursday. We have a few regulars to the live stream already. And again, I really want to try to come up with a regular schedule so that people know they can come here. So I think Sundays, for the most part, are going to be the day. Next week, we will not be doing a live stream because it's Easter Sunday. But generally, I think Sunday afternoons. So maybe I'll do like Sunday afternoon / evening. So maybe we could start around this time every week. I don't know. But yeah, pop in and pop out whenever. Again, come for as little or as long as you want. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to do longer live streams as well, is because I noticed if I only went live for like a half an hour, most people just miss it. But if I'm going live for 7 hours, I feel like it's a little easier to catch it at some point during the day versus only going live for a short period of time. So that's why I really wanted to do this for a while. But I'm hoping this can sort of catch on as sort of like a regular thing. And I really want this to be a place where you can literally just come and chill, you know? Again, no like agenda. This isn't really like a sew along type thing. This is more of a, hey, just come and, you know, hang out, we'll chill, we'll chat. Because I've noticed with a lot of live streams or like online stuff, the chat section is totally where it's at. So the reason I wanted to do this was just to give people a place to do live chatting, really. And me sewing is just more of like the background. It's not really supposed to be like the main event. But I wanted you to be able to work on whatever you're working on and just have a place to come if you wanted to just, you know, chat with people, hang out, or have something to put on in the background of your workspace as you're doing pretty much anything. So that's sort of the purpose of Sewing Report Live. You know, we can also chat about various topics. We did that like a couple weeks ago. So if there is something I have to chat, you know, I want to get off, you know, if there's something on my mind, I'll share that too. I've got my water here. I may have to take a bathroom break at some point. We'll see. But welcome everyone. Yeah, Sunday seems to be like a pretty good day. I know it's the weekend, but it's because people are, you know, at home and stuff. So I think I'll do Sunday. Yeah, starting at this time seemed to be pretty good. So maybe I'll do like Sunday at like 4 p.m. or 4:30. And then pick another weekday to do something. I'm not even sure what time though. So I'm trying to figure out what time and what day during the week. All right, so we got 2 done. So we'll be trimming these as well. Okay, let's do another one. So yeah, maybe we'll do like 5 of these. Yeah, so this is perfect because I got 5 right here. Okay, so I've got 5 of these, so we'll do 5 at a time. And we're doing the angled ones first. Got my handy dandy lint roller here. All right, yeah, everybody likes Sundays so far. And so, I mean, they're generally pretty good for me. Again, if it's like a holiday or something, I would probably skip that day. Just because, you know, if I have family plans, and also I know a lot of you probably have plans that day as well, that probably wouldn't really make any sense. All right. Is this iron still on? Okay. Let me do one more. I'm curious to see how these turn out. I think they'll be really pretty. But yeah, these are really like pretty delicate. Definitely pretty delicate scarves for sure. But I think these will be super cute. Okay, so Rose Petals Upcycle says Sunday afternoon or evening and Wednesday evening. So yeah, so here's the thing. I've looked at the traffic for this channel and for my other channel. And Rose Petals Upcycle, believe it or not, Wednesday evenings are pretty dead. So I'm not sure. The days people seem to be on the line the most are like weirdly like Monday evening. And then like Thursday evenings aren't bad either, but I did one on Thursday and there really wasn't a lot of people. So I don't know, but let me know in the chat or in the comments what weekday do you think would be best? So that's the thing, like people will say one thing, but then when you look at the actual viewer behavior, it can be very different. So people will say, I'll watch this, and then they don't. Or people will say, I would like this, and then you do it, and then nobody shows up. So it's hard to tell, but you really have to look at the actual viewer behavior and not necessarily what people tell you. Just it's kind of interesting, you know, sort of like when people do a survey and like you can tell they're giving like PC answers because they think that's what the survey wants, but their actual habits are very different. I found that happens a lot with stuff. Okay. Really need to clean off the tip of this glue bottle though. It's getting a little cruddy. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. So I've been trying out different days during the week. I do feel like maybe the evenings would be better during the week. Plus, honestly, I'm not really a morning person. So trying to do a live stream before 2 p.m. for me is like kind of tough. Because I just don't get up early. I really don't. I have a really hard time getting up early. Getting up at 8 a.m. for me is like hell. It's not fun. Not fun at all. All right, we're making progress here. Yeah, so I do plan to sell these in the Etsy shop. Based on some feedback, I decided to price them at $19 each. I am going to do some like cute packaging with them, and I need to include, I'm trying to work on it, coming up with like a little care instruction, like pamphlet to put inside all of my packaging, just so people know like to I'm going to recommend hand washing only for these. So I think that should work. All right, so Sundays, definitely, yeah. So Sunday, I started earlier last week on Sunday, and that didn't seem to be as popular. But starting at this time seemed to be, for some reason, like better. I don't know. It's really hard to gauge like what people are actually going to do. You know what I'm saying here? All right. But I feel like people are starting to get that I do this on Sundays, hopefully. So I don't have a lot of conversion over from the main channel either. Like, I think people would assume like, oh, hey, she's got 100,000 subscribers over on the Sewing Report, so it must be really easy for her to drive people from that channel over to this one. And I can tell you it's not really, that's really not the case. I think a lot of people who have subscribed on this new channel, some of them are from the Sewing Report, but I think some of you are new. And the amount of people that will come over from the Sewing Report to here, it's like a super tiny percentage. So I am working on getting this channel monetized. We're about 25% of the way there. And this channel is only about 6 weeks old. So we're making pretty good progress. I'm hoping to just get this channel monetized, period. Because financially, this does have to make sense and everything. So I'm working on some plans for this year. I've got some new plans. For sure. And yeah, Brittany, I worked the night shift for years, so that's why it's really tough for me to do like a daytime kind of thing. For years, my shift was like 4 p.m. to midnight. And as you know, if you work a night shift, it's not like you just go home and go right to bed. Like, so I would typically go to bed at like 3 a.m., wake up around 11 and then, get to work by 4. So that's the thing. Like, even if you get off your shift at midnight, it's not like you're going to bed at like 12:15. Let's be real. You got to come home. You got to eat something, wind down a little bit. It can be a little tough to work the night shift. See, I worked a night shift for like 4 years, and it was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie, it was not easy. The upside, though, I think to working a night shift though is that there's no traffic. So that is one benefit, is that you don't have to worry about like traffic as much. especially since I lived in Atlanta at the time. But not having to drive to work during rush hour was like a really nice benefit. All right, let me mark. Trying to make sure these marks are like just super, super obvious here. All right, so we got 2 more of these, and then we'll trim these, and then we'll start sewing these. Yeah, I've got so much lint here. Ah. Yeah, working the night shift or I worked the overnights too, and that was like really, the overnight shift is really rough. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's make some more marks. And these marks I'm making here are, this is the area I'm not going to be sewing because I'm going to have to turn the project right side out. So I'm just making little this is just so I make sure not to sew this area here. And I did switch out the thread on the Juki, so that's all ready to go. So I did that last night at like 2 a.m. So that was interesting. I was just up way late last night. It was pretty crazy. I didn't fall asleep until like 5:30 in the morning. I did not want to go to bed that late, but I did. I got some sandwich stuff today, so I'm gonna make my dinner tonight will be a sandwich. I really have been liking sandwiches lately. I'm not really sure why. I love roast beef. So I've been doing roast beef with like ham and turkey with some cheese and some mayo on a bagel. And that's been like my dinner every night. It's also a very reasonably priced meal as well. So I'm all about cheap eating, and I pretty much never eat out. So my husband doesn't really like eating at restaurants because he used to work in the restaurant industry. So we really don't eat out at all anymore, which I'm honestly pretty okay with. It really doesn't, you know, we're not really restaurant people or anything like that. So all right, one more after this, and we can trim these down. Yeah, I'm really curious to see if these will sell. I have some ideas for marketing as well. There's a lot of people that are into handbags, and there's like whole Instagram accounts for people who just like handbags. So I'm thinking about trying to reach out to a few of those people and sending them a few free scarves. That will cost me next to nothing because I want these scarves to get in front of the purse addict people. I think that's really the market here. Especially there's a lot of people who do luxury handbag stuff. So I think those would be like the ideal people to sell these to. Because if you're used to paying $200 for like an Hermes Twilly, $19 is going to seem pretty good. So that's sort of my plan here for the marketing. So we're going to try. I haven't really tried to sell a lot of handmade stuff. I did make some zipper pouches that are available in the Etsy shop. I made the noodlehead pedal pouches. I've sold 2 of them to viewers, so I really appreciate that. But I'm also looking to really get in front of people who aren't necessarily in the sewing community, but just like that kind of stuff. So that's sort of the plan. All right, here we go. I'm also still really congested. The allergies are going. Does anyone else have allergies, like seasonal allergies? Mine have just been driving me insane. And I'm just stuffed up all the time now. So that's also a barrel of fun. Okay. I think I hope the rabbit's taking it. I think she's being very quiet, so I think she's probably taking a nap or something. I don't know. I don't hear her doing anything super crazy, so that's a plus. All right. Yeah, I'm starting to get all these like little bits on that's sort of driving me crazy. Starting to get all these little bits on the pressing board. I'm going to need to lint roll every once in a while. Okay. Okay. All right, one more, and then we're going to trim these at an angle, and then we can sew these. I know this isn't, I feel like I'm getting way faster with these, which is nice. So we'll make a few. So what I plan to do, and I ordered some more rayon, so I'll probably do like a fabric haul this week. Maybe we'll do a live stream and do that. So I'm going to make a bunch of these in this color since I've got like the thread loaded up, and then I'll switch and do more colors because I want to have these in a pretty good variety of prints to sell. But yeah, I think my market really here is the people that are really into handbags. I think that's what I got to do for this in terms of marketing. So if you are looking to make and sell stuff, if you have any questions, let me know. Again, I'm kind of new to making and selling, but I've been selling on Etsy for about 2 years, and I've definitely learned some stuff. So if you have any questions about that, you are welcome to ask. Or about like the YouTube stuff or about like the main channel, feel free. Now is the time that you can ask your questions. Because I get people like messaging me a lot with random questions. So this is the place where you can actually do that. All right. One more. But you see how this moves, like you see how this moves around like a ton? So this is why it's like a little tricky. So that's why I'm really trying not to manhandle this one too much. We're going to, you see, this is why the glue really helps with rayon. And I didn't even need a walking foot either because everything stayed in place really nicely with the glue basting. Let's get some glue ready. Okay, got a few of these guys ready. All right, got this ready. And hitting it with the iron just helps the glue to dry faster. Like you don't like you could just let this dry naturally, but the iron just makes it kind of instant. So that's why I'm hitting it with the iron so much. I will do a few more, do a couple more. We'll do a little bit more this way first. So I don't have any kids, but is this week like spring? Do they have like Easter break or something? Like I know spring break. Is this spring break? I don't even know. I have no idea what the school calendar is like or like when kids are off or anything like that. But I'm just curious. Like, do kids have the week off of school this week? I honestly have no idea. And because I rarely go outside anymore, which is kind of weird, I don't even see like I don't even see the school buses or like know anything. Nice. Yeah, I love a good sandwich. There's nothing better, in my opinion, than really nice sourdough bread, lightly toasted, with just all the sandwich stuff on it, like a tomato, lettuce. I have a couple avocados too. So there's that. Oh, I love sandwiches. Welcome, making new dreams come true. Hello, hello. You're back here. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for joining in. Really appreciate you coming back here. We have some regulars now, so I feel like we have a pretty good group of people kind of coming together and hanging out. So that's the thing. This is just more of like a virtual hangout. Or like maybe you could also think of it more like like the Truman Show, that kind of thing. So that's pretty much what this is. Just without the drama, hopefully. No drama here. All right. All right, Tara's here. Hello, Tara. I finally searched the high-end scarves, and they are also marketed as an accessory neck scarf. Yes, right? I think yours should sell like hotcakes. You picked beautiful patterns. That's what I think one of the keys is not necessarily the item, but your fabric. I think if you pick really cute fabric, they'll sell just because of the fabric. So that's the thing, like people pick things based on how pretty it is or how nice it is. So I think that's pretty much what, yeah, I think you're right about that. But yeah, so I think, Tara, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to reach out to some of the people who are kind of influencers in the luxury handbag space. There's actually a lot of them, believe it, and I've been watching all these channels. It's become kind of a new obsession. So that's what I plan to do for the marketing, because that's the thing, like they could buy like an Hermes or like a Louis Vuitton scarf, but it won't have but if they like my fabric patterns better, that could be my way in, if you get my drift here. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, I was having my car towed, dead starter. Oh, that stinks. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully your car is okay now. We got Krabby Dragon in the house. Hi, Jen. That's beautiful fabric you got there. Thank you. Yeah, we're working with a Riley Blake fabric today. It's very, very cute. And it is also rayon. This is a little more delicate, though, than the Cloud 9 stuff I was working with last week. All right, I might need to grab another. I might run out of lint roller sheets here. We'll see. I got this lint roller and refills real cheap on Amazon. It's not the best lint roller, but it was at least very cheap. Okay, so now we're going to trim the angles on all of these scarves. Let me kind of move things around a little bit. All right, we're going to put these back on the mat. These are a bunch of scraps, and then these are my example scarves from last week. Okay, so let's push this aside. All right, and I'm using another Creative Grids roller for the trimming here. I feel like I do have you know what? I'm going to get a smaller, I have a smaller ruler. I think that's going to work better. Hold on a second. I need to get the smaller one because I think this just too bulky. But I'm going to grab my like smaller guy and we'll see if I can make that work. I'll be right there. Be right back. Yeah, these should, okay, yeah, this should work. All right. Oh yeah. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, hashtag not sponsored, but I do really love Creative Grids rulers. In my opinion, these are the best. So what I'm gonna do is, yeah, so I'm using this to cut a 45-degree angle off of the ends of the scarf. So I'm going to basically be cutting here and then cutting here. So that's how the Hermes style scarves do it. So they're kind of, it's like a big trapezoid. So it'll be like here and then here. And then I need to make sure these, I wasn't really paying attention last week to how long they were. So some of my scarves were a little bit longer, but that's okay. So I'm going to use this 6.5 inch Creative Grids ruler. And all I'm doing is using the 45-degree line as a, all right. Oh, and also I need to, you know what? I have an idea. So I need to make sure, all right, so I need these to be about even. Let's see how long this is total. All right, so this is, I'm going to need to trim this down a little bit. Actually, not too bad. All right, so this is about 38 inches long. Currently, this is about 38 inches long, so I need to trim off a little bit on each side. So I'm using the fold line as my like straight line here, and then I'm using my 45-degree center line, diagonal line as my straight edge, and then this will create a 45-degree angle here. So that's really all you have to do. Okay. And yeah, Tara, the purse scarf trend it's been around forever because especially with Louis Vuitton bags, which is kind of a new obsession of mine, the vachetta leather can get, people want to protect it, so that's why people wrap their bag handles is for that. So I'm hoping to kind of get in with like that sort of market here and kind of maybe get known for that. So that's sort of my like genius marketing plan. I don't know if it's genius, but whatever. Okay, so I'm using this diagonal line here as my straight edge, and then that will create a 45-degree angle here. So now all I got to do is chop this off. So you see, so all I got to do is, all right, and now this one's done, and now I just have to do this for the other side. Same thing. Same thing. Yeah, this ruler is a lot easier to work with. The other one was just too big. This is 6.5 inch square ruler. I need to get this one out more often because this is a good one to use for quilting because it makes a really nice finished block size. The 6.5 inches I think is a good one to work with. All right, so let me see how long this is now. Here's my scraps here. So I need to make sure this is about 37 inches total. Okay, I'm getting a little snaggy here. Okay, yeah, this is pretty perfect. Okay, this is just about 37 inches. So this is good. All right, so I'm going to put this aside and then we'll trim the rest here. All right, making new dreams come true. Good mechanic, so we'll have it ready tomorrow. All right, that's awesome. And they worked on the weekend too. Wow. That's pretty hard to find. It's hard to find somebody like that. All right, let me see how long this is. Yeah, so I'm going to need to trim about 1/2 inch off the side of each of these because I ended up cutting the raw fabric a little bit long, but that's okay. At least they're not too short, right? But welcome everyone in the chat. Yeah, talks to mom, make new friends here. That's what this is for. This is just sort of a community hangout space. That's sort of the purpose. Okay, let me cut around here. So I just need to trim this off. And the reason I chose to have the fold line be the longest edge is because I just think it'll look better this way. And I'm having the like shorter edge be the one with the seam in it. I just think it'll look better, and just in my opinion. I don't know. What does everybody think? All right, let's trim this down. Man, I'm getting hungry. I had my requisite 2 cups of coffee today. I cut myself off at 2. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know. All right, trim this off. This is a good question. Does anyone sell at pop-ups markets? I have not. It seems like a lot of work to me, especially since you have to like drive all the way there, load and unload. And then isn't there typically, if anyone has good luck with those, let me know. I'm just curious to know what your experience is. That's a good question though. And my thing is too, I feel like, all right, there's 2 things I would be concerned about. Now I've not really sold a lot at like craft fairs, although my mom, when I was a kid, my mom did craft shows a lot. I forgot what she sold. Like she sold like, this was back in the 90s, so everything she sold was like kind of dated now, so it's definitely not trendy. So here's my concern about doing like craft fairs and stuff. Okay, one, I'm kind of afraid of like, especially when you spend a lot of time making stuff, I'm kind of worried about people touching all of your items and then like handling them. So I would be a little bit concerned about that. I might have like some display items that people can touch and then have all of my actual items for sale be like packaged so that they didn't get all, because that's the thing I would be kind of worried about. I personally would be a little bit worried about just randos getting their hands all over your stuff. And then the other thing I would be worried about personally is just how much it costs to actually do that stuff. And it's very labor intensive. So in my opinion, I find selling online to be pretty easy. I don't know. So that's my whole opinion on craft. Again, I have nothing against them. I personally would just have some concerns about doing it. But I've heard people having some really good success with them. So if you've had experience or success with craft fairs or pop-up markets, let us know in the chat or in the comments what you think. And like the good, the good and the bad, that's the whole thing. All right, so I need to trim off a little bit here. Okay. But that's a really good question, I think, to ask. I want to move some of this aside. So again, I'm just using this 45-degree diagonal line as my straight edge, and that creates a cut line, a diagonal cut line, and that's pretty much all I'm doing here. So nothing too complicated. Just gonna trim this. Trim this guy. Oh, and tonight's trash. I'm always like kind of obsessed with trash night for some reason. I'm not really sure why. I just am. But I gotta. My husband has a bunch of like empty wine bottles and stuff. I gotta get out there. I've got one more left, and then I'm also going to glue baste this like you see here. There's like an opening. I'm gonna go ahead and glue baste all of these. Just so also, because now this is cut on the bias, so this is going to be really stretchy. So if I don't do that, I feel like it's going to get out of whack. So that's why I think the glue basting is a really great thing for working with fabric like this. Okay, this is a good comment. It's a good way to meet people and gain followers. It's a lot of work, but some markets have lots of people traffic. Some are dead. Some markets aren't good for clothing. So that's a good question. How do you kind of vet the markets and see which ones are worth your time? Like, what do you do? What are your methods for just sort of making sure that the ones you pick are good ones to do? And I guess for me, it's not that big of a deal because I have a social media following, so it's really not as critical for me, I guess. But yeah, if you are trying to build a name brand, especially if it's local, I guess that can be a really good way to do it, just to get your name out there and stuff. So that's a good point. Okay. Yeah, these are taking, the good thing about these scarves is that they're not taking nearly as long as those zipper pouches. So per like hour, my time is spent a lot better doing this. Okay, so we have all these trimmed. So now I'm going to go back and glue baste all of the openings closed for the angled ends. So I'm just going to, and I learned the other day I can do it quicker if I kind of put these side by side. So we're going to do that too. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little hopped up on coffee and stuff. Plus, I'm weird. I mean, you guys already know I'm a little strange. So that, I mean, I guess you're okay with that since you're here. All right. So we're going to put some glue here. And I'm sort of going to finger press this first. Ah, okay. That's quite a bit of glue. And then I'm going to run the iron over it. But I've noticed doing them both at once saved like a little bit of time. So we'll do that. But you see, like, because this is cut on the bias, it's going to be super stretchy now. So that's why, another reason why I want to make sure I'm glue basting this. Because it'll, there we go, see? And you know, I'll show you what happens when you cut something on the bias. Let me take a strip. Okay, so let's take this strip here. I'm just going to cut a diagonal line here, just so you can see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I guess I could use these to like wrap stuff or tie things. I don't know. I have a lot of these strips here. Okay, so this is a piece that's been cut on the diagonal. So this is cut on the bias. And see, look how stretchy this is. But you can see how quickly it can get stretched out of shape like this. So this is why you need to be careful when you're cutting on the diagonal or on the bias, because your fabric can get really warped. You see what I'm saying? Like, look how stretchy this is. So that is why it's important to kind of keep things, try not to stretch it out too much or handle it too much. And that's why I decided to glue baste these little openings closed. All right, let's get this guy. Just gonna put a little glue here. Okay, average price is $50. Is that for like the fee? Like to kind of, because yeah, don't they have like a table? Like usually there's like a boot table or a booth rental or something like that. Is that how much it costs to do the markets? That is quite a bit of change too. I mean, that's not an insignificant cost for sure. All right, Cindy Lopez, who isn't weird? Yeah, I definitely can't deny that. That's for sure. I think anyone who does YouTube has to be like a little crazy. Just a little bit. Let's get this guy. All right, some organizers are great and some not good because they don't show up to the event. Well, that's, yeah. That seems like it's phoning it in here. The good organizer will be there. There are people who run craft fairs and they don't show up. Like, that's really weird. I'm sorry, that's weird. All right, so $50 is the typical fee. So here's another question. Does it usually correlate that the higher the fee, the better the event is? Like the more traffic you'll get and that kind of thing? No such thing as being normal. That is correct. Correct. Fun times here at the Sewing Report Live. I'll get a little glue in here. Yeah. Oh, Brittany RV paused sewing to eat a sandwich because you made me hungry. Hey, I'm an enabler. What can I say? I love sandwiches are probably one of my favorite foods, especially cold foods. Oh, like a good bread. Like, I'm addicted to sourdough bread. So if it's got sourdough bread on it, oh, sign me up. Okay, this one is a little, this is a little wonky. That's all right. Sourdough bread is the best. All right, Tara's got a good point. You got to find your tribe. That's a good point. By the way, Tara, thank you for ordering a set of the zipper pouches. What did you think is the quality okay? Let me know. I was so honored that you chose, because you sew yourself and you bought something I made. I thought that was really cool of you. And you totally did not have to do that. Again, just to let you know, I'm not trying to market these products to people who already sew. That's why I'm doing like the tutorial videos, because if you do sew, like, you can make these scarves. I'm really trying to market these finished items to people who don't really sew and just want to buy something and don't want to make it. Because I think those are two different markets, you know what I'm saying? So again, if you're watching this, don't feel like I'm trying to get you to like buy these. I'm really not. I'm trying to show you how to make these. And my hope is to be able to sell these to people who, you know, who want to buy a finished item and don't necessarily want to make something. Because again, everybody's different. Not everyone's into sewing, or, you know, maybe not everybody has the time. Some people like to buy stuff. Some people like to DIY things. And I do think they're very different, like different customers there. All right, I'm watching, but couldn't respond in the middle of a project. Hey, that's okay, Donna. I just fed my sourdough starter a few hours ago. That sounds really good. Homemade bread is the best. I'm definitely a gluten lover here. I gardened, so I grilled it with herbs I grew and goat cheese. Being weird is fun. Yes, it is. It is a lot of fun to be weird. Well, who wants to be like super normal? I don't know. I don't want to be like a normal. I don't want to be a normal person. All right, let's get a little more glue. We're actually going to get to go over to the sewing machine pretty soon too, and you'll be able to see my So I had it loaded with a Glide 40 weight thread. It's really nice thread. It's tri-lobo polyester, so it's like a triangular shape, which is kind of interesting. I have a variety pack. I don't have this color in the Etsy shop, but I do sell a starter pack with a few different, like, kind of basic colors. But the color I picked matches the fabric pretty well. It's sort of like a little more golden than this fabric, but it'll work. It's close enough. Okay, so we've got all of our scarves ready to sew. All right, so we're gonna head over and, actually, I don't know why I'm unfolding this. Honestly, this doesn't make any sense. All right, so we're ready to go over and sew soon. Let me just get these all loaded up here. Okay, okay, oh, thank you, Tara. So Tara purchased a set of my noodle head petal pouches. I love them. They are quality. I showed my 13-year-old son, who doesn't care, lol, but I was so impressed. The label sewn inside, and your finishing around the zipper is impressive. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your order. You totally did not have to do that, but I greatly appreciate it. Okay, let's head over to the sewing machine, and we're going to actually get some sewing done. All right, let's go over to camera 3 here. So you can see I've got like a little, you know, scrap leader in there. I was kind of testing out my stitches and stuff last night. I was doing this at like 3 a.m. or something along those lines. Getting the machine all ready to go and stuff. Okay, so we're going to be sewing with about a 1/4 inch seam allowance and about a 2.75 stitch length. So a little bit of a longer stitch length, but I think because this fabric is so lightweight, it'll be fine, and there's not going to be a lot of stress on the stitches. So this is the color I chose. I think it matches pretty well. It's a little more golden / orangey than the actual fabric, but that's the closest I could find. So here are the marks I made, and I will not be sewing this section. I'm going to be sewing from here to here, and then I'm also going to be back stitching at the beginning and end because it's very important to do that because you don't want your stitches to pop out, which could definitely happen. All right, so we are ready. If I run into bobbin issues today, I'm also going to be very sad, so hopefully not. All right, so we're going to start off here. And this fabric is definitely going to be a little trickier than the other rayons, so hopefully everything's cool. All right, so we're going to back stitch a few stitches. Yeah, this fabric is moving around quite a bit, so that's not fun. Okay. But yeah, the glue is definitely helping just to keep things in place. This fabric is fraying a lot too, so that's something to keep in mind. See all these like loose threads here? Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. I'm gonna go ahead and trim my threads here as well, just to get that up. And also I can kind of check the underside to make sure. Yeah, the stitching looks pretty, okay, so, wow, some of these stitches are weirdly long. I also changed the needle, I put in a fresh needle too, so, because it had been a while since I've done a new needle. Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Some of these stitches are just weird. Some of these stitches are just very weirdly long. Not really sure why. Let's keep going and see what happens here. Let me make sure am I threaded right? All right, I think everything's all right. Yeah, some of these stitches are just really weirdly, oh, something's going on here. It's like skipping stitches or something. All right, we gotta figure this out here. I'm gonna try to yeah, something's going on. I might need to reload the bobbin or something. All right, here, I'll show you what's going on here. Something is not right. Last night it was fine though. So you can see the underside looks like really weird. This does not look normal. I'm starting to get like the rat's nest thing underneath. Yeah, this is probably, and I have a lot of weird skip stitches. So we're gonna try to, all right, first thing I'm gonna do, all right, all right, I'm gonna check the threading. I'm gonna try to put the bobbin thread in again and see if that helps. I don't know if it will. Sometimes that does seem to help. All right, so we're gonna take this out. All right, make sure the bobbin thread, okay. This does seem to be a little strange. All right, let me take this out. Yeah, something's not, luckily I do have this test piece so I can sort of play with it. I've been using pre-wound bobbins when I use white thread, and that's been going great. But somehow when I've been winding the bobbins myself, I've been running into some issues, which is kind of just bizarre. All right, so let me reload the bobbin. And these are just the bobbins that like came with the machine and stuff. So I don't know what's going on here. All right, let me pop this back in. Well, let's try this again. I don't know what's going on here. The machine seems to be threaded correctly, so I don't think I have any issues there. But it's just like doing some weird stuff. All right, let me try this scrap piece here. I'm just gonna sew a scrap and see what happens here. But I did a little test run last night and everything, like you can see the stitching here is totally fine. So this is really kind of bizarre. All right, let's test out a little spot here. Yeah, this is like totally perfect. Okay, well, let's try this again. Maybe I just needed to like, yeah, everything here. See, this stitching is totally good. So I don't know, maybe I just needed to like redo my bobbin. I've been having some bobbin issues with this thread. So that's the only thing is, yeah, all right, we gotta do this section over again. Yeah, but you can see here, there's like a bunch of like weird, there's just a bunch of weird skipped stitches. And then there's like a rat's nest, which is really kind of bizarre. All right, so we're gonna try to do this section over again and see what happens. But yeah, you can see, like, look at how long these stitches are. It's just not, this is just not normal at all. All right, so let's try this again. I don't really need to backstitch here just because I'm doing the same area. All right, this seems way better. So I think we're better here. All right, let's see. Yeah, that seemed to help. So yeah, if you are having issues, this is the Juki DDL 8700. I guess just reinsert your bobbin, take it out, put it back in. Yeah. Yeah, I've been having some issues lately. Whenever I'm using regular bobbins, but when I've been using the pre-wound bobbins with my white thread, I haven't had any issues. It's just with bobbins I wind myself. So if anyone has any tips, let me know. Okay, so we're about at the corner here. So I'm gonna leave my needle down and then pivot 45 degrees. Oh wait, you know what? I got a few more of these. It's like every once in a while, the stitches are just skipping or something. So that's really strange. Not really sure what's going on here. Let's take this away. Huh. It's not like every stitch. Let me change the stitch length to be a little bit shorter. I don't know if that'll help. Let's see what happens here. Oh wait, no. Something's a little tangled up in here, so I just removed that thread. I don't know if that'll help at all. All right, I have the needle. I'm pretty sure I have the machine threaded correctly. Okay, now everything seems okay. Oh wait, you know what? No, the thread seems to be all right. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. If anyone has any ideas, let me know. All right, let's see. The thread had gotten caught in another guide that it wasn't supposed to be in. So I don't know. Oh, geez. Yeah, look at the, okay. The underside of that looks a little funky and it like didn't sew. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on, guys. This is really strange. Okay, the bobbin thread is coming out fine. Oh, wait, you know what? My thread is like kind of wrapped around this. That might not be good either. So I don't know what's going on here. But my stitching definitely looks a little jacked up here. Let me try to do this section again and see what happens here. Let's go over this area again one more time. Yeah, everything looks okay. I don't see anything weird. Just gonna go over this section one more time. This seems better. All right. Yeah, that looks fine. All right, I don't know. I'm having some weird issues today. You know what though? The problems kind of started after I put a new needle in too. But the needle is, the needle's in correctly. All right, let me get my little screwdriver out for the needle. Hold on a second. We're gonna get that out. It does look like I wonder if I need to, the needle needs to be like left to right. It does seem a little bit angled, so let me try to move the needle a little bit. I'm gonna try that. I don't know, troubleshooting in real time here. Okay, let's see. Don't know if I'll, all right. So I'm just gonna try to move this needle a little bit. It's gonna be fun, right? All right, but yeah, we got one section done. Yeah, it does look a little, yeah, going over the stitches again seemed to, okay, oh geez, look at the underside of this. This looks really screwed up. Ah, that looks really bad. Well, at least this is just my example here. We're not gonna sell this one for sure. But I need to I feel like the needle's a little bit, and now it seems to be all right. I thought maybe the needle was at too much of an angle, but it's like not bad. Okay. Getting these needles in and out is a little bit, this definitely gets a little bit sticky. So I don't know, here we go. Try to get the thread and I'll sort of pull it down. So that's one. Okay, let me take this screw out. See how this needle is sort of sticking in here? All right, I'm trying to use the thread to sort of pull it down. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. I don't know, guys. My sewing is all jacked up, though. What is going on? I feel like I need to, like, turn it a little bit to the left. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. It's hard to get the needle in and out, though. Actually, no, that seems to be all right. All right. So I guess this is what happens when I try to put in a new needle. I don't know. This is not great. We're going to try to do a sample after this. So we're not going to sew the real thing. Get this little screwdriver thing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's threaded correctly. Everything seems all right. Let me get another. We're going to sew over the sample again. It's just. Yeah, it does not sound right. Let's see here. And it's skipping quite a bit of stitches. All right, does anyone know what's going on here? I may need to Google this. We may need to do some Googling here. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, it's definitely skipping some stitches. I'm gonna go back to the sewing table soon, and then we'll try to, wonder if we could try to troubleshoot. But yeah, I did put a new needle in. I don't know what's going on. All right, my needle position seems okay, so it doesn't seem terrible. Let me try to put the bobbin in again. Okay, no, the bobbin seems okay. Like, everything's okay with the bobbin. Nothing's, like, weird about it or anything. So, I don't know. Let me try to sew the other side and see what happens there. I don't know, guys. Fun Sunday. I hate troubleshooting stuff with my sewing machine because it takes so much time away from doing stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I hate it. All right. Let's get the bobbin thread out. All right, let's try sewing the sample again. Let's see if I can figure this out. All right, that looks okay, actually. So no issues here. Let me look at the underside of this. Okay, that looks perfect. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. That one section, though, just looked like this section looks really. There's a lot of stitching here. Yeah, this underside, like, look how messy this looks. This looks really bad. All right, let me try to do the other side of this scarf, and we'll see if I can make this work. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Real time in the sewing room. Troubleshooting. Having a sewing machine that won't cooperate with you. All in a day's work, right? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this. Yeah, this is not going to be one I'm going to be selling, though. That's for sure. Okay, so. All right, let's see how this turns out. Will this look jacked up, or will this look... we're getting the skip stitches again. It's so weird. I mean, you know what? The underside looks okay, but it's skipping stitches, and I'm not really sure, like, what's going on here. Oh, wait, you know what? This got tangled. Oh, I see what's going on. All right. This is getting tangled up. Okay. Somehow this got, like, caught up. Okay. This should be better now. Let me try this now. This was okay, it's the upper thread. It got caught in a guide it was not supposed to. So I think that's what happened. Let me see. Okay, yeah, now my problems are gone. Okay. Now my problems seem to have gone away. No, they're back. They're back. What is going on here? Yeah, this is not... I feel like my sewing machine is not threaded correctly, but it should be. Everything looks fine. I'm going to try to I'm going to try to rethread this and see if I can get this to look better. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of, like the underside doesn't look jacked up, but I'm getting a lot of skipped stitches here. So we're gonna try to rethread. Actually, this last line looks fine. What is going on here? Like this last row looks totally good. What is going on? Ah, this is so frustrating, guys. This is very frustrating. Okay. Let's take a look at the stitching. All right, yeah, it's not bad. I'm gonna do this last section here just because there's quite a few big skip stitches. Actually, you know what we're gonna do though? We're gonna rethread this whole machine. All right, so I'm gonna take this out. We are gonna rethread. Let me make sure. All right, we're rethreading all of this. Okay, yeah, so I got this. We're gonna rethread this whole thing. I don't know what. Okay, we got this little tension guide here. I'm gonna try this out. I don't know if this will work, but that's typically sort of like the restart your computer sort of thing. Is just have you ever heard that just rethread your machine? And sometimes that works. We're gonna see if this is the case. Okay. Ah, okay. Well, that got caught up. Okay, so we got this going on. Okay. Let's see if we can rethread this and figure out what's going on here. This, yeah, I don't know. I do really like this thread, but with the bob, I don't know, there's something with it. It's like the bobbin, I don't know what's going on. But something just something is just not going well with this. All right, I got the machine threaded. Yeah, we'll just redo this. Again, I put a new needle in, but it seems to be pretty even, so it's not like it's like out of whack. Fun times. All right, let's rethread this whole thing. And I don't even use, like, this one doesn't have an auto needle threader, but I can usually get it. It's usually not too difficult to thread these needles. Okay. All right, so we've got kind of a reset here. Let's do my little test scrap here. Yeah, this is starting to look like a spider. Let's do a little test scrap. See if I can get this to not have any issues. What is going on? All right, yeah, this looks... All right, I got like one skip stitch. All right, you know what? I'm gonna go back to my computer and see if I can Google what is... Let me see if I can Google this. I don't know, because this is sort of driving me crazy. Actually, yeah, this only skipped like one stitch, but I am getting some weird... I don't know what's going on with this. I wonder if it's maybe this needle. I don't know. Maybe I should do another needle. The only thing is I'm telling you, it's really difficult to get this. It's really difficult to get this needle out. Like, it's really hard. All right, let me try to do this one section again. Yeah, we'll do this one section. Yeah, this is not great. Let's try to do this one more time and see if this is any better. I don't know if it will be, but we're gonna try it. Just gonna try it. See if I can get it. Let's see how this looks. I just need to not have skipped stitches. That's it. That's literally it. That's all I got to do here. It shouldn't be this hard, right? Sewing should not be this hard. All right, this line is better, but yeah, I'm still getting some skipped stitches. All right, after I do this, I'm going to go back to the table and see if I can troubleshoot, because I am getting some weirdness here. This is not normal. All right, this line is looking better. All right, I'm gonna go back real quick and we're gonna see if we can figure this whole thing out. If anyone has any tips, let me know. I'm open to suggestions here. All right, we gotta go back, and I can't keep sewing like this. This is not great. Okay. All right, we're back here. Put masking tape under the foot and trim it to size. Open spot under bobbin and clean out lint. Okay, we got some suggestion. I'm using a 90/14 needle because that's actually the only needles I have for this machine. I need to order some more. Remove lint. Let me see if there's, so the bobbin is like a side loading bobbin. I guess I could check I'll have to get a Q-tip and maybe see if I can see if there's any buildup in there. I don't know. Let me just Google it. All right, I've got my phone here. Let's Google real quick. Let's see here. But yeah, I wasn't really having any trouble with the other fabric, and it was rayon too. Let's see, Juki, DDL 8700, skipped stitches. Let's see here. Let's see what people are saying. Check that the needle bar is not bent. Okay, it's not bent. Machine is oiled properly. Make sure the needle is pushed all the way. I wonder if the needle is like, I wonder if there's something with the needle. Let's see. Here's the thing, I just don't have any needles smaller than that, so I kind of have to use it. Plus I'm using fairly thick thread, so I typically will use a 90/14 needle with 40 weight thread. That's usually my like default. Check throat plate for warpage. Make sure inner presser foot is holding the material sufficiently. You know, I could put some painter's tape maybe on the bottom of the foot too, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that would work. Check thread tension. All right, let's see here. All right. Check for the tangles. Okay. All right, so I might not be able to show you this part because I don't have like a camera for the bobbin area. All right, let's see. Let's see if there's another. Let's see if there's another. Yeah, I wasn't having any issues with the other fabric was a similar weight and it seemed fine. All right, needle's breaking. All right, I might check the bobbin area. We'll see if, all right, let me get a Q-tip and we'll see if I can figure this out. But this is not fun. And it's 6 o'clock at night. I gotta get sewing, guys. I gotta get sewing. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, we got 13 of you guys watching. Thank you very much for this. All right, we got 12 on Sewing Report Live. We got 1 on Twitch, although I think the one person is me monitoring it. So I don't know how helpful that is. All right. Yeah. What are your addresses? We will come help. Thank you for that. I think I got to figure this out on my own. All right. So what I'm going to do, all right, I'm going to put it on camera too, and then I'm going to go get some Q-tips to try to clean out the bobbin area. I'll put some pretty fabric here so you can see this. And I'm going to try to get some Q-tips so that I can try to clean out. Maybe that area needs to be cleaned out. I have no idea. Let me go get some Q-tips. We're going to see if we can troubleshoot this whole thing. We're just getting started too. All right, I'm in my bathroom now. I'm getting some Q-tips here. Yeah, it's like every once in a while. Like the stitching looks okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go over to the sewing machine. We're gonna look at the bobbin area and see if I'll move my chair here. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get the camera to a spot where you'll be able to see much. So let me cut this off. Yeah, this does not look great. Yeah, Definitely some weird skipped stitches. All right, let me get in the bobbin area. Take this out. Okay, I'm basically just going in the bobbin area and I'm just gonna sort of, that's the thing, there's really nothing there. Like, yeah, there's really not much here to clean out or anything. And the needle, so the needle plate, there's literally nothing under it either. So I don't really know what there would be to, there's really not much to clean here, honestly. There's really like nothing. What are we gonna do here? Yeah, and I don't really, that's the thing, I haven't bought any other needles for this machine. So the size I have is like literally the only size I have. Plus this thread is 40 weight, so it is pretty thick. Let me see if there's any other, I could try some other, I do have like some Oregon needles, but they're the same size, so I suppose I could try those out. I don't know, we'll see, we'll try to change the needle. That's the thing, the problem kind of started when I changed the needle, so I don't know if maybe that's a thing, not really sure. Yeah, there really wasn't anything to like clean out or whatever, so that didn't seem to be the issue. Let's see here. I'm putting a Q-tip in there, but there's like literally, all right, I do need to vacuum. There's like a little catch-all area underneath that there's stuff, but that's not even close to the bobbin area. All right. Okay, here. We're working on it. Technical issues, people, technical issues. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna put the sewing machine camera back on in a little bit once I get this situated, and then we're gonna try to change the needle just to a different needle. I don't know if that'll work, but maybe. I mean, maybe it'll help. I have no idea. Okay, so we're gonna change this. Okay. All right, so I'm setting, sorry, I'm trying to get this camera in focus. And then we'll put this back to the sewing machine camera. Okay, and then I'm gonna try to change, but yeah, the needle is really hard to get out. That's the only issue. It's very difficult. All right. All right, so we're going back to the sewing machine camera, and I'm gonna just try to switch out, we're just gonna try to switch out the needle. Let's just try to do that. I don't know if it'll work. Let's do that. Okay, so I've got these Oregon needles. Again, they're the same size. I don't know if these will be any better. Are these ballpoint needles? I don't even know. We'll just try a different needle. But yeah, I changed out the needle because I had the previous needle in there for quite a while. So I figured it was time to change it out. And that sort of seems to be when the issues started. So the only thing is, it's really difficult. Ah, there goes my screw. This needle, it's just very difficult to like get out. Like, ah. All right, let me try to lift. No, let me see if I can get this to a higher point. Okay. It's just really difficult to like yank it out. So once it's in, it's like really in there. All right, let's do this. I don't know. This is kind of frustrating, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many maybe I'll get some like pliers or something. I wonder if that'll help me with the needle. Let me see if I can get some, actually, yeah, I've got some coated pliers. Let me see if that'll work. That might help me a little bit. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough, right? Let me see here. I've got some pliers. Hey, troubleshooting in real time, right? These are for key fobs, but I'm going to try it out for this. This might help a little bit. We'll see. Okay. So I've got these pliers here. Also, my husband, yeah, this is My husband has some like other pliers. I just need something to like grip the needle. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, that worked actually pretty good. All right, so let me check the needle, make sure. Like, that's the thing, there doesn't seem to be anything really wrong with the needle. So the needle seems okay. All right, so let me get another needle out. I don't know if this will be any better. Are these ball? I'm not even sure if these are. It says ballpoint. I hope these aren't ballpoint needles. They might be. Let's see here. They don't say ballpoint, so might be okay, hopefully. I do need to order some more needles. I just don't have any. Okay, so let me compare these two. These look pretty similar. All right, let's just try a different needle. See if that makes a difference. I have no idea. I need to try. But I can use, the good thing is I can use these pliers to sort of grip the needle. So that might be good. Okay, trying to make sure this is like, and it's got to be sort of front to back, left to right. This looks pretty good. Let me get the pliers to sort of, all right, yeah, this is pretty much up as much as it can be. Okay, so maybe just changing the needle will help. I have no idea. I really hope these aren't ballpoint needles because that would be inappropriate for the project. I am going to order some more needles. I just don't. These are literally the only ones I have. I just haven't gotten around to ordering more. So we're going to try this and see if this helps. I don't know. I'm going to try to push this. All right, this is now at kind of an angle though. So, oh wait, here we go. Yeah, this is moving around a little bit. So we need to sort of move this. Here we go. I'm trying to get it up as far as I can in here. Guys, I really hope this works. I don't want to have skip stitches anymore. This is not fun. This is not fun at all. All right, let me trim this off a little bit. Okay, oh, and the needle just fell on the floor. I don't want to step on that for sure. All right, let me get the needle here. I'll put this in here. All right, we'll just put this back. I hope this works, guys. All right, let's rethread this. All right, yeah, so yeah, I use these pliers that are actually for like key fobs, and this actually worked pretty good, so I might keep these around. We'll keep these handy for now. You never know when you're gonna need these. All right, I'm gonna put the bobbin back in. Okay, yeah, the bobbin actually seems all right. So the bobbin, weirdly today, the bobbin is not really the issue. Okay, strangely enough. Let's get the bobbin back in the bobbin case here. Hopefully this is the end of my sewing machine problems today. Who knows though? Who knows? All right, we'll see if. All right, and that scarf I sewed earlier, that's going to be sort of a, that'll be like the demo one. That won't be one I sell because, yeah. Even though that stuff will be on the inside, I think that would sort of bother me. All right, here we go. It seems to be, everything's right. It's going from left to right. Seems all right. All right, let's get the bobbin thread. Okay, all right, let's try a test sample now and see how this goes. The bobbin thread seems fine. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is pretty, like this will be my my example one. This definitely won't be one I sell. All right, so I'm gonna try a scrap now. Now that we're here, all right, I'll move my chair in a little bit. We're gonna try a scrap here and see how this goes. Oh please, please guys. All right. You know what? Maybe it was just the needle. So this seems to be much better now. Yeah, look at this. This is like totally good. Yay! All right, so just changing the needles seemed to work. Yeah, this seems much better. All right, so I think I feel pretty good about this whole thing. All right, let's try another scarf now. All right, yay! All right, this one's a little jacked up. This is, yeah, this does not look, look at this stitch, these stitches. This does not look good. This will be the one that I'll use for myself for like photos and stuff. But we're not gonna sell, we're definitely not gonna sell that one. All right, let's do another scarf now. All right, well, that was fun. We figured that out. So just changing the needle seemed to help. So we're gonna go with it. Let's try another one here. All right, we're gonna go up to 2.75 stitch length. Please don't let's have it. All right, yeah. For some reason that needle just seemed to be a dud. So I think that seems to be what it was. Hopefully, yes. Okay, yeah, I'm not running into any of these issues anymore. Okay, yeah, this all looks good. This all looks pretty good. I will say that that guide I found online was really no help though. That was like zero help. And it didn't even seem to apply to my sewing machine, so I was like, whatever. I'm probably gonna throw out this little scrappy piece soon too and get a new one. All right, so yeah, that seems to be pretty, yeah, this is like, look how much better this is. Look how pretty this stitching is now. Okay, so that seemed to be the culprit, was just that particular needle didn't seem to want to play ball. But reinserting a new one seems to be cool. All right, Miss Sewing Machine, we're cool now. We're cool. Yay. All right, good, good, good. Got lots of loose threads here, loose fibers. All right, well, that seemed to do the trick, huh? Who knew? Who knew? Let's back stitch a little bit. All right, yay. Let's check this out. Okay. Yeah, no more issues. Not a single skip stitch. This is what I'm looking for here. Yeah, no issues here. All right, cool. Cool. Yay. All right, let's keep sewing. Sometimes it's just a matter of like trying a few different things. Like I rethreaded the machine. I reinserted the bobbin case. So a lot of stuff like that. And that seemed to really, you know, but it definitely, in this case, it definitely seemed to be the needle though. So once I change that out, seems all right. Do a little back stitching. All right, we're totally good now. Yay. Trim some threads here. Yeah, the one with the jacked up stitching, we'll just not be selling that one. Let's just say that. But yeah, this stitching looks perfect. That's the thing, this machine is really great overall. I'm very happy with it. Again, this whole thing was just sort of a fluke though. So this will be the one I keep and use for photos and stuff. It'll be all right. Yeah, this needle seems way better. I also know I need to order some more needles. Need to order more needles. Okay. All right, got another one down. See, once I have those issues worked out, things have been going fairly quickly. All right, let's double check this stitching. Yeah, this stitching seems perfect. So this is good. This is good. All right, we're back on track. We are back. All right, this is the jacked up one. All right, we're getting back on track. I'm just gonna sew all of these guys. All right, we'll sew the rest of this one, sure. Okay. I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom at some point too. I kind of do. At a certain point, we'll do like a restroom break, maybe a snack break, water refill break, that kind of thing. My husband's still out fishing. I didn't even realize he was gone in the morning either. I figured he was still here and I didn't even realize he wasn't here. Sort of funny. Okay. double check the underside. It looks good. All right, trim some threads here. Also, I guess good to know that those pliers worked well for removing the needle too. That was cool. That was a good sewing tip there. If you have, or use like a pair of coated pliers. Any coated plier, like rubber coated pliers, will work for getting out stubborn sewing machine needles. That seemed to work pretty good. Okay. All right, got another one down. What's going on here? All right. Ah, no, got another. We have more bobbin issues now. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, I think we do. Okay. All right, well, it looks like I'm going to need to take out my bobbin again. Ah, all right. Yeah, got to do that. All right, yeah, the bobbin got stuck again. That's just life, huh? Just life. Yep, it got tangled up. The bobbin keeps getting like tangled up in stuff, so that's not really fun. Okay. But hey, you know what? I'm getting faster with this stuff, right? Okay. All right, here we go. This is good. All right, cool. Let's get another piece here. Get these all sewn up, and then we'll get to finishing these scarves up. Now that I've got my sewing machine issues hopefully figured out, right? Okay. Yeah, this is so much better. So much better. Ah, all right. All right. Let me get my awl out too. That might help me. Where did I put the sewing awl? Sorry, the camera's getting... It's kind of in the way of my drawer here. All right, so it might get bumped around a little bit. So you can use like a sewing awl as like another finger. Like if you don't want to get your own finger in here too. So you can do that. All right. So you can do that. Okay. All right, let's go to the next piece here. All right, good. No bobbin issues at the moment, so that's good. Yeah, again, I haven't had too many issues with this machine. Occasionally, I think it's this, you know, using the pre-wound bobbins though with the white thread has definitely cut down on issues. So I really try to use the white thread whenever I can and use the pre-wound bobbins. The pre-wound bobbins have been great. And I haven't really had any issues when I'm doing that. So if you can use the pre-wound bobbins, do it. I got mine from Headband. It's the company that makes the glide thread. And I am loving them. Okay. Yeah, look how beautifully this sews. Oh, beautiful stitches. Again, and it sews like quickly. It's very easy. I do overall find this machine very easy to use. I know today it doesn't seem like it, but it really is a pretty comfortable machine to sew on and use. Okay. All right, move on to another piece here. Okay. You see, this goes by pretty quickly as long as you're not having any issues with your machine. It's pretty fast, actually. All right. Trim this. All right, well, I think I can do one more stitch here. Okay. So you can use this as sort of a finger. All right, on to another one. All right. I'm just gonna work on these until there's no more left. So that's pretty much it. And again, I'm doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance and about a 2.75 stitch length. Actually, right now it's on a 3, so you could really, you know, you could do either one. So I kind of switched it to a 3. Oh wait, I didn't back stitch. All right, let's do this. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, let me trim this. Okay. All right, we got this one. All right, this is the jacked up looking one. Let's see here. This one needs to be done on the other side. So you see, I'm just doing each side kind of separately. That seems to work out fine. Okay. I'll stop to clip these. Yeah, no more skipped stitches. We seem to have fixed that particular issue. I'm sure there'll be more though, but this one seems to be better now. All right. Let's see here. This one is done. Let's see here. This one is done. Okay. Do we have all of these done? All right, let me check. This one's done. This one's done. done. Jacked up but done. All right, we're actually, hey, what do you know? We are finished with these. All right, cool. Did not know that. All right, let's take these back and we will move on to the next step here. All right, we finished these. I think I'm gonna throw this, I'm gonna get a new scrap piece here. This one's a little, this one's ready for the trash, I think. All right, let me get my thread cup here. All right, well, we made it through that, right? So that's cool. We made it through. Okay, so we are back and ready to move on. Hello, everyone. Okay. We'll read some of the chat too. Okay. All right, keep a small bag with machine tools. Okay, cool. So here's the thing, I actually have had I've had pretty good luck with Oregon needles in particular. They've worked really well with my embroidery machine, but hey, to each their own. I think it really depends on your preference and what you find works for you. I don't have any like real hard or fast rules though. All right, thank you, Elena and Krabby Dragon. Okay, Tisa Girl, are those spring thread nippers Ginger? They are thread snips. They probably would not cut a serger chain in one snip. I would probably not recommend that. There are a special, I used to sell these, but I don't have any more because they were out of stock. There are specific seam rippers just for surged seams. So look for, what is it called? Look for seam ripper for surged seams, and you'll come up with something that looks like a scalpel, and that's probably what you want for doing that. Oh wait, you want to know if they cut a serger chain? Yeah, they will cut that. Okay, so that actually, okay, I see what you're saying. If you want a thread rip, you need like a thing that looks like a scalpel. If you just want to cut the whole serger chain, yeah, that should work fine for that. I do like them. There are certainly cheaper versions, so you don't necessarily have to buy the Ginger one. But yeah, it will cut that. Okay. I made my first kimono as a mock-up. Awesome. I've never made a kimono, but they look dope, and I really want to make the Korean version called a hanbag. I have a hanbag pattern, and I watched some tutorials. I just haven't gotten around to actually making that. Okay, so we've got all of our scarves. We have like the main part sewn. All right, so I'm going to start off with the jacked up one. So I need to make sure I set this one aside so I don't sell this, because this is the one I had some issues with. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me get my scissors out. These are my Kai serrated scissors. These are my new ones. All right, I got my iron back on. We got a lot of stuff going on here. So yeah, I need to trim a lot of threads here. This is going to be my one for photos. So what I'm going to do first is snip the corners. So we're going to do that. So I'm just going to trim all of my corners to eliminate bulk at the seam allowance. So we're just going to trim all of these. I know I've made this before on stream, but if you know, hey, there's always going to be new people, so I'll keep explaining. And this is just to reduce bulk in the seam allowance, so that when you turn this right side out, there's not a bunch of fabric wadded up in all of your corners. So we're going to trim all of these. Okay. So I'm going to do this one first, just because I know this is the one that is jacked up, and I'm not going to be selling this one. All right. All right, so I got this trimmed. Okay. And now I'm going to to help me with the opening, I'm going to sort of press these seams open to sort of get it started. And I'm going to be turning this right side out. Also, I'm going to try, I have a different chopstick. I'm going to go grab that soon, because I'm going to use a chopstick with a more pointy tip today. Okay, so we're going to do this to get started. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to get my other chopstick. Do you think baby lock surgery is worth the extra money and worth the investment accolade for $3,500? I don't own one. I couldn't tell you. I have a brother 1034D serger. It's like 8 years. I've had it since 2015. It works fine. It depends on what you surge. You may decide a baby lock is worth it to you. I personally don't own one. I don't plan on buying one, but I do know a lot of people who own them and love them. So I really think it's personal preference in terms of what you want for a serger. Also, like if you do a lot of professional sewing, that may be worth it to you. You know what I mean? I don't do a lot of serging, so that's why I personally don't need an expensive serger. You know, I did poke a little fun at the Brother Airflow 3000 commercial, but in all honesty, it does look pretty cool, and that one is probably a lot cheaper. I've sewn on a really expensive serger at a workshop. It was like a $7,000 one. That was a little crazy. I personally wouldn't pay that much for a serger, but I'm not everybody, and I can't make that's why I really try not to make any so here's the thing, I try not to make any hard and fast suggestions for buying choices for sewing machines or even for supplies, because what works for me may not work for you and vice versa. And we're all different. Like I don't feel like there's a lot of right and wrong answers in terms of equipment or supplies. Again, I might like one brand of needles, someone else might not. It really depends on your own experience, but I also, I have a hard time recommending anything I don't own or use. So I really am uncomfortable with recommending something that I don't have experience with. And two, just because I like something doesn't mean you're going to like it. So I don't have any sponsorships here at the Sewing Report besides my own Etsy shop. So I am not beholden to any particular companies or brands. I'm not brand loyal to anybody. I'll try whatever. And I just really think, I really try not to say you have to use this or only this brand will work for you. I have my preferences, but just because they're my preferences, everybody's different. We all sew and quilt differently. And I feel like I am not the person that should be telling you what to buy or what not to buy. I can share my experiences with you, but I will say as a consumer, you need to do your own research and you need to try out different things for yourself to determine what the best supplies and sewing machines are for you. So that's why it's really hard for me to give very specific recommendations, because you might be sewing different projects, you might have a different situation. Also, certain sewing machines may not feel comfortable to you, and they might feel great to me. So I really am wary about anyone making any very hard and fast rules. I'm also not a gatekeeper type. If something works for you, even if it's not the quote-unquote correct way of doing things, as long as you're getting the result you want, who am I to say it's wrong? That's all I'll say. So, anyways, all right, let me go get my chopstick, and then we'll be back here. And we are going to turn these right side out. So I'm going to start off with this one, but let me get my other chopstick. So, gotta go grab that. At some point, I do need to take a restroom break. Not right now. And I'm glad the rabbit's taking a nap, so she's not doing anything super crazy. That's cool. All right, I'm in my kitchen now. I'm getting a chopstick. Okay. All right, this chopstick, I forgot where we got these. This one has been through the dishwasher a few times, and it's getting a little bit warped. That's fine. That's okay. Okay, so this one has a bit more of a real point on it. So I don't know if this would help for the tips, but we'll find out. We'll find out. All right, let's pull this right side out. And I'm just using that little 2-inch opening, and I'm pulling it out right side. And I'm going to set this one aside because this is going to be the one that I don't sell because this says the jacked up stitching on it. So we're not going to sell that one. But yeah, People ask me for recommendations all the time. I can tell them what I like, but I'm really not comfortable with telling people you need to buy this one or you shouldn't buy this one, because again, we all have different experiences with different products, and I just feel it's a little disingenuous to tell people what to buy or what not to buy. You know, if something works, or what to do even. Like, if I do something one way and you like doing it another way, neither way is necessarily wrong. You know, everybody has different ways of doing things, and I really dislike when people are trying to like police how someone else does something. You know what I'm saying? Like if you go on Reddit or if you like look in the comment sections of everything, people be like, you're not doing it right. Well, it's like, who are you to, you know, if this person's getting the result they want, you know, it's not like, this is sewing and quilting, you know, it's not like, you know, it's not like lives are at stake, if you get what I'm saying here. So I'm just wary about trying to, you know, I want to help people steer you in the right direction for you, but it's also really hard to make like suggestions, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know if you know, again, I've never bought a baby lock serger, so I don't know if it would be worth it, you know, but again, I'm also not doing a lot of clothes and stuff, so it really depends. A lot of people I don't think even need a serger if you're not doing a lot of clothing. All right, here we go. We're going to poke this out very gently. This is looking, all right, yeah, this chapstick, oh, this is making a great point. Okay, I'm glad I got this chopstick out, because this one's, even though this is the one with the jacked up stitching, this is making a really nice point here. And again, I'm poking out really gently. So yeah, you can certainly see what I'm using. And I'm glad, but yeah, don't just watch my reviews. See if you can find other reviews on the product, and specifically look for reviews that are not sponsored. Because again, I'm not saying you can't be genuine and do a sponsorship, but as a consumer myself, if I see that the person got a product for free or if it's a sponsored video, you know, I'm going to be real with you. I'm a little bit skeptical of it. Let's just say that. And I'm definitely going to want to, I personally look for reviews where the person has no relationship to the company and where they don't, where they paid for it themselves. All right, yeah, this point actually looks really good. Let me try to gently poke it a little bit more. And again, I don't want to poke too hard because then you could pop the stitches, and you don't really want that. So we'll do this one first. All right, so we got one side done. Yeah, because this fabric is so delicate, the fact that this has heavy stitching on this side is going to look a little wonky. So this is going to be the one, this is not going to be one I sell. So we're going to make a few samples though. This is not going to be one I'm selling. Okay, oh, you have a 1034DX? You know what? Here's the thing, I would take that to the limit, like use that one as much as you can. There's nothing wrong with that serger at all. And I don't know if you should have to pay $3,500 for a baby lock one. That's a lot of money. Like that's a used car. That's like about as much as my car is worth probably. So yeah, I don't think you necessarily, I mean, if you really want one and you have the money for it and you think it would make your life easier or better, then try it out, you know. The other thing I don't endorse here, again, I don't care if people do this, but I don't promote financing sewing machines. So you will never see me encouraging you or endorsing any type of sewing machine financing. That's not something I personally would do. So I've made a decision here that that's not something I'm going to encourage other people to do. Again, if you finance sewing machines, I have no issues with that, if that's a decision you make. But I've decided here that it's not something I'm going to promote. I know a lot of sewing machine dealers push that. That's just not how I want to live my life. And that's not how I want to tell other people to do either. So you're not going to see any sewing machine financing recommendations here either. It just, you know, I mean, again, financing a car, that's something you use to get around. Financing a sewing machine for a lot of people is a hobby for us. So I don't know, like that's the thing. I'm not real into the idea of making payments on something I use for fun, you know, at least for me. Again, if that's you, totally cool. That's just something I've kind of chosen here not to really like promote, if that makes sense. All right, I'm gonna get the other chapstick too. We're gonna get it started with this one and then we're gonna keep going with the other one. We'll see if this works. So I'm just basically, yeah, I'm glad I'm wearing short sleeves today too because it's getting warm in here. I live in Florida, so it's already kind of getting hot. Okay, so we're gonna start it with this one and then we're gonna try to poke out the tip a little bit more with the other one. I know that sounds a little weird, but hey, it's okay. Where is my opening here? Yeah, we got off to a little bit of a rough start with the sewing machine issues, so we're a little bit slow going today with the scarves. All right. Oh, this point looks really nice. Okay, so I started it with the chopstick with a little more of a larger blunt end, and then I finished it with the one with the more pointy end, and that seemed to work out okay. And again, these are like next to free. These are pretty much free, so, you know, just use these. All right. So we're gonna finish this one up, and I'm gonna make a mark on this just so I know this is like the one I'm not selling. I'm just gonna make an X with the marking pen right here. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna try to. Yeah, this is looking really nice. This one is looking, even with all the issues with the sewing machine stitches, this one still looks okay. Again, it's not like it's bad or anything. It's just not one I'm going to sell. All right. Got a lot of loose stuff around here. All right, we got 11 people watching on YouTube and Twitch, and we've got, oh, we have like one, we actually have one Twitch viewer. Welcome, Twitch viewer. Hello. Oh, wait. Oh, Tissa Girl, you're the one watching on Twitch. Cool. Okay, we got the Twitch viewer. Hello. All right, awesome. Okay, yeah, so I use a software called StreamYard, and it is telling me that you are on Twitch. Okay, and Kiko Hut was also on. Okay, so Kiki Hot 23, I like that username. Okay, so we got like 1 to 2 Twitch viewers here. Awesome, welcome. Okay, yeah, it took me a second to realize you were on Twitch, but StreamYard actually tells me where you're watching from, which is cool. All right, awesome. Welcome, welcome. All right. Welcome to the Sewing Report if this is your first time here. All right, so we're going to get this kind of pressed out. So I'm sort of starting to press these from the middle, pressing them out with my finger. I'm using about a medium iron. And then I find that makes it easier to kind of press out the seams like this when they've already been sort of pressed away from each other, if that makes sense. I don't know. All right, my husband's home from fishing. He's badly sunburned. Oh my gosh. Did you wear sunscreen? Mm-hmm. You did? SPF 100. Oh my gosh. All right, he's wearing SPF 100 sunscreen and he's still... He looks like he's been living on an island for 100 years or something. I don't know. You're very dark. Okay. All right, so this is going to be the opening. Okay. Okay, so if you want to so yeah, I would just get thread snips then. That should be fine for trimming your serger chain. Just something, yeah, just look for thread snips. And you can look for the Ginger ones. And that should be okay. Yeah, and they're not that expensive. I think that might be like $20. But again, there are also cheaper versions. So you don't necessarily need the Ginger one. You can, I mean, they cost like $5 to $10 if you get like a cheapo one. So they're not super expensive. All right, we've got 9 people on Rumble, and we've got 11 people on YouTube and Twitch. All right, we have like 20 people. Cool. All right, cool. Batissa Girl, if you are interested in the baby lock, I would go to a dealership and see if you can test one out, you know. That'll give you a better idea. Bring the type of fabrics you normally sew with, and they'll let you try it out. Especially since they're trying to sell you one. They're definitely going to try to give you a demo there. All right, so again, I don't use my serger a ton. I should though, because I have it. All right, so, okay, so this is going to be my opening here. And notice, like, I've got the fabric folded in. So the last step after I press this is just to sew this opening shut. So I'll do this first one, and then we'll do the rest just to demonstrate. All right, this needs to be folded out a little bit more. So you see, like, you'll have to kind of roll the fabric away from the seam and keep pressing it. So see, this wasn't quite good. All right. But this, you see how pressing it in the middle first makes it easier to press on the edge here. So we're just gonna do this now. Okay, but welcome from Twitch. Yeah, you guys are my first Twitch viewers. I'm sort of new to Twitch. I did stream on Twitch like 5 years ago, and I haven't. It's been a while. Let's just say that since I streamed on Twitch. But we're back. We're back, and we're doing stuff. Really wanted to try to be on multiple platforms. Okay. You know, get in touch with Gen Z, even though I'm not a member of Gen Z at all. I'm an old millennial. I'm definitely not young. And I'm not a gamer, so that whole thing is a little foreign to me. All right. We'll just keep pressing this. Okay. It's pressing out really nicely. I think these will be really cute. A little steam here. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Points look pretty decent. Yeah, this point definitely looks. You know what? I'm actually gonna try to. I'm gonna try to poke out the corner again. All right, let's try to do this one a little bit better. Again, I'm being a little nitpicky here, but you know, hey, we're having fun. All right, here we go. Let's poke this one out a little bit. Actually, this is about, I feel like this is about as much as it can go. All right, maybe this is it. Okay. Yeah, Ginger is a really good, they make very good cutting tools, and they're fairly reasonably priced for what they are. All right, let's do this chopstick again. Okay. Try this one again. We're just gonna, I know I'm being a little particular about these points. I probably don't need to be this particular about it. Okay. So I haven't tried the Famore. I think I might have like a couple things from Famore. I don't even remember. Again, I don't think that's a bad, I'm not, you know, there's nothing wrong with any of these brands. I just haven't tried like everything. Okay. All right, we got to press out this side here. All right, so we'll do one scarf first, and then we'll do the rest. But I just wanted to give everyone an idea of what this will look like when it's done. I know we're about like 2 hours in. Okay, I'm just gonna press this a little bit. So you notice I'm kind of using my fingers to press the fabric away from the seam first, and then I'm folding it. Then I'm kind of folding it off to the side here like this. Okay, should be pretty good. This will give you a pretty good press here. all right, we've got to pop out this corner a little bit. And pressing this makes a lot of the difference. So like you'll get a really nice result if you just take the time to press really well. You know, again, it'll take you a little bit, again, this is like a pretty time consuming process, but it definitely looks better this way. All right, so let's get this all pressed out. And then I'll do this one first to show you, and then we'll do the rest of them. Kind of assembly line style. Okay, just to get one done. Okay. All right, so here is the opening. See, you can, the way you want it is you shouldn't really be able to tell where the opening is. So like this fabric folded up and lined up pretty well with the rest of the edge. All right, so to know where I need to sew, I'm gonna make some marks like a little past the end of the opening, and I'm going to basically top stitch this closed from here to here. And that's really the last step, and I'm gonna glue baste again too. So we're gonna do a little glue basting, a little more. You know I love this glue. I love my glue here. Also, this is all, we're gonna take off this crusty part. Here we go. That feels really good just to get rid of the crusty part, the dried off glue. Did anyone used to like eat the, remember like, I think I did used to eat some of this glue when I was a kid, like 5 or something. Again, I told you I'm weird. I think I remember doing stuff like that. I don't know, I was strange. Okay, so I'm just gonna glue baste this shut. And that's why I made these marks, because once you glue baste this shut, it's gonna be really hard to tell where the opening is, because it's really not very noticeable. Okay, so now this is glue basted shut. So I'm just basically going to stitch a line as close to this edge as I can and back stitch. All right, I'm also gonna press this area a little bit better. And we'll go back over to the sewing machine for that just to show you. Maybe I'll try to put this scarf on. You know, we'll see if that'll work. I don't know. Okay, but this is looking pretty snazzy here. All right, we're gonna go over to the sewing machine and we're just gonna sew this shut here. All right, so we'll head back over there and finish this first scarf that I will not be selling because the stitching is a little weird on it. Okay. All right, so we're back at the sewing machine. And again, I've got it at about a 3 stitch length. All right, and I'm just going to start at the mark here, but I'm trying to get like pretty close to the edge here. So I'm trying to get real close to the edge. All right, and I'm gonna, here we go. I'm gonna do a few stitches forward. All right, I'm gonna pull this so it doesn't get tangled up. All right, a couple back stitches. Okay. And then notice I'm trying to sew as close to the edge as I can so that it's not too obtrusive here. All right. Hopefully this caught the fabric on the other side. We'll check. All right, and I'm doing a few more back stitches, and that's really it. Let's see how this looks here. Okay. All right, actually that looks really good, and it did catch, all right, it did catch the stitches. It caught most of the stitches on the back. This is gonna be my sample anyway, so this will be okay, but it got most of the, there's a little section where it kind of missed, but that's because this wasn't even on this side from this side, but this is just my sample, so we'll go with it. We're gonna make a few samples here. So we're just gonna trim these threads here. And yes, this is my gingham, these are my gingham thread snips. Okay. And now we have a completed scarf here. Let me get these little threads here. There's threads like all over the place here. This is kind of a mess, honestly. That's all right. Okay. All right, we're back, and here's the finished scarf here. And you can see I've closed up the opening. But notice, like, because I used matching thread and because I sewed so close to the edge, it's really not very noticeable on the scarf. I did miss a couple stitches here. That's not like a huge, honestly, that's not a huge deal, especially since this is not what I'm selling. But here's the finished scarf. It's about, let's see, it's about 36 inches long. And you can tie this on a purse. You can use this as a neck scarf. You know, again, I saw on the Hermes website, they were using this as like a little wrist thing or something. So that was kind of interesting. So they had like a little, you know, tie, and then they put like, so they were using this as sort of like a bracelet. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with this. You can hand wash these. I wouldn't really recommend throwing these in the washer and dryer because this fabric is kind of delicate. So I would actually hand wash these. But if they get a little wrinkly, all you have to do is, you know, press them again. So they can really snap back into shape quite quickly if you're using them and they get all wrinkly. So this is the finished scarf. This is the one with the angled ends. We're going to finish the rest of them, and then we'll make some more, we'll try to make some blunt end ones then too. So again, this is going to be my sample, and I'm going to keep making these throughout the week or whatever, because I'm trying to build up my inventory of scarves here. All right, so these are the ones that are not jacked up, so we'll work on these next. Okay. All right, my iron is on, so we're just gonna, all I'm gonna do is, and the reason I'm sort of pressing this fabric away from the edge is so that when I turn it right side out, the fabric will have already been folded the direction it needs to go, and that'll make it a little bit easier for you to close up that opening. So that's really it. All right, so we're going to trim these corners. Trim the corners here. And I'm cutting close to the stitching, but I'm making sure not to cut actually into the stitching. All right, we're going to cut this corner here. All right, get this one. So I'll go ahead and I'll cut all of the corners now and stuff, and then we'll start. Actually, yeah, we'll do that now. And then we will start turning all of them right side out. All right, yeah, I'm cutting close to the stitching, but I'm being very careful not to cut into the stitching. Okay. So let's do the next one. Yeah, I've got stuff all over the place here. These are my navy examples here. And if anyone has any questions, let me know in the chat or in the comments if you're watching on the replay. If you have a comment, yeah, let me know too. Pretty much anything. You can just talk. You can say what you want. All right, here's the openings. Yeah, and I tried to make the openings small so that there's not that much visible stitching on the finished scarf. I am also going to make sure to include a close-up photo of that in the listing, just so people know off the bat and they're not disappointed when they get the item. So I really want to be clear about the fact that it will have that little row of stitches on the outside, just because I don't want any customers to be like disappointed, if you know what I'm saying here. All right, we're gonna clip this. Okay. How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? And we'll take a quick break to thank our Sewing Report Live sponsor, the Sewing Report Etsy shop. Because this channel is not monetized, I rely on support like shopping with the Etsy store, where you can get fabric and sewing supplies and new luxury handmade gifts like zipper pouches, scarves, and other small handmade items that I will soon be selling in the shop. We have fabric bundles, Lots of needles, pins, thread, vinyl for embroidery. We got lots of stuff in here. So I really appreciate all of the support. Also, if you are here and it's your first time and you like what you see, I would appreciate hitting the like button and subscribing to Sewing Report Live because we are trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so we can get this channel monetized and make this financially feasible for me long term. So that is greatly appreciated. But I'm trying to get like a, just sort of an online community here on YouTube so that we can, have a place to come hang out, chat, and meet each other. So that's really the purpose of this all. Hello, Lisa. All right, Lisa's here. Hello. Yes, and that's the thing. I want this to be something where you can just come and go. Again, you don't need to stay for all 6 hours or whatever. You can, if you see I'm live and you want to drop in for a little bit, you can. Again, no obligation. Just something, I just wanted something where people could be like, oh, hey, I know if I go here at this time, I can talk to other people in the sewing community. So that's really what the purpose of this is. This isn't really like a sew along workshop type live stream. This is more just a chill hangout, come meet people. And I also want to attract people who don't sew but are just curious about how things are made. So that's really what the whole point of this is. Let's see here. There are already other people doing live sew-alongs, and I wanted this to be a little bit different than that, kind of make my own way with the live streaming stuff. All right. This one is done. All right, we got one more, and then we can start turning them right side out. Actually, I'll trim the corners first. Also, this one has a lot of loose threads on it, so I really try to keep my threads sort of neat and trim stuff if I see it. All right, let's trim this. I'm really congested today, too. Okay. But yeah, when I'm turning these right side out, that should give me a pretty good opportunity just to kind of chill and chat, because this is a fairly mindless activity. So it's really not too, there's not a lot of mental labor, you know what I'm saying? Also, my nose itches so bad. I gotta get something to eat at some point. Again, I went to bed at 5 a.m., so... and I've been eating kind of late too, so I'm not really super hungry right now or anything. It's really not that bad. Okay, so now we can turn this right side out. Man, my nose itches so bad though. All right. All right, we'll put it in the picture-in-picture for a little bit. Hopefully my hair doesn't look super crazy. I don't know. But yeah, we're making some skinny scarves today. I've been making skinny scarves all week. I guess I'm starting like a factory or something, like a little handmade factory. I don't know. You could make some sweatshop jokes here. That wouldn't be totally inappropriate. But don't worry, my working conditions here are okay. So it's not that bad. All right, Lisa, good question. How are the handmade items selling in your Etsy shop? So I've sold 2 out of the 5 sets of zipper pouches. So that's a good question. So here's my thing so far. So I've had the Etsy shop for over 2 years. And obviously most of the customer base is people who sew. So I understand that's not really the target market for selling, handmade luxury items. That's kind of how I'm marketing it. So here's my thing. I think I need to have a bigger selection of items in that particular section of the shop. So that's why I'm working on this. So I have a bigger selection of things I can offer people. I think once I build up the inventory of different types of handmade items, and I've already gotten a bunch of stuff made, I think they'll sell better when people have more to choose from. I'm also working on marketing for these particular items. And I talked about that a little earlier. With these purse scarves, I obviously need to market this to a higher end clientele and someone who's into purses. So my plan for that is to try to tap in. There are quite a few people on social media who are into fashion, so that's where I think I need to market these products to. Especially because even though these products are quote unquote expensive for us, for someone who's paying $200 for a designer scarf or $400, literally some of these brands are charging $400 to $700 for their branded zipper pouches. A $50 zipper pouch next to that will look fairly reasonable. So I really think those are the type of customers I'm looking to target for these types of items. And I think I'm not really expecting a high volume of sales of these yet, because I think I really need to build up sort of like the marketing for this particular category and just become more well-known and have more items to sell. So I think if I can do that, I think I might be able to get these sales better in terms of the Etsy handmade stuff. And again, the two people who bought the zipper pouches are actually viewers, so I really appreciate everyone who did. Obviously, they did it because I think they appreciated these shows, but I think long-term, my target customer for these is someone who doesn't sew and likes high-end designer items. Those are who I'm really trying to market to. So I'm going to be working on the marketing for these products over the next few weeks. But the first thing I need to do is actually get a bunch of these made. So that's why I'm making a bunch of these scarves. I'm also going to make a bunch of I think I'm going to try to make some everyday pouches. I think that'll be a lot quicker than the pedal pouches, just because those took so long to make. But I appreciate you asking. And that's sort of the plan, is I need to get a bunch of different things made, because right now there's only one item for sale in that section, and I think it would really help to have a bunch of different stuff, a bigger selection, and also I really need to work on marketing to a different group of people, because right now, again, the people I'm marketing to are people who sew and make stuff, because I'm selling mostly supplies. So that's sort of how it's going so far. It's going about as well as I expected. I was not expecting like sales to just roll in. That's not really how Etsy works. And I think when people expect that, I think that's when you tend to be like, have unrealistic expectations for your shop. All right. Here's the opening. But again, feel free to use any of this, my market research for your own, or suggestions for your own purposes. You're welcome. Heck, you're welcome to make and sell these too. This is not like a, proprietary design by any means. I literally copied this from like the designers. So, all right, the high-end stuff is probably really making a sweatshop and not the quality of yours. Yeah, we really don't know, who's making some of this stuff. And there's this woman named Autumn Beckman. She has like a luxury handbag channel, and she was kind of talking about this as well. A lot of people want stuff to be like made in France or made in Italy, but apparently there's this whole thing where companies will hire Chinese sweatshop workers and bring them to those countries to make stuff. So because a lot of us, when we see like made in China, we're kind of put off or whatever. But her point was, would you feel differently knowing if the item was quote unquote made in France, but it was made by a Chinese sweatshop labor? Like, would that change the way you feel about the item? And you probably would. Like when you think about made in France or made in Italy, you're picturing like a French or Italian artisan making stuff in like a fancy workshop. You're not expecting a Chinese sweatshop laborer to be making stuff in France. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was a really good food for thought kind of video. And I thought that was pretty interesting. Look how nice these points turned out. That a lot of these luxury brands are not using like well-paid artisans to make stuff. They're literally importing workers from third world or like, not as, wealthy nations or like, Chinese people. And they're basically using those people for cheap labor, which kind of, is a little weird. It's a little uncomfortable to think about, if you know what I'm saying here. But yeah, that would change your perception if you thought something was made in France, and it was made in France, but it was made by a Chinese laborer. That would that would definitely kind of sour your opinion on that particular item. So yeah, these items are made from a workshop in Florida, and you're watching these things be made live. So that's what I'm kind of hoping appeals for my marketing, is the fact that people can watch their items being made live on these live streams. So I don't know. We'll see how this goes. We will see how this goes. All right, got a few stuff here. All right, I need to roll this away. Here we go. But yeah, good questions by Autumn, And yeah, I think a lot of people would feel, a lot of people buy stuff made in France or made in Italy thinking it's made by like an Italian or a French person. But yeah, would you feel differently if you found out it wasn't actually made by a French or Italian person and it was made by like an Asian person or like an Indian person, who was just imported here for that purposes? You probably would, You'd feel like a certain kind of way about it. And again, I'm not saying those people could be just as skilled, they just are not the person you think is making your stuff. Because that's the thing, you can train someone who's, not French to make French stuff. Sort of like you could train someone who's not Asian to make Asian, to cook Asian food or something. But yeah, you're right. I think people might have a certain expectation. All right, we're going to try to roll this away from the seams. But yeah, when you're buying these items, you know exactly, you know exactly who's making these, right? It's me. We're going to need to sort of press this out a little bit. See, these seams are sort of rolling too much, and I don't really want that. Yeah, these points are looking really nice here. All right, Jamie's here. Hello, Jamie. All right, hi, Jen. I love that fabric. So cute. Thank you. Jamie's here in the house. Yeah, this is a Riley Blake apparel, like a designer apparel print. It doesn't even have a name to it, but it is really cute. So, yeah, I think these are turning out really cute. These little scarves. We're making the same scarves, just in a different color today, different colorway. There was a book, I wish I could remember the name. It was about high-end stuff made in small sweatshops. Yeah, I think that's happening more than we probably want to admit. I think that's probably happening with a lot of brands, probably. We just like to kind of pretend it's not happening, I don't think this is I feel like I have okay working conditions, right? You know, it's not that bad here. I'm not, you know, I don't know if I'm getting minimum wage, but, you know, who knows? We'll find out soon, huh? We'll find out soon. All right, oh, this seam definitely rolled away a little bit. I gotta get this in check. These are a little bit difficult to press. All right, so a little tricky with the pressing. All right, let's get this one out. How's everyone's Sunday going? Let me know in the chat. How's everyone's day going so far? What are you doing today? Are you working on something, or are you just relaxing? How did your weekend go? All right, we gotta press this out. Yeah, these are turning out. I really do like this color print, really nice. These are turning out really nicely. We're gonna get these all done, and then we will sew these up. All right, these are turning out really nice. So yeah, you know this. You know exactly where these are made. You know, you literally know who made these because it's me. So hopefully that helps. All right. I need to refill this iron too at some point. All right, this is getting a little. All right, so where is the opening here? The opening's around here somewhere, right? Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so this is good. You know you're doing a good job when you can't tell where the opening is. All right, I'm going to press this in a little bit more. Okay. All right. There's our opening here. All right, so let me get my marking pen. Let's see here. Was this my example? I don't know what's going on here. Okay, this is the one that's already done. Okay. I thought I did more than this. Okay. All right, so I need to mark where I need to sew. So about right here. So we'll make some real clear marks here. And about right here. And again, this pen will disappear, so you don't have to worry about it because it's not staying. All right. Oh, so Tissa Girl, I have two YouTubes. One is Sewing Report, and then the other is Sewing Report Live. And Sewing Report Live is going to be the all live channel. So that is the one. Okay, I've been studying for a certification exam. I'm hoping to pass it this week. Good luck, Jamie. I miss sewing. All of my energy has been going to studying for this exam. I'm over it, Lo. What are you trying to get certified in? That's cool. It's awesome. Well, good luck to you. Jamie is one of the biggest supporters here at the Sewing Report, so I really appreciate everything Jamie has done. She always tries to join in on the live streams. We wish you the best, Jamie, and you'll have to check back in. I'll probably do a live stream later this week, but we're not going to go live on Easter Sunday because it's a holiday, but I'll probably do a live stream maybe like, yeah, I don't know what day this week. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what day works out best. All right, so this is going to be, All right, so I'm going to make more. I always go a little overkill with the marking pen just so, sometimes this does fade a little bit over time, especially when your marker's not real fresh. The markers last like a few months if you use them pretty heavily. All right, so we got this one ready to sew. It's a tricky test. Okay, well, hopefully you sound really prepared for it. I think you got this, Jamie. I think you got it. All right, and thank you, Tissa Girl, for subbing to the live channel. But yeah, if you want to watch on Twitch, that's why I decided to do the Twitch live streams as well, because I know everybody has different viewing, different viewing preferences. You might like Twitch. That might be your vibe, and that's cool. Not everyone's like, I understand not everyone's like that into YouTube, So it's all good. It's all good. But I'm glad you found us. How did you find us on Twitch? Was it like promoted or something? I have no idea. I don't even know how Twitch works, honestly. I'm not even sure. Oh, and we made it to 350 subscribers. on Sewing Report Live. Yay! All right, so we have 650 subscribers to go and some more watch time until we can get monetized. So thank you to everybody who is subscribed. I really appreciate it. This channel so far is actually going pretty well in terms of like the progress. So I really greatly appreciate everyone. Oh, the tag sewing. Okay, that's how you found it. Cool. I did, yeah. Did I put in tags? I don't even know. Tissa girl, I'm not very tech savvy with Twitch, so I kind of tried my best, but I completely understand that I don't even like really understand Twitch that much. So I'm trying, you know, I'm trying. Okay, this is where we're gonna have to sew. Okay. All right, good luck, Jamie. I attended a Salesforce newbie training a few months ago. What's Salesforce? That sounds cool. Are you in sales, Krabby Dragon? We're gonna turn this one right side out. Yeah, this is cool. We can chat because this task is not super. This task is not super like, you know, hardcore. I can kind of chat or whatever. Okay, CRM tool. I honestly, I don't know what that is. What's CRM? It sounds official though. It sounds very official. Okay, so the Salesforce thing is an application for developing a data system online. That sounds very complicated. All right, there's like 2 other seamstresses on here at Twitch at the moment. Cool. Hey, well, I'm glad that, you know, I don't play video games at all, but it does seem like there are some creative types on Twitch doing stuff. So I'm just trying to do my part here. Customer relationship management tool for sales. Very cool. Well, we wish you the best, Jamie. What do you sell, Jamie? I'm assuming you're in sales if you're doing this test. Yes, this crafty community on Twitch is pretty huge. Yeah, I need to watch more. I've watched a little bit of Twitch. I've watched Mary Fonz do her Quilt Nerd show. I obviously don't watch gaming because I'm not really a gamer. My husband's on Twitch though. Let's see, thanks. Over my head. Yeah, I don't know a lot of this stuff either. I've never really had a sales job either. Twitch and Discord seem super cool, but I can't seem to figure them out. Yeah, same here. I figured out like the bare minimum for Twitch, but I don't really know what's going on with that. All right, state government uses Salesforce for the CRM aspect. All right. Makers and crafting to be specific. Yes, art is big too, but I like the makers and crafting more, which is more fiber. Yeah, there's some really cool people doing in the Twitch community. I kind of checked out a little bit of it. Like there's there's pretty much anything under the sun on Twitch, which is cool. And it's cool that it's a lot of younger people too. One of the reasons I do this is to try to encourage younger people to get into sewing. Just because I feel like there's not that many younger people who are like that into sewing. So that's sort of the purpose of that. The exam I'm studying for is more of an IT type of role, helping to set up the system. I'm wanting to find a remote job, and this seemed like a good option. That's cool. So you're kind of in IT stuff. All right, cool. Hey, everybody likes, that's the thing with the pandemic. Everybody wants to work, like now everyone's like, all right, we can work remote. We all want to work remote. And now that companies have now that it's been proven that you can work remotely, these companies don't really have an excuse to say, like, you have to be in the office now, I am fiber challenged. No, you're not. You're not. Okay. Makers and crafting is a category, and then art is a separate category. So the first time I streamed live on Twitch, I did stream under the art category, not realizing there was a makers and crafting category. So now I've switched over, and I hopefully am in the right category. I did do the makers and crafting category. I just didn't know it existed. And then when I found it, I was like, oh, this seems more appropriate for a sewing live stream. All right, I'd love to knit and crochet, but haven't had great luck. Well, I try. Hey, you know what? We all try. all we can do is try, right? All right, so we are doing we're poking out some more points here with chopsticks. This is very Asian of me, right? I know it's a little stereotypical, but that's all right. I love Asian food. Who doesn't? Seriously, you rarely meet anyone that doesn't like Asian food. It's so good. So good. All right, so we're going to, all right. So I think my new method is to go in with the more blunt tip chopstick and then go in with the pointier one. That seems to make pretty good points here. Seems to be pretty good. Okay, I'm IT too. That's why the job sent me to Salesforce training. I'm glad they did. I was impressed. Yeah, I literally have no idea. I don't even know what that is. I think collecting fabric and craft supplies should be its own category. That would be cool. Also, I wish YouTube's categories are like, I think I had to put this under entertainment. I put this one under entertainment, but YouTube doesn't really have any categories for sewing. So on my main channel, I have the category be how to and style. That's like the closest I could find. And then for these, I have the category be entertainment, since this is more entertainment. But YouTube doesn't even really have categories for like makers or crafting or even art, which is kind of weird, you know? It's a little strange. All right, I'm gonna have to trim some of these threads. So it seems like I feel like YouTube could kind of update their categories. They just don't have a lot of them to begin with either. You know, I stole one of my husband's chopsticks for my sewing tools. Nice. And I did see, so Jamie, I did see from your Instagram, your husband is Asian, right? Okay. Does he have his own chopsticks? I mean, we have like General House chopsticks, but I know there are people that like have their own like I've seen they sell like travel chopsticks. Like you can get a set of chopsticks for like traveling or like to keep in your bag or something, which is kind of funny. So I've seen those, like you can get like your own personal, your own like personal set too. He is Korean. Nice. Okay, so we got another Korean. Okay, so, and I know so your kids are like half Korean then, which is awesome. Hey, if he speaks Korean, maybe he could help you, like, he could help translate like K-dramas or like BTS songs or something. That'd be cool. That'd be handy. I don't know any Korean, and I'm Korean too. I definitely wish I knew the language, because I can't understand anything from K-dramas now, and that's kind of sad. Chopsticks are the best tool for almost anything. Someone taught me to knit using 2 chopsticks, since I didn't have knitting needles at the time. That's a very good that is kind of a fun option there. That's cool. We have some chopsticks. He uses them most often, and my 2 girls love using them too. Oh, man, your kids, I think half Korean kids are really cute too. Like a girl I went to college with she's in an interracial marriage, and her children are like super cute. They're just the cutest kids ever. All right, the girls watch K-dramas all the time. Nice, but my kids switch them over to English. Oh, man, opportunity to learn some Korean. That's awesome. Yeah, K-dramas are the best right now. They're so much better than anything on like American TV. I just feel like the shows are better quality and they have like a better story. I feel like American shows now are like kind of phoning it in. And then we've got all these like reboots of shows from like the 90s that like nobody asked for. You know what I'm saying here? Like, do we really need another reboot of some random show? Not really. Maybe that's just me. I just feel like there's too many reboots and not enough original. I feel like we need to have some original ideas for these shows or movies instead of rebooting Ghostbusters again or rebooting like how many Fast and Furious movies have there been? Wait, like, why not? That's why I think the Koreans are like really killing it with the entertainment, is that I feel like the Korean entertainment industry is coming up with like original ideas, stories we have not heard before. You know, they're not doing Star Wars 8 or whatever, you know, and I think that's why so many people are starting to get interested in Korean entertainment, in my opinion. I'm a little biased too, you know, but hey. All right, so now we're gonna fold this over. Yeah, I've been watching this K-drama called Island on Amazon Prime, and it's really good. It's a little spooky though, so it's probably not good for young kids because it's a little scary. But it's a really good quality show so far, and I like the acting in it. So it's definitely on my list. All right, this needs to be folded over a little bit this way. You know, Jamie, your husband might like the show Island, and it's not super girl, like it's not, you know, it's not super like chick flick. It's pretty, I feel like it's fairly gender neutral in the appeal. That I think guys could probably get interested in the show, or someone that doesn't like romantic comedies. Not everyone's, you know, I get it. Not everyone's into like the rom-coms, and that's fine. Sometimes they get a little cheesy, you know what I'm saying? Not that we don't all need a cheesy show every once in a while. Oh yeah, The Good Doctor. Yeah, I've heard of The Good Doctor. I've heard of that one. I didn't watch that one. There's a lot of Doctor K-dramas. I've seen one that was called Ghost Doctor, but I didn't finish it. It was pretty good, though, from what I could tell. I just have to go back and finish it. But I got rid of my Viki subscription because I wasn't really watching it. But now, all of these shows are starting to be licensed on Amazon Prime. So I'm like, cool. And then if there's a really good one on Netflix, I might re-up Netflix for like a month or so. I'll watch it, and then I'll get id of it again. But Netflix is not going to get my money every single month. I just, you know, I got other stuff I got to do, you know. So if there's some really good ones coming out, I might like get it back for a month or two, and then I'm gonna, you know, ditch it again. So that's my plan to evade paying for Netflix. Oh, a lot of people have sound alerts on Twitch when someone follows too, just FYI. So I've seen that. I got to figure out how to set some of that. My husband is like more active on Twitch. I feel like I need to figure out how that works. But like Tissa girl, one step at a time, girl. I'm over 40. I'm a little slow with this stuff. So one of these days I will try to figure that out. I'm amazed I was able to get on Twitch to begin with. But I feel like there's a generational gap here in terms of my knowledge. I had to watch some like how-to videos about like doing Twitch stuff to begin with. So we'll see how it goes. So maybe one of these days this old lady can figure this out, hopefully, right? But forgive me, I'm pretty old. All right, Jamie. Well, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you coming here. We've missed you the last couple weeks, so I'm glad you're able to catch us today. All right, just letting you know a lot of stuff. I know, right? Like, I've seen other people do stuff, and I also got to figure out like more of the sound effects and stuff. I feel like Twitch is just very overwhelming, especially when the person has like the chat overlay over the screen. I'm like, I feel like there's too much going on for me as a viewer, and I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, what is happening here? It's like too much visual overload. I think it's like it's almost like overstimulating. All right, you're old. Hold my beer. 60 next birthday. All right. All right. Thank you for joining us, Rose Petals Upcycle. All right, we gotta do this other side now. These are, I will say, this fabric is a little bit harder to press than the Cloud 9 rayon. I still think it's probably easier than silk though, so it's not bad. It's not bad. All right, we're gonna get this pressed. We're going very slowly today, but that's okay. We had the sewing machine issues, changed the needle. We seem to have gotten that worked out, hopefully. right, here's my opening. I need to get some water at some point. I'm so congested today. Like pretty much every day. I think I say that every live stream that I'm congested. It's pretty much a lifelong thing, I think now. It's pretty much I guess it's like a regular thing, apparently. All right, let me pop this out. I think my husband's gaming in the other room. I can hear him talking to some people or something. I don't know. He's doing something. I think it'll be easier this way. All right. Trying to get this all. This is a little. I feel like there's a little like pucker here. Let me see if I can press this out. All right, this is better now. Yeah, I realize if you guys gotta like go, you're welcome to go, come back, pop back, whatever. It's cool. Pop it. I feel like these seams kind of, I need to kind of, you see what I mean? Like, it's sort of rolled in a little bit, so I need to kind of pop this out. I need to kind of roll these seams out. So you see what I'm doing here? I'm kind of finger pressing. I'm trying to get this separated from the seam, but the fabric keeps kind of rolling back in on itself, if you get my drift. All right, here we go. I think this is a little bit better. So you just have to keep pressing and pressing and pressing. And that seems to be the key with these scarves. Just press really well. Just press a lot and you'll be okay. All right, where is the opening here? I also need to, okay, here's the opening. This opening looks pretty good. And I also make sure that there's enough fabric that it'll catch. Like if there wasn't that, like if this fabric wasn't folded in a certain amount, you know, it might not catch on the stitches. So you want to make sure you're doing that. Get some water. Okay. So we're going to keep pressing here. So basically this project is a lot of pressing. Woo! Okay. All right, so now we're going to mark where I need to sew. So I'm sort of feeling to see where the stitches start and end. And I'm just gonna make marks here. Make a mark here. See, but yeah, this is only like a 2.5, like, no, like it's about a 3-inch gap here. So, but that's fairly small. So it's not too bad. Need some more water. Got my glue bottle. You know, I know a lot of people think it's weird that I use the glue. I've got, you know, well, hey, whatever. I like the glue. And it's very cheap, you know? What can I say? It's my favorite sewing tip, like pretty much ever. All right, so we got this guy going on. All right, got another one ready to sew closed. All right, we've got 2 more after this. And then this one is all right, this one I marked with the X because this is the one I'm not selling because it's got the weird stitching. Where did it go? Okay. Did my mark come off? I don't know. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the one I haven't sewn yet. Okay. Oh, that's the finished one. Whoops. I was like, what's going on here? All right, I think this is the finished one. Okay. All right, yeah, this is the finished one. So this is the one I'll use for like photographs and, you know, pictures and stuff like that. We'll use this one. And then these will be hopefully for sale if these come out okay. Let me trim a few more of these threads here. Yeah, for some reason, starting later today, I seem to have more viewers. So starting earlier doesn't seem to have much of a benefit. So maybe I'll start at like 4:30, like 4 or 4:30 every day. That seemed to be a better, that seems to be better for viewership, honestly. Let's see, better on both, like all of the platforms pretty much. And yeah, shout out to the people on Twitch who found me today. That's awesome. My first Twitch viewers today. If you have any questions, let me know. I've been on YouTube for like 7 years, so I've been on that platform for quite a while. All right. Yeah, this fabric, I'm really liking this fabric for the scarves. I think they look really cute. Jen, love your fabric choices. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I think one of my talents in this area is I feel like I'm pretty good with the fabric curation and choosing prints that I think are like on trend enough or like have appeal. Yeah, I really like this. I really like this scarf. I think it's really cute. Very cute. Did my hair today. Man, I was up so late last night though. I couldn't, I've been having trouble sleeping and stuff. And then I end up waking up really, really, really late. Oh, thank you, Tissa Girl. Made me happy that you're on here. I was actually shockingly happy. Wow. When I saw you on, I'm like, oh wow, I know her. I follow her on YouTube. She's the best. Thank you. And now I'm on Twitch as an old lady. This old lady is on Twitch, and I'm trying to figure it out. So yeah, that's the thing. I figured if I'm going live on YouTube, I might as well go live on other platforms too. One, to make the most of the time, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're going, if you can go live in several places, why not? And I know that there are people that like Twitch, somebody even asked me why I didn't go live on Twitch, and I was like, that's a good suggestion. So I decided to figure out, I had to update my profile page though, because the last time I updated my profile was 5 years ago, and it looked very dated. So I needed to kind of fix. So I spent a little bit of time and I like fixed that to try to make it look a little more 2023. So yeah. Oh, Lisa, you remember that video? Yes. Oh, yes. The one with my, yeah. That's like a real OG video too. No, that's kind of funny. Yeah, my husband and I used to make some goofy videos here on this channel. He's not really on this channel. He doesn't really want to be on the channel anymore, but back in the day he used to help me be in more videos. He's still around though. I'm still married, so no updates there. Although the cat from that video has passed away. So Gato is no longer with us. I did spend $4,000 trying to save her, and that was very unsuccessful. So that kind of traumatized us to spend that much money on a cat for her to die anyways. That was a little disappointing. I don't know if I would do that again, but R.I.P. Gato cat. But now we've got the rabbit, so now we have a rabbit. So it's been a few years since then. Man, that poor cat. The last few months too, she ate some strings. So we had to take her to the emergency vet for that. And then she started having some weird issues, and then it was kind of downhill from there. So we still don't really know why she died. She was 9. Towards the end, she was not doing well. But we've still to this day, nobody was really able to figure out exactly why she was sick. So, but she had a good life. She was a good cat. I will say though, the rabbit, I really like having the rabbit for different reasons. And my rabbit is actually litter trained. So she's pretty good about the litter box usage. So it's actually not that, she's not that messy. Like she's messy, but it's not like crazy messy, which is kind of nice. So we like having the rabbit. She's cute. I should probably check on her in a little bit to make sure she's not doing anything crazy, but usually I can hear her. getting into trouble, and she seems to be pretty quiet this afternoon, and she seems to be a little more chill today. All right, gotta poke out this corner. Yeah, all right. Trying to poke this out gently, but try to get. Here we go. All right, all right. Yeah, I think this is about as pointy as the corner is gonna get. Got my chopsticks here. Man, I could really go for some. We haven't had Chinese food in a while. Although I did, you know what? No, I lied. I did make some. I made some sort of I made some like sort of Asian style chicken like a week ago, and it turned out pretty good. I used bibigo Korean sauce, and then I just fried, pan fried some chicken and added it, and it was pretty good. I added it with some rice. It was pretty tasty. But tonight is sandwich. Tonight's definitely sandwich night. That's for sure. And I only eat like once a day, so it's not really dinner time yet. I know this sort of looks like socks, or this sort of looks. What I'm doing right now looks a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. It does look a little strange. It's all right. All right. Yeah, this point's really nice. Oh, look at this point. Check this out. Yeah. All right, so then we gotta press this. And we'll close these up, and then we'll start some more scarves. What am I doing for the rest of the day anyways? So I have a grocery delivery coming tomorrow. Oh yeah, I got to take I do have to take the trash out tonight. So we got to do that. That's on the to-do list. Take out trash. I got to get my husband's empties. Ah, there's a hair in my face. Yeah, welcome new people from Twitch. Really glad you're. I don't know does Twitch how does Twitch promote channels? Like, how do you find out about channels on Twitch? Is it just like who's live right now or something? I honestly don't know. I'm not familiar enough with Twitch to know like how that platform like recommends channels or whatever. I was like, I guess I'll just try to go live on Twitch without really knowing like a ton about the platform. All right. All right, let's try to get this. Nah, I know I keep like moving this around. That's because I'm trying to figure out the best angle to press it at. Okay. Hello. Oh, can you get your empties out for the trash? Okay. Okay. He's like, no. I think I may have tapped out my honey-do list by asking him to change the lights over the garage. So I might be at my limit for this weekend for what I can ask him for. I don't know. All right, Tissa Girl sent me some emojis. Okay. I'm not really sure what those are. Okay, oh, those are some sewing things. Those are cool. Thank you for that. And thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. I don't have any of the cool Twitch stuff going on though. And I don't have any of that like crazy chat on screen or anything like that, which I know a lot of the Twitch streamers have. All right, so we're gonna press this out. People sub to do no ads and mostly for the emotes, but a lot of people gift me subs, which is also so sweet. Yeah, all of that really confused me. I have no idea what that is. But thank you. Thank you for the info. Oops, okay, got a little pucker here. We're gonna have to fix this. We got a little bit of, okay. I got a little bit of a, all right, I gotta press this out better. I got a little bit of a pucker here, so I gotta figure that out. Let's see, and I got a pucker over there too. This is why pressing is very important. Okay, that's a little bit better now. Let's see here. All right, let's, this just needs to be pressed out a little bit more. Okay, this should be okay. Okay, got that out. All right, I'm going to steam this area because I have a little bit of a pucker I need to, okay, here we go. I can sort of seam this out. This isn't too bad. All right, so now I got to do the opening for this one. Okay. There we go. All right, so here is my opening. This is only like 2 inches. All right, actually I'm gonna sew it on this side because this side's lighter, so I'll be able to see the marks better. All right, so you see this is good. You can't really tell where the opening is, which is ideally what you want. It should line up with the rest of your seam. And I'm just gonna mark where I need to start and stop. So like the stitching ends here, the stitching starts here, and I'm gonna start a little bit, I'm gonna overlap it a little bit. So I'm gonna sew about from here. So this is about 3 inches total. Yeah, probably about here. Okay. All I'm gonna do is glue baste this close, and then we got one more, and then we can sew these up. And then we'll start some more. Okay. And again, this glue this glue definitely doesn't hurt anything. It's non-toxic, and it actually will wash, like it'll wash out of the project. So this is not permanent at all. So it should be fine. I'm just gonna hit it with an iron real quick. Okay, I'm gonna mark it one more time just so I can make sure I see everything. And there's also a loose thread I need to trim too. Okay. Yeah, here's a loose thread here. I'm just gonna trim this. Because I'm selling these, I'm trying to make sure that I'm being pretty particular about the details to make sure these look the best they can. So hopefully that's the case, right? Okay, so we gotta sew this one. All right, one more to turn. All right, one more and then we can get back to the sewing machine. Hopefully the sewing machine doesn't give me any further issues tonight. That would be great. And here's our other finished scarves. These are my examples. All right, let me get some more water here. Here's my scraps. If anyone has any suggestions for scraps like this, like it's not big enough to do much with, so I'm not really sure what to do with it, but if you have any suggestions, let me know. If you have any ideas on what I can do with like scraps about this size, because I'm not really sure. All right, my hair is starting to get all ugh. And like my hair doesn't keep a curl very well, so I'll curl it, and then by the end of the day, it's like pretty much straight. So I probably started this off with like curly hair, and then it'll end with like straight hair. Let's see how many subscribers we are up to on Sewing Report Live. All right, last I checked, we were at 352. All right, we are still at 352. All right, but we're holding steady. We're holding steady here. This part is a little bit tedious, like just kind of pulling, you know, this takes a while, and you got to press everything out and stuff. So again, but this is way faster than those pedal pouches, by far. All right, chopstick time. Where is okay, here's the opening. Yeah, I think using two chopsticks actually works pretty well. Using the not as sharp one first, and then the one with the pointier end. It seems to be a pretty good, good tactic here to get really nice points. All right, so we got this one. Now I'm going to put the other one in. And this one has a much more pointy tip. I know, that sounds kind of weird. I get it. I totally get it. Make the jokes. All right, so yeah, this one, because the tip is a little more sharp, like not, it's still kind of blunt on the end, but it's sharper than it's got a smaller tip than the other one. I'm able to really get into this point pretty well. All right, here we go. And again, I'm not poking it like I'm really trying not to poke it too hard. I'm gonna press this, and then we'll sew these up, and then we'll be done with 5 scarves. So 5 scarves, okay, although, you know, we took a little time to like chat, and then also I had the sewing machine issues, so I don't think it would have taken as long had I not had those issues. So today's a little more slow going, plus I feel sort of, so that's probably, could I have done this faster? Probably. But you know, it's okay. It'll be all right. Also gonna need some more water soon. All right. All right, so we got this pointed out. Okay. All right, yeah, this point I think is gonna turn out really nice. Yeah, this point's very, okay, check this out. This is a really sharp point here. All right, then we gotta press this. That's why having these chopsticks around is really quite handy. Never a better time to be Asian, right? No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. All right, let's get this guy. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the opening. Okay, I was like, what's going on here? I was wondering what's going on. Okay. Let's poke this. You know, so I'm kind of pressing with my finger, pressing the fabric away from the seam. This is actually a pretty satisfying part, you know, like getting your seams pressed out. It's weirdly satisfying. All right, let me get this. So now I'm basically just going to take this and then fold it the other way. Here's the opening. Try to get this pretty close. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is, see how it's much easier to press it once I've done that. Gets a little bit easier here. Also, look how nice these look. They're very like bright and cheery. Again, definitely kind of a different vibe, you know, than that one, but still they're both very cute. They just have very different looks to them. Okay. Just gotta do the other side, and then we'll get these sewn up. Hopefully no more sewing machine issues. That'd be great. Thank you, thank you, Juki. All right, this one I need to press a little bit. I'm being a little nitpicky here, but that's, you know, it's because it's me. All right, I'm gonna just want to press this a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So now I just got to do the other side. So pretty much the same thing. I'm first going to put the seam in the middle and just sort of finger press everything away from here. There we go. Okay. right, so I'm just, here we go. Just sort of press everything away from the seam. All right, actually, I'll do the middle one too, just to press it out from each other. Okay. All right, let's get this pressed now. So you see how much easier it is when you pressed it to the center first? It makes pressing it out on the edge, it just makes it easier. I can't even really, it's hard to explain, but it really does make it a little easier. Pressing it twice like this. I'm going to do the other side too. Actually, yeah, we'll just sort of. Okay. So now we just have to do the center. We'll pretty much be ready to sew again. All right, oh, this got rolled around. Okay. So again, notice I'm taking a lot of time to press this because it really does make a difference. Okay, here's my opening. Okay, so, because I'm sewing in an area with dark fabric, I'm going to use the white marking pen for a little bit of this. All right, so there we go. Here's where I need to stop. I'm going to get my white marking pen because there is a little bit of a dark fabric that I'm going to need to mark because it's going to be hard to see if I use the other markers. Okay. So the spot will be about right here. Okay, so about right here. Actually, it's all right. And this is a heat soluble pen from what I'm learning firsthand, the hard way. So you might have to mark it at, like, if you're ironing, you'll need to like let it cool down. All right. So for this one, I'm just gonna let the glue like sort of air dry. And then when the fabric cools down a little bit, I will mark it with the white pen. There we go. This should be pretty good. But I've noticed when you mark it when the fabric is pretty warm to hot, your mark doesn't really show up here. All right, so I need to put a lot of this pen here. Okay, so this is my mark. Okay. All right, so now we're ready to go over to the sewing machine and just stitch all of these openings shut. So we've already glue basted. This should be fairly quick. So I only have 4 to do. So we're going to head over to camera 3, the sewing machine camera, and we are going to get sewing. All right. And I'm going to keep my stitch length around 3, and I'm going to sew as close to the edge of my fabric as possible. So it's going to be less of 1/8 of an inch. So here we are, and I'm going to be back stitching at the beginning and end. Because if you don't, your stitches could pop up. Oh, and I need my thread cup, so I need to grab that real quick. All right, so I just need to get a thread cup, and then we should be ready to roll. All right, just check the rabbit. She's just chilling. She kind of takes a nap around this time, so she looks like she's ready to lay down and just go to sleep. They sleep at weird times. All right, so where is my mark? Okay, so I need to start about here. All right, and again, I'm sewing a little bit less than 1/8 of an inch seam. So I'm gonna hold my threads so they don't get caught underneath. Let me sort of pull these. And I'm gonna daisy chain these together so they're all gonna be attached for a little bit. And again, this is you're really only sewing like 3 inches. So it won't be really won't be too much. Okay. So again, I'm sewing very close to the edge here. Again, this is a little bit less of 1/8 of an inch. All right, reach my mark. I'm gonna back stitch. All right. And that is the first one done. Okay, oh, my needle is, okay, here we go. All right, hopefully I don't have any bobbin issues. I'll trim the threads when I get back to the table for the most part, especially since this is pretty quick. This is all pretty quick sewing. So we're just gonna let this be under the throat of the sewing machine for now. Okay, so here is my next one. So I need to, so see I've got my marks here, and this is just so I can see, this is just so I can see everything. Okay. Okay, do a little back stitching. Okay, stitch forward, and again I'm staying very close to the edge here. And because I'm using a coordinating thread, you're not really getting, this is gonna blend in pretty well. There's gonna be a slight texture change, obviously, because you'll be able to like feel the thread, but it's, you know, because it's on the edge like this, it won't really, you know, it won't really impede your use of the scarf, and it won't, you know, it's just a small area. So in my opinion, I thought it was worth it to do this. I could have hand stitched this closed for a more bespoke finish, but you know, the time it would take to hand sew all of these closed, I just didn't really think it was worth it for, you know, this type of project. So if I did hand sew it, I would probably charge a few dollars more per scarf, just because it would take quite a bit longer to do that. So that's why I made the decision to machine finish these scarves. But again, would it look nice with a hand sewn finish? Absolutely. It absolutely would. Okay, got another one done. See, these are pretty quick work here. All right, we got these guys going on. It's looking pretty nice. All right, only one more, and then we're done. We are done with 5, with one with jacked up stitching that I'm not going to sell. So after this, I think we'll work on some blunt end scarves, and then we'll keep, you know, again, I'm going to keep working on this this week, so we'll be making more of these guys for sure. All right. All right, we'll just stitch forward. So yeah, the finishing these is pretty quick if you're doing it by machine. Again, it would definitely look invisible if I hand stitched them, but I just figured this is such a small area that I don't think it's going to be like a deal. I don't think it's going to be like a deal breaker for most customers, but I am going to make it clear in my Etsy listing that they are machine finished, and I'm going to show some close-up of the stitches just because I don't want customers to have, you know, I want them to know exactly what they're getting. So I feel like I'll have fewer customer complaints, or, you know, like I feel like people might complain if they don't know that. So I'm gonna put a close-up photo showing the stitches and how it's finished. So I don't know. All right, so we are done. All right, we have finished some scarves. So I'm gonna trim some of these threads here. Okay. Let's trim these. Yeah, so these guys are all attached here. All right, and I want to make sure that this one is, I put an X on the one I'm not selling. Okay, yeah, you can see the X. And I'll put an X too with the red pen just so that it's super visible. All right, we're gonna trim these threads. So this is the one I'm not selling because it's got the weird stitching on the inside. I'm just not comfortable selling this one because it had all the skipped stitches and stuff. So I feel like, yeah, I gotta have some quality control here. All right, here we go. Get one of these, get all these trimmed up. So I'm just using these bent curved scissors. I have these in the Etsy shop. They are great. And you can use these to trim anything really close to your project and it won't, you know, cut into the fabric. So I use these all the time, especially with embroidery and stuff. I use those a lot. Okay. But yeah, what do you guys think about the scarf so far? Do you like the, you know, I like the I think the fabric choices are pretty solid and should have some, you know, wider appeal, I think, hopefully. Hopefully. All right, so we got these guys done. All right, these two. Let's trim these. I'm just using my thread cup to catch all the threads. But yeah, like the stitches are very close to the edge. So again, the closer in you have them, the more, you know, it would affect how the scarf feels. So I feel like stitching really close to the edge will also help with your scarf. Okay. These look pretty good. They're pressed out nicely. These are the ones with the angled ends here. Just got to get the rest. And again, these marks I made they'll fade away in a few days, so they don't stay long term. Okay, yeah, these look pretty good. This all looks pretty good overall. Okay. Let me get these threads trimmed. Dump out my threads and stuff. All right, so here we are. We've got 5 of these guys done. These are the angled end skinny scarves. So this is the same style that Hermes sells for $200. Louis Vuitton also sells some with angled ends, but Louis Vuitton is more known for their bandeaus with the blunt ends like this. So we got 5 of these guys done. One that got a little messed up, but it's okay. Actually, let me press this guy out a little bit more. This one I feel like needs a little bit more pressing. Wait, this one? Yeah, this one needs a little more pressing. All right, and yeah, you can always like kind of repress them or touch up the pressing if you feel like they need it. Like this one. There we go. What do you guys think? I think they look pretty good. I'm not gonna, you know, I'll use the sample one. Maybe I'll try to put that on as a headband later. I don't know, something like that. All right, so we got a few of these guys done. All right. All right, so here's what I think we'll do next. I'm going to take a brief intermission for a restroom break and to refill my water. But here are the 5 we just made. It took 4 hours because I had some sewing machine issues, but that's okay, right? All right, so this is the one I'm not selling. All right, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna put on camera 2 and I'm gonna get some music on. The other thing I need to do is change out my microphone pack because the battery is gonna run out at some point soon. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys about 10-15 minutes. I'll put on camera 2 and I'll put on some fun music here. And then I'll meet you back here around a little before 9 o'clock and we'll make some more scarves. If you're hanging out and you just want to chill, let me put on some like lo-fi music here. Hopefully you can all hear the music. And I'm gonna mute my microphone and put on camera 2, and then I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm just gonna use the restroom, refill my water because my ice is all gone. And then we'll continue the scarf making extravaganza when I return. So, let me get on camera 2 and I will see you guys in a little bit here. right, I'm back from my brief intermission. Hopefully everyone can hear. I think my mic is hooked up. All right, we're gonna turn the music off for now. And we're back, we're ready to keep sewing late into the night. It's Sunday. Welcome everyone who's watching. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Sewing Report. I'm Jen and we are live from the sewing room. If you're just joining, we've been live for about 4.5 hours. We've already made some scarves and we're gonna make more scarves because you know, what else am I doing tonight? If this is your first time here, welcome. I really appreciate each and every one of you watching. And a quick shout out to today's live stream sponsor, the Sewing Report Etsy shop, for all of your sewing, fabric, supplies, and handmade gift needs. This channel is not monetized, so in the meantime, I would greatly appreciate any and all support for the Sewing Report Etsy shop. Consider shopping here. I try to ship out pretty quickly. Everything is curated by me, everything is authentic, and I sell products that I actually use here in the sewing room. So many of the supplies you see featured in these live streams and on the Sewing Report videos are available in the Etsy shop. And in fact, these scarves I will be making tonight will soon be available in the Etsy shop as well. Again, this channel is not monetized. We're at around 350 subscribers. I need 1,000 subs in order to get monetized, so help me get there. Subscribe, like this video, and yeah, keep watching these streams if you enjoy, joining me in a sewing room here in Florida. But welcome everyone. If this is your first time here, I'm Jen. I'm here, I'm weird, and we're gonna do some sewing. So we've already sewn 5 of these skinny scarves with an angled end. So next we're gonna switch it up and we're gonna do the blunt end scarves. This is the style sold by Louis Vuitton, and I was inspired to make these scarves because the luxury brand designers sell these for $200 and up. I figured this is a pretty basic shape and concept. I could make my own for a lot less than $200. In fact, I just bought $180 worth of rayon fabric. That is less than the price of one designer scarf, and we're gonna make a bunch of these scarves. These will be, so the live sewing I'm doing, all of this stuff will be available in the Etsy shop. Everything you are seeing me make here will be for sale soon. So I'm going to be working with this Riley Blake apparel. This is just called literally designer apparel fabric. A really pretty yellow, blue, pink, and white print with roses on it. It's very pretty. This is a very lightweight drapey rayon. It's a little tricky to work with, but it is beautiful, and I think it's worth the effort, in my opinion. So we're going to continue making these scarves. Let me get some of these. Oh, this is my scrap here. Also, if you have any ideas of what to do with rayon scraps, let me know. I'm open for suggestions. All right. And we will be having some breaks to check comments and whatnot. So join in, participate. This is a place for you to hang out, meet people. I wanted us to have a community, like an online place where we can go and chat. You can ask questions, you can talk about what you're working on. So I want this to be kind of an interactive, just a fun hangout spot. So that's why this is called Sewing Hangout. This is not like some sort of instructional step-by-step tutorial thing. We're just sort of hanging, you know what I'm saying? We're all friends here. Okay, I just dropped something. That's cool. All right. So I am working on my next scarf here. We're gonna make. We'll try to do like 6 of them. That's the thing. If you're making like one, you might as well make a few of these, because it doesn't take that much longer to make. It really doesn't take that much longer to make multiple scarves. Okay, so I've got my pressing board here. I've got my iron is hot, guys. It's Sunday. We're getting ready for the work week. This week is upcoming. It's Easter. Also, I'm in Florida, so I'm sure the spring breakers will be invading at some point. When, I'm not really sure. I don't really ever go to the beach, so I won't be there to see all of that madness. But the beaches in Florida can get really chaotic. Was spring break already passed? I honestly don't even know. Spring break, yeah, I'm not even sure when spring break is, to be completely honest with you, but that's fine. My hair is getting in the way. All right, we got to figure this out. All right. Kind of lost my train of thought here. So I'm just going to start marking my opening for turning here. I changed out my microphone packs. I should be good for a few more hours at least. All right, we're going to mark like usually a little more than an inch on each side, so I will not be sewing here. And I'm going to be glue basting a bunch. All right, I also need to trim. Some of these threads just need to be trimmed. It's kind of getting in the way here. So if you have any questions or comments, leave them in the chat or in the comments, and I'll try to answer them when I can. So the feedback I got though from people was that they're really annoyed when someone constantly interrupts what they're doing to read the chat. So I'm going to take like some momentary, you know, every once in a while we'll take some periodic breaks to read the chat. Obviously, if you're in the chat now, you can see what other people are saying. But for people who are watching it on the replay, I understand that can get a little bit annoying. So I'm going to try to avoid that, especially if I'm, you know, in the process of doing something. So I am seeing the chat. I'm just going to be reading the chat at certain times. Okay. I'm just glue basting everything all the way down. So yeah, we'll work on a few of these at a time. I need to trim these. At some point I got to eat something. We'll see when that happens. I don't know. Okay. Just gonna glue base this. But we are live on multiple platforms right now, trying to get the most out of this live experience here. So welcome everyone wherever you're watching. I appreciate you. And yeah, I'm just a lady in Florida who's sewing. That's pretty much the whole point of this. I have another channel just called The Sewing Report. I've been on YouTube for about 7 years. And this channel is going to be all live all the time. Okay. Let's see. Checking my, okay. We're going to be going probably pretty late into that. I woke up at like 1 p.m. today because I didn't go to bed until like 5. So I'll be up for a little bit. I do have some Etsy orders to pack too. Maybe you guys can help me with that. I got 2 Etsy orders to pack. Again, they are the sponsor of this Sewing Report live stream, even though that is technically me. Yeah, it is. You know, that's pretty, I think that's pretty obvious, right? So that's why I say it's a sponsor. It's sort of just a joke. It's kind of a joke, you know what I'm saying? Joke and a shameless plug at the same time. Also, I've got my Sewing Report branded glue bottle, which I do have a few of these in the shop, but I only have like 3 or 4 left, and I'm not able to get more right now. So what you see in the shop is what's available, and that's pretty much all that's going to be available for the foreseeable future. So I'll make a few more of these guys, see how many we can get of this. Okay. Running a thin line of glue, and this is just Elmer's washable school glue. It's nothing special, it's just very basic, it's cheap, and it works. It works with rayon or for natural fibers. And if you have any questions about what's going on, hit me up in the chat and I'd be happy to answer. I've been sewing for about a decade. I wouldn't say I'm an expert. And I also don't do a lot of quite frankly, I don't do a lot of clothing. I mostly do a lot of quilting and small sewing projects like this. That's sort of my happy place. I find clothing to be, I'll probably do it at some point more, but I do find clothing to be kind of frustrating. So it's not really my favorite thing to do, if you get what I'm saying here. All right, so we're gonna get a few of these done. Hopefully we have no more sewing. We had a little bit of drama with the sewing machine earlier, but I changed out the needle and that seemed to help. So hopefully we don't have any more continuing issues. All right, I need to move some of this away. All right, here's another one. Okay. I'm really just finding the center point here to know where I need to fold the fabric down. And then I'm putting it right sides together on the long edges, long ends here. So like this. And this is what's going to make our scarf. So we're going to be making a bunch of these for the shop. And you can join me live while I make each one by hand. All right. We're just going to do a few of these at a time. Also, some of the other supplies that I do not sell is also linked. I've got some affiliate links in the description box because I've gotten a lot of questions about like my cutting mat, my pink cutting mat, my iron, which is the Panasonic 360 cordless iron, and my new Kai scissors. So I've gotten some questions about some of these products. So they are linked in the description box. I also have some other links down below as well if you'd like to check those out. You are welcome to, and if you have any questions, let me know. Yeah, I think let's try to do 6 this time. All right, so we'll do 6. And then we'll do some more. After this, I'll probably make some more angled ones. I have a whole bolt of this fabric, so I got a lot of it. Okay. Oh man, he's making a sandwich in front of me. Oh, just kidding. Looks really good. All right. And my husband made a sandwich and walked in front of me with the sandwich. I'm so hungry. I'm just kidding. It's fine. Okay, so we got 3 of these. So we're going to make 3 more of these. And the reason I'm really doing this is I want to give the world a look at what real sewing is like. I know there's like TikTok and it makes it look like it happens in like seconds, but real sewing is a fairly slow process typically. And if you don't know much about sewing, or you're just curious, I want to give a real life look at an actual sewing room with someone making stuff to just kind of shed light on the process and how long it really takes to make stuff, because I'm pretty slow and it takes me quite a while to make even one thing. So for anyone out there who likes to buy handmade stuff or is interested in it, I know sometimes you might look on Etsy or whatever and be like, oh, why are they charging so much? And I want to show people, hey, this is because it takes this long to make something. All right, we'll take some time to read some chats. Okay, so Tissa Girl says, so that's what gets me about Etsy, is that not everything is a handmade item, such as scissors, as example. And me trying to grow my Etsy, I'm not sure how to get my audience because of how Etsy has been. I absolutely agree. Etsy has had some issues with, let's just say, a lot of non-handmade stuff. They do allow things like supplies. So that's why scissors are allowed, or things like these pens, because this is a craft supply. People are not supposed to be selling mass-produced goods on Etsy. That's certainly been happening. It's an issue. And, it doesn't seem like Etsy's interested in cracking down on it. So I absolutely do feel like that is hurting the Etsy platform overall. So I think that's definitely a problem. All right, we got Tara back. So will you be doing lives on other content as well that is crafting related? I'm still hoping for you to do a Temu review and haul on sewing craft supplies. So Tara, that would probably be something I would do a regular video on for the Sewing Report. I might do something like that within a live stream. So like I've unboxed a few things and given like a first impression on certain products I've just happened to try during the live stream. So I may be doing that type of stuff, and I kind of have been. It will just be within the context of a larger live stream. So like, say I was doing this live stream and I happened to get a fabric delivery while we were doing it, I would definitely unbox it and show you guys the purchase during the live stream. But the thing is, I really want these live streams to be longer events, and if I'm just doing like a craft supplies haul or something, that's just not very long. So that's why I'm choosing to do those types of things within a bigger live stream. I do plan on clipping portions of the live streams and putting them on the main Sewing Report channel. I've been doing that. I do have a few things I'd like to clip out for the main channel. Like I did a live unboxing of these scissors, and I kind of gave my first kind of impression vibe on the scissors. I still need to look through my live stream and cut this out, because this was a good portion. I just kind of tried these out live. So I will be doing that just within the context of a longer show. So I appreciate the suggestion. And if anyone has any questions about pretty much anything, let me know, and I'd be happy to try to answer it if I can. If not, maybe somebody else in the chat, like if you have a technical question or something about sewing techniques, or problems you've been having or anything like that. The good thing about having people in here is you might be able to, even if I can't answer the question, somebody else in this chat probably knows the answer. So that's another reason why I wanted this to be kind of a community place, is so we could help each other out. So even if I don't know the answer to something, I'm sure somebody else in here probably has the knowledge I might be lacking. because I don't really consider myself like a sewing expert. I'm a sewing enthusiast. And I really don't try to come across as an expert because I'm just not. I'm just someone who, I'm just someone who like enjoys sewing. All right, we're gonna keep basting this together. Got a few more of these. We'll make all of these up. This has been fun. This is a good project because it makes you feel like you've accomplished something because these don't take very long to make overall. Again, compared to a lot of other projects, again, to someone watching, you're probably, wow, she's so slow. And yeah, I'm a slow sewist. I take my time. I'm just not fast at this at all. Like, not, and you can see by what I'm doing, I'm just not, I'm not like super speedy with this. Okay. Got this going on here. And I'm hitting this with the iron to basically dry the glue pretty instantly. So that's what's happening with this. But yeah, this is day like 3 of, I think, yeah, day 3 of making these scarves live. Because we had 2 days of making the blue ones, and now I'm moving on to a different color. But yeah, we're just chilling. We can chat, do whatever, read comments, hang out. Welcome. We have 16 viewers. So again, I appreciate it. Sunday night seems to be a pretty good time to stream from what I can tell. Man, I'm so hungry. My husband walked by with a sandwich and I was like, oh, looks so good. I want a sandwich too. Who doesn't want a sandwich, right? I also noticed he's thawing out some ground beef, so maybe we'll do burgers or something. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why he thawed it out, but there's a package of ground beef thawing out in the fridge. Also, like, what's up with the price of eggs these days? Seriously. They're allowed like a dozen eggs is now at least $4, which is crazy. All right, so this side, did I do this side? Okay, yeah, I finished this side. Kind of forgetting what I've been doing. I'm kind of losing track of what I'm doing here. That's fine though. That's like any normal day for me, right? Using my glue bottle, which looks insane. I realize I have gotten a few negative comments about using glue, and I'm like, you know what, whatever. This is the way I do it. You can do things the way you want to do it. I like to use glue. They're like, why are you using glue? I'm like, because this is much easier than using pins. Plus, I would need a gazillion pins. They wouldn't stay in place as well, and I would have to remove them all. And the fabric would shift around a lot more with the pins. So this is giving me, I believe, more accurate seams, especially if you're doing quilt piecing. This can give you a lot more accuracy. So I'm a fan of using glue or anything that makes your life a little easier. All right, we got this going on. And it is 9:30 at night. We've been live for about 5 hours, guys. 5 hours. Yeah. But like, this lady be nuts. And that's true. It's true. That's all right though. But welcome if this is your first time here. Probably like, what is going on with these people? All right, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we'll do 2 more and then we'll start sewing these up. I'll do 6 of these. Okay, we'll do 6 of these. All right, this one. Ooh, look how nice and drapey this fabric is. All right, we got Lisa back. Lisa, how was your dinner? Lisa's a regular viewer here at Sewing Report Live. Thank you, Lisa, and an Etsy shop customer. Thank you, Lisa. All right, we are going to, you see how much this fabric shifts around? That is one thing to keep in mind. Again, I love rayon. I think the results are totally worth it. This fabric is not the easiest to work with though. Gonna make more scarves. Okay. Yeah, you do you and they can do them. And it's funny, it's like, did you have to leave? Like, just whatever, you know, just move on. You know, I don't have to do things your way. Like, I'm doing things my way here, you know. That's why I don't really like when people like try to police how other people make stuff. It's kind of annoying, honestly. It's a little annoying. All right, Lisa is working on Love Notions Rhapsody blouse. That sounds cool. Is that a pattern? Sounds like fun. All right, we are working. We have like 20 viewers now, which seems crazy. Crazy. I know when things get late, you know, maybe we'll do sewing report after dark. No, I don't know. I don't know what that'll entail. Exciting for me, I guess. I don't know. Just, what would you guys want to see on sewing report after dark? All right, we got one more after this, and then we will start sewing these together. See if we can get like 10 of these done. Right? That'll be cool. Be cool. I mean, yeah, if I can get a few more scarves done before like midnight tonight, that would be nice, right? I'll try to work a little bit faster too. All right, we'll try to pick up the pace. I gotta eat something at some point too. Maybe I'll make that sandwich. I also need to. I also have 2 Etsy orders to pack, and then I've got to. Oh yeah, I need to take out the trash. Take out the trash. Tonight's trash night, so we got to do that. All right, so we got this going on. So I don't know how late we'll go tonight. I mean, hey, I stayed up till like 5 a.m. last night. I guess I could just do the same thing tonight. Oh, my back is starting to be like, I need to stretch a little bit or something. I've been kind of in this position all day for the most part. So all I've had today is like two cups of coffee. I do have some bagels though. I could make a bagel sandwich. That'd be kind of good. I've got some roast beef. I get groceries delivered, so I've got another order coming tomorrow, so that'll be exciting. It's coming at 1 p.m., so I need to make sure I'm awake for that. All right, and we are now up to 25 viewers. Kudos to everybody. Thank you for watching. 25 people live. Hey, you know what? Hey, you got to start somewhere, right? We have a brand new channel here at Sewing Report Live. We're also on Twitch and Rumble. So we're branching out here at the Sewing Report to reach new audiences. The young kids on Twitch, because I'm so confused by Twitch, guys. I'm really confused by it. So yeah, wherever you're watching, welcome. I wanted to make sure, again, I wanted to be live on multiple platforms to give people options. Give people options. Not everybody's that into YouTube. I get it. The Gen Z kids, I know y'all are into Twitch. All the gamer people, which I'm not a gamer. I have not played a video game since The Sims, probably in like 2002 or something like that. So that's the last time I lied. I did have a Nintendo Wii for a little bit in the mid-2000s. So that's really like the last time I really played video games was the Nintendo Wii. I actually got a Nintendo Wii really early. Like, remember when they were really hard to get? I happened to be in Target one day and I saw a Nintendo. They had like a couple Nintendo Wiis and I got one of them. So I wasn't even looking for one. But the Target happened to have a shipment in and I just bought it. I was like, it was at a time where they were really, really hard to get. And I wasn't even shopping for one. I just happened to like see it and I was like, oh, cool. And it was fun. I just wasn't using it very much. So I ended up selling it on Craigslist, I think. Yeah, I sold the Wii on Craigslist. You know, and I haven't really missed it since then, quite honestly. You know. All right, Lisa says, guess I'm old school and stick with YouTube. No, Lisa, if you were really old school, you would just be on Facebook. Remember? Remember Facebook was even like kind of big before YouTube, you know. And also I remember I had a MySpace. I don't think anyone really uses that anymore. All right, we got one more and then we're going to sew these up. So you know, if we could make 11 scarves today, I think that would be pretty good, right? We could make 12 a day or something. I don't know. Still make about minimum wage, but hey, it's cool. It's cool. I'm in my Florida sweatshop here. Is this a sweatshop? I don't know. What would you think? Yes, no? Does this look like a sweatshop to you, working conditions wise, or do you think this is better than a sweatshop? I don't know. Are we going to get a few of these up? All right, Tara, I loved MySpace. Yeah, MySpace was fun back in the day. Remember the top 8? And then how everyone would like try to customize their profiles. I actually know a guy that met his wife on MySpace and they're still married. So it can work out. Okay, not a sweatshirt. Okay, so you don't feel like this fits the criteria of a sweatshirt. I suppose that's good. I had MySpace before Facebook. Yeah, MySpace, man. What happened to that's the thing. And it makes you realize the hot social media platform today could be the MySpace of tomorrow. Like, nobody's guaranteed to stay on top. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. I agree with you, Lisa. Dumped Facebook about 2 years ago. Didn't like the negativity. Yeah, I'm on Facebook minimally. I usually use Messenger, but I haven't, and I minimally post to the Sewing Report Facebook page. But here's the thing with Facebook. So Facebook has made it so that any business or like person who's built up a Facebook page, if you want to even have your posts shown to your own followers, you have to pay for ads now. So Facebook and Instagram have largely become pay to play, in my opinion, which I think is a pretty, crappy business practice. So like my posts on Facebook are basically shown to no one. So it ends up being kind of a waste of time. So I'm not even really doing the sewing, again, I wish it was worthwhile, but I'm not paying Facebook to have my Sewing Report posts shown to people who followed the page. Like, I'm just not doing that. All right, Jen, this video is the essence of what we would expect from the French designers. Okay, so no sweatshop here. You are the high-end sewist. Well, thank you for that. I don't know if I would consider myself high-end, but yeah, I mean, I guess, again, the elephant in the room, I am Asian, so there's a lot of jokes that you could make about that, which would be totally fine. I joke around about it myself. Yeah, I definitely don't look French. I don't think I could pass for European, but that's fine. All right. Wait, is this the last one? I think this is the, all right. Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3. Wait, I wanted to do 6 total. We got 1. All right, 1, 2. Oh yeah, and I need to trim these too. So we're not going to the sewing machine quite yet. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is the last one. Then we have to trim. I forgot we have to trim these. So, look, yeah, Tara, I'm not above politically incorrect jokes. That's totally fine. I've been, yeah. I'll make them. I'll be subject to them. Whatever. It's cool. I feel like people take themselves too seriously now, and I don't know. I just think that's, like, why you don't have to take everything so seriously. Sometimes things are just a joke. It's fine. But I feel like in this day and age, like, people are kind of afraid to joke around now. And that's kind of a shame. I like comedy. I like comedians. I think comedy should be above. Like, comedy should be, like, exempt from some of this stuff, in my opinion. All right, let's get this basted. All right, Lisa says, you're right. People are afraid to joke around. Too many snowflakes out there. People need to relax and get a spine. And that's the thing. Like, people, it is what it is, I'll be honest with you. Like, I've had a lot of, like, random strangers come up to me and say, like, really crazy, like, stuff about Asian people. You know what I mean? Like, they've said some really, like, out there stuff because I'm Asian. And you know what? I do? I just keep living my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, their words aren't really changing my life. It is what it is. And them making a very, like, racially ignorant statement about Asian people, is it annoying? A little bit, but it's not, again, it doesn't really have any impact on my life, so whatever. Like, I'm not joking you. I was at the post office a few years ago. I was at the post office a couple of years ago, and I was mailing something out. I had a package with me. And this guy, he was an older man, and I'll just say this, he was not white. Typically, when people say stuff to me like this, it's the person saying it is another minority group. I'll just say that. So this older, and again, this guy was older. So you also have to kind of keep in mind that he grew up in a different time. So this older minority man comes up to me and he just literally looks at me and he just goes, "You shipping those packages to China?" And I think I said, it's really none of your business or something like that. Again, is that like insensitive? Absolutely. But some random guy making a statement to me about Asians, again, that's not a hate crime. He's just saying something stupid. You know what I mean? Another time I was at the movies and some random dude rolls up. This was also a non-white man. Just say that, not a white person, comes up and just goes, "What's your nationality?" He literally just rolls up and says, like, that's the first thing he says, is just, "What's your nationality?" And I was like, yeah, I'm not answering. I think I said something like, yeah, I'm not answering that. But again, like, it's not like that dude has no control over anything. It's just somebody being stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like, again, it doesn't, it's words, So I've had a lot of those types of situations, and you just really can't let them, like control your life. You know what I'm saying? You can't let that sort of thing, because people are gonna keep doing it. It's probably not gonna stop, but I don't know. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, the guys, like, "You shipping those packages to China?" I'm like, I'm not even Chinese, but whatever, man. So yeah, so those are my encounter, and yeah, and it is kind of interesting because I've never lived in an area with a large Asian population. Atlanta was like the closest. Atlanta had some areas of the metro that had a heavy Korean population, and I did live there for a time, and it was actually kind of refreshing because I felt like I like blended in. But in a lot of areas, like, there just aren't that many Asian people, so it's kind of like I get it. It's kind of like a novelty to people, or like people just. The other thing people will say to me, which is kind of wild, is they'll be like, "Are you from North or South Korea?" And I'm like, "Are you kidding me, man?" Just because, like, if you know anything about history, you know that, like, there's just not. You're probably not. The chances of you running into someone from North Korea are very slim. But people will ask that all the time, and I do find that kind of wild. You know what I'm saying? So. All right, we're gonna. Oh yeah, wait. You know what? I almost trimmed these at an angle. These are actually the blunt end ones. Okay, so I need to trim these. These will actually be easier. I basically just need to trim off the ends at a 90-degree, like, straight. Okay, this is not quite straight because my rayon is sort of shifting on me. So I don't know. Okay, how are we gonna do this? All right, I might need to, like, pull this down. Okay. All right, so we got one end. So these are just gonna be different. Instead of the angled, I'm just cutting them at just a straight up edge. And I wanna make sure these are about 37 inches long. So yeah, those are my tales about being Asian in America. It's kind of funny, sort of funny. All right. Oh boy, this is super long. I'm gonna need to trim. This is like, I don't know how this got that long. This is like 40 inches long. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna need to trim off a little bit more here. Okay. Let me try to trim. Yeah, this is only supposed to be 37 inches, so we're gonna need to trim. We're gonna need to trim quite a bit here. Okay. I'm just trying to get this sort of. Let me just start trimming. Yeah, wow, okay. So this is the center. I don't know how one end got, like, really off kilter. Okay, so this is gonna be, let's see here. So 10, 30. Yeah, this is still like 40 inches or something. All right. So I need them to be, wait, what's my measurement? 37. Let me divide 30. All right, so I need a calculator. All right, so I need like 37 divided by 2. All right, so 18.5 inches. Okay, so about right here. This is how it needs to be. Okay. So I'm just, you know what? I'll just trim this like, all right, we'll trim both of these at once. All right, so this needs to be 30. So I started at the 10-inch mark. I know it's hard to see this. So 10 inches, so I need to be 18.5. I don't know how this got so long, but it did. All right, so this is supposed to be 37 inches long. Okay, so you get 10. All right, so 18.5 is supposed to be, hopefully this math is right. I really hope it is. Otherwise, I've ruined the scarf. Okay, let's try this. Okay, this didn't cut all the way. I might need to replace my blade pretty soon. All right, so let's see. This is supposed to be 37 inches long. All right, rose petals upcycle. What Lisa said, all right, and making new dreams come true. What work policies make people afraid to joke around? Such remarks are Class A violations in the workplace. And again, I understand that, you know, when you're at work, you need to have a, you know, you need to act professionally. The thing is, like, with what's happened to me, it's like some random guy at the grocery store at the post office. Like, it has no impact on my life, really. Like, if my boss said something like that, that would be pretty weird. But when it's a total stranger, like, it's like, you know, whatever. You know, people are going to do, you can't always control what people are doing. You know, so it is what it is. It's like, you just got to keep, like, you can't let that stop you from living your life. You know what I'm saying here? All right, so about 37 inches. All right, we got a few more to go here. Yeah, so I need, okay, so at least I know the halfway point now. All right, Lisa, seems like Asians and Christians are still okay to make fun of these days. Not cool, but reality. I can attest to the Asian stuff. Despite all like the Stop Asian Hate thing, people really don't seem to care. Like they really don't, which is kind of a shame. All right, so we got the center point here. Okay. Okay, so this is much closer to the length I needed to be. I don't know why that one was so freakish. I don't know why that one piece was so freakishly long. Not really sure what's going on. All right, so we just need to cut this. This is easier than the angled one because at least I just need to like cut, you know, cut a straight line here. All right. But yeah, that one guy at the post office, I was like, what in the world is going on here? And like, and that's the thing, like people come up to me and it's like the first, like they don't even preface it with like a hi or like there's like, they're just coming in cold with it. And I don't understand like why they think that's like appropriate. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird. It's pretty weird. It's a little strange. All right, so we got about okay, this is about 37 inches, so this is good. All right. Let's see how long this is. All right, this just needs a little bit cut off, not too much. All right, so we're making some progress here. All right. All right. Just using this ruler to trim off the edges here. See how long this is. All right, so this is good. I'm kind of checking to see how long. Okay, this is, this one is just long enough, so I need to be careful about my trimming because this is a little bit short. I don't know how that one piece was like 43 inches long when the others are only like 39 inches or 38 inches. This makes no sense to me. I don't know. All right, we gotta be careful about the trimming here. Okay. This needs to be 37 inches. Okay, this is just about right here. All right, this also. So I'm kind of double checking just to see what the length is. Okay, so I just need to trim off a little bit here. So basically, you see how like when I put the edges together, there's like, this is a little raggedy. I'm basically just cleaning up my ends here. That's what I'm doing here. All right, this did not. Got a little snag here. All right, it's about exactly 37 inches. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is another, I don't know how this one got weirdly long either. Okay, so this one is 43 inches long when it's supposed to be 37 inches long. So I'm going to need to trim this. I'm going to need to trim this big time here. This is way, way long. All right, so it needs to be about 18 and a half here. Okay. Yeah, this is much longer. Definitely way longer than I need it to be. I don't know how these pieces got to be like so freakishly big. Okay, but they are. All right, Jackie's here. Hello and good night, everyone. I've been watching the live off and on, but I have to leave. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jackie. Welcome. I really appreciate everything. I know Jackie is a frequent Sewing Report viewer and Etsy shop customer. We greatly appreciate the support, Jackie. Okay, so this needs about 28 and a half inches. All right. Okay, this is still, how did this, okay, I don't know what's going, this is now 39 inches. Okay, apparently I did not trim enough. All right, we got to trim some more here, I guess. What the heck is going on here? All right, so this is, I think I need to trim off another inch. Okay, yeah, I need to trim like an inch off each side. Okay. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why these pieces ended up so long. This is really weird. All right, actually, we'll just trim from the other side. So we're trimming these ends of the scarf down a little bit here. Okay, I don't know how this got like this. This is really strange. It's about an inch here. All right, we got to do an inch from the other side. All right, so this is about right. So this is about 37 inches. Okay, so this is what we wanted. All right, so the extra length is one of those sewing mysteries. It might be. I don't know how these ended up freakishly longer than the other pieces. I don't understand. All right, so now we're ready to I'm gonna go ahead and baste these shut too, just to keep these in place. Yeah, I don't know how, two of those pieces ended up being way longer than like anything else, which was really kind of strange. Did you cut on the bias by mistake? I did not. I think what happened though was, yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. One of them was just, two pieces were just really, really long. So I had to trim those because I'm trying to get a somewhat uniform end result here. And I feel like for the first couple batches I did of the blue ones, I feel like I didn't do a very good job of policing how long, like kind of making sure the lengths of all of them were fairly uniform. So some of them are like longer than others. They're all at least 37 inches long, but some of them I ended up being like longer than that. So I honestly don't know. I'm not really sure what happened there. So we're just gonna put a little glue in here and then we'll be ready to sew these. So these are gonna be the blunt end scarves here. All right. All right, so now I can do two at a time here. So when we sew these, I've marked about a 2-inch spot. This is going to be the opening for turning. And then over at the sewing machine, I'm going to be starting, so I'm going to sew basically all the way down and then on the short edge. And then the other side, the same thing. I'm going to sew all the way down here and then down the short edge as well. And we're going to be doing these for all of the pieces. All right, so I got to figure out, okay, so these are the basted ones. I'm kind of losing track of like what piece is what. Okay. right, so we got these done. All right, it's 10 o'clock and we're making progress here. This is a late night, this is turning into like Sewing Report After Dark here for sure. So for all you watching, I appreciate it. I guess everyone else, I'm amazed at how many people are actually up late, you know, and watching YouTube. I'm just sort of, I'm always a little bit surprised. Although I watch late night stuff too, so, you know, maybe a lot, you know, if I am, maybe a lot of people are. I don't know. So we're just glue basting these closed. Okay. All right, guys, I think we're about ready to go back to the sewing machine, I think. Hopefully. All right, fingers crossed that the sewing machine the good sewing machine vibes are with me. All right, so we're going to take all of these pieces now and sew both sides, but we're going to leave this little section opened because we're going to have to turn this right side out. So at the end, we're going to get something that looks like this. Snazzy, huh? Should I try to put this, maybe towards the end I'll try to like put this on, but my hair is gonna get in the way, so I'm not really sure how that's gonna look. All right, so let's go over to the sewing machine and we will sew all of these. So we'll be there for a little bit, you know, I'm slow. I'm not super fast at this. And then after that we're gonna have to turn these right side out and then press them, and then we'll have to stitch that opening closed. All right, so we're ready to go back to the sewing machine. I'm not going to be able to see the chat for a little bit. So if you leave a comment, I'll see it when I get back. But in the meantime, I don't have like a monitor over there, so I'm not really going to be able to see what's going on over there. But we've got 15 people watching. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday evening, gearing up for the work week ahead. All right. So we're over here, and I'm sewing with about a stitch length of about 3 1/4 inch seam allowance. So something about that. All right, so let's get a little closer to the machine. All right, and we're gonna get started. Earlier if you were watching earlier, I had some issues, but I changed the needle, and that seemed to help a bit. Okay, so we're going to start about here. All right. All right. And I'm going to take this time to just trim this thread just because it's kind of long. I don't want it to like get in the way of anything or get caught in anything. So we're just going to trim that off real quick. Again, about a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, so I've reached the corner and I'm going to keep my needle down and pivot about 90 degrees and then sew the other way. So sew perpendicular to your last line and then just back stitch. And then I'm going to get onto another section. All right, let's check the stitching to make sure it looks okay. Yeah, this stitching looks good. So I think replacing the needle definitely seemed to make a difference. I was just, the stitching, like my stitches were skipping. It just looked really bad. It was pretty, yeah, it was not great. All right, let's do another section here. So I'm going to keep going until all of my parts are sewn. So I'm going to have to do each piece twice, basically. So do the one side and then do the other side, if that makes sense. All right. Okay, do a couple little stitching. All right, we're gonna trim these threads as we go too. See, this is the kind of sewing that the Juki should be doing. See, this is beautiful. It's easy. All right, I think I need one more stitch here. This is the kind of sewing, yeah, that this should be doing. This is the Juki DDL 8700. This is a really great industrial machine. I picked it up probably over a year ago, and I really enjoy this machine. This is my current like daily driver. This is my favorite machine to sew on currently. I just really enjoy it. I think it's just a really nice machine to sew on. Like it just is. Let me move this out of the way here. So I'm gonna keep moving pieces out of the way and then bringing them to the forefront here. We'll just keep sewing on a Sunday night. I'm trying to make more scarves. Let's see here. All right, moving on to the next section. trim these threads. Got, let's see. All right, I think this is good. Okay. And I am back stitching at all of the start and stopping points because I'll be putting some stress on those parts when I'm turning this right side out. If you don't back stitch, your stitches will definitely pop out and not stay. So that's why it's important to back stitch, especially when you're working on a project that will have some stress put on certain areas. So you definitely want to back stitch. All right, we're making some progress here. Now we gotta, then the fun part comes of turning all of these right side out. So that'll be the tedious part, everybody. If you're joining, I guess this is Sewing Report After Dark. I'm Jen, your host. I'm here at my sewing machine. And we are live from the sewing room. All right, is this piece, okay, this piece has nothing sewn on it, so I'm gonna need to do this part. So I'm basically doing like one side and then switching over to the other side on all of the pieces here. And I do have some videos, if you're here and you literally don't know anything about sewing, I've got some basic sewing machine videos over on my main channel, The Sewing Report. I've got some videos on how to use a sewing machine, sewing tips, all kinds of shorter videos if you don't want to sit through like an 8-hour live stream. I do have some videos that are aimed, I have a lot of videos that are aimed at beginners, and those might be helpful to you. If you're here and you are like, you don't have a clue about what's going on, I've got some videos that might be able to help you over on the Sewing Report main channel. I've got a few playlists about learning to sew or beginner sewing that you might want to check out if you are here and you'd like to sew but you don't know how. So this is more of like a sewing hangout and chill kind of thing, but I do have some more like official formal videos about how to use a sewing machine and how to actually sew. But if you have any questions, you're welcome to drop it in the chat or in the comments afterwards. And if I can answer it, I will answer it. Also, if somebody else is in the chat and they can answer it, you might be able to get some helpful tips from them as well. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, so these corners look pretty good. I'm also checking the underside of the seams just to make sure I don't have any issues. But so far, this go around at the sewing machine is much better than my earlier one when I had all the problems and I had to change the bobbin, reinsert the bobbin. It was kind of a mess. So tonight seems to be going a lot better. All right, here we go. So we're gonna put it around here. All right, I need to back up one more here. Let's see here. Let me just go one stitch in. This is a little more than I wanted here. Okay, here we go. All right, so we got one piece completely done. Let's do this piece now. All right, we'll move this way actually. All right, now we're speeding along here. This thing can sew a lot faster. I have it set on the slowest setting because I don't really like to sew super fast. So I have this set at like 350 stitches a minute. This can go way faster. I'm just not doing it. All right. Got a few fibers down here. We are getting somewhere. All right, back stitching. All right, guys, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Let me trim some of these off. Actually, you know, we'll trim it back at the, we'll trim this back at the table. We'll just keep going. I think we only have a couple left. Okay, so like, yeah, 2 more left. And then I think we're good with this, I think. Am I speaking too soon? I don't know. All right, we're gonna, I think it's after 10 o'clock now too. And we're still going here. this stitching looks great. Okay, yeah, once I changed the needle, that seemed to be the thing that improved things significantly here. Oh, we got 2 more to go. All right. Not so fast, Jen. All right, now things are, I'm starting to get pretty, I feel like I'm starting to get a little loony here, a little kooky. Things are getting zany. All right, woo! All right, now we got the gas on here. All right, I'm gonna try to move this out of the way a little bit, and then we'll keep speeding along here. All right, yeah, this sewing machine, oh, just beautiful. Just very simple. I love how simple this machine is. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do if I have to fix it, but for now, when it works beautifully. All right, again, obviously you don't need an industrial sewing machine though. This project would work on any sewing machine. So don't necessarily worry if you don't have this particular machine. I've got a Brother CS7000i that also sews beautifully, just as well. I just am, this is the machine I feel comfortable with right now. So that's why I am choosing to use this more often in videos and live streams, because I just like it. I just like the machine. It's a good machine. And it actually, for what it does, it's not like ridiculously expensive compared to like your other domestic home sewing machines. This does one thing and does one thing very well. So yeah. I'm gonna speed things up here. Oh yeah. Woo. All right. All right, I'm gonna check, after I finish this, I'm gonna check to make sure my husband put his empties in the garbage can. I have a weird obsession with trash day. I can't explain it. I'm strange. Okay. All right, so we got these done. All right, I'm just gonna walk over to the garbage can real quick. If not, I'm gonna have to try to hit them up in a little bit. Let me see here. Let me make sure. All right, the rabbit's still just chilling. She's cool. It is 10:30. Hello, rabbit. Hi. Okay, yes, he did. My husband had a bunch of empty soda and wine bottles. He has put them in the trash. Yay! I just have a thing about, like, making sure all our trash is taken out. I don't know, it's weird. All right, so here is what we have now. We're gonna bring this back, and now we have to trim all the corners and flip everything right side out. Also, I'll check the chat, because I haven't checked that in a few minutes here. All right, we still have a few viewers here. Welcome to Sewing Report Live. All right. We have about 16 viewers currently at 10:30 at night. Welcome. Thank you for making the Sewing Report Live channel your viewing choice of the evening. Okay, so here's what you got a big pile of stuff, and it looks like, this kind of looks like rags. Like, you know what I mean? This doesn't look like much. Oh, I need my thread cup. All right, hold on a second. Let me get my thread cup. I am in my sweatpants, like usual. I'm jealous because my husband made a sandwich, and I have not had a sandwich. I'm getting a little hungry. We might do that. Okay, so again, this looks like, at this point, this looks like nothing, but soon it will look like this. So we're gonna work on that here. My hair is probably all whatever, I don't know. Oh boy. All right. I have a lot of hair. My hair is really thick and kind of a pain in the butt. All right, so we're gonna trim all the threads here. Okay, so we're just gonna trim all these. All right, so these are all kind of attached together because I sort of daisy chained all of these together to make things quicker at the sewing machine. All right. Yeah, it is getting late. It's getting, here's the thing though. It's late, but it's not late for me because I got up at 1 p.m. I'm not joking. I woke up around 1 because I went to bed at like 5, which is kind of insane. So it's a little bit late. A little bit late. All right, so we're gonna cut all these, we're gonna cut all these strings, all these threads. All right, got the iron heating up over here. Things are making new dreams come true. Things are just getting started here. We're just getting started. We got to pack some Etsy orders later, though. I got to take out the trash. Oh, I also have to clean my rabbit. So every night we have a routine. I have a daily routine with the rabbit. I have to clean her. I have to clean her litter box at night. In the morning, we have a routine of I make coffee, have all my supplements. I take like a lot. I take a lot of supplements. I'm not gonna lie. I take a bunch, and then we chill. And I give her the equivalent of like Gatorade for rabbits, and then she also gets. Oh, you know what? I haven't given her her tablets. She gets supplements as well. I know this is crazy, and then. In the morning, I give her Gatorade for rabbits, and then I also give her lettuce. She gets daily fresh greens, so she's got to get her greens. Later on in the day, I usually give her tablets, and then at night, we clean her litter box, and she kind of runs around and stuff. I mean, she runs around all day, too. She's really only in her and I keep her, she has an exercise pen. I know a lot of people are like crazy about, animal welfare. She's only in her pen at night, and during the day she can roam around. So she does get ample time of free. She does get ample free roaming time. The only time she is in her pen is at night. Yeah, I'm absolutely living in the wrong time zone. I should be on like Pacific time, because that's like that would be more my vibe. And I can't get out of this. I just can't break out of this nasty cycle of going to bed really late and waking up late. I just can't. That's why I'm so weird. And believe it or not, I shoot a lot of videos at like 11 p.m. So I will do a lot of filming late at night because I don't know, just because I do. Not sure why. All right, so we're gonna trim the corners here. So I got my solo cup again, and all I'm going to do is, again, I'm going to trim them close to the corners here, not through the stitching, and then I'm just going to trim this little area over here too. Again, close to the stitching, not through the stitching. And you're just going to do this for all of the corners, and it helps to have something below it to catch all the little, otherwise you'd have kind of a mess to clean up, so it kind of helps to have something below to catch all of the, little fabric fibers and all the little pieces, all the little bits and stuff. Okay, so we're going to do this for all the pieces. I'm also going to kind of open up the seams here. I kind of explained this the other day. Oh boy, there's a lot of fraying on this one. I'm going to need to kind of trim this. A lot of fraying here. Here, let's trim this guy. Ooh, all right, we have 9 viewers on Rumble, and we've got 9 viewers on YouTube and Twitch. This is actually the biggest viewership we've had on Sewing Report Live today. So this has actually been the best show for viewers. So thank you to everybody for making this happen. All right, and I'm kind of just pre-pressing this so it has like kind of a pressing memory. So when I flip this right side out, it'll be a little bit easier to kind of do what I need to do. I'm gonna get some water here. I cut myself off today after 2 cups of coffee. Then I brushed my teeth because my teeth stain easily. We're just going to sort of cut around here. All right. Just going to do this to all of these pieces. Then we're going to start turning these right side out and see if we can finish some of these. See, I need to pack some Etsy orders tonight. And I need to, and I need to get up somewhat at a reasonable time because I got the Kroger order coming. I got my grocery order coming at like 1 p.m. tomorrow. So a lot of stuff. What does everyone else have going on this week? Anything exciting or, I don't know, big? Anything big? Okay. Yeah, when I fold this out of the opening, it sort of looks like lip. Doesn't it kind of look like lips at this point? You're like, oh, oh, okay. You're probably like, this girl is whack. And that's true. I am whack. Yeah. Gotta cut the corners. You know, on the upside, this gives me somebody to talk to, because normally I'm just like talking to nobody, you know. So now at least I have some internet friends that we can chat about life and stuff. All right, yeah, I'm gonna trim some of these, just some of these, this fraying here. I'm just gonna trim some of this off. All right. Yes, I got the Kroger. I got my groceries coming tomorrow. I did actually get that video. I did end up so I ended up trimming down one of the scarf making videos, live streams, and I trimmed that down into a regular video for the sewing report that was a lot more edit friendly. So, because a lot of people, I get it, you don't want to watch a 4-hour live stream or something. So I totally understand. So I edited that down to make sense for like a regular video. And I put that out yesterday. I'm working on, I need to clip out some other portions of live streams and also upload those as videos. And I gotta keep making these scarves, guys. We're gonna sell these. We are gonna sell these. That's the plan. Okay. All right. Let's trim these corners here. Yeah, I'm very congested. I need to get another allergy pill here. And I should probably eat at some point. Oh shoot, I keep accidentally hitting the record button on my OBS software when I definitely do not mean to do that. It's like I keep accidentally hitting the button by mistake, which is sort of weird. All right. Yeah, now things are getting wild here. Oh yeah, we're getting wild, getting zany. All right. My husband's he's gotta go to bed because he has like a regular job, so he's got to go to bed soon. I think he's watching TV or something. Okay. All right, we got one more to, wait, no, two more. All right, two more to go, and then we can start turning these right side out. Yeah, if I can get these done by like midnight, like that would be cool, right? I guess, I don't know. It's weird, we have more viewers at like 10:30 at night than like that's the thing, the viewership has been better really late at night than it is like in the middle of the day. And I would have thought that the viewership for live streams would be good on a weekday during the day because people might be kind of having it on at work. But that hasn't really been the case. It's been like weekends at night, which is kind of strange to me. I would have guessed the opposite. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Let's get these open. All right, let's get some more water. Maybe people are like, who in the world is live streaming for 6 hours about sewing? This girl right here. I don't know. This is weird. I know this is getting weird. That's fine. I do talk a lot, so that's why I thought this, you know, this channel would be perfect for me. Because I'm chatty. And I can talk to like I can meet people anywhere and I can talk to them for 8 hours. I don't know. I've met people on airplanes that I still am friends with on Facebook. I'm not joking. I can literally, and I can talk by myself. I can talk to strangers. It's really not like hard for me to do that. So I guess that's why I'm in YouTube, you know. All right, gotta trim this off. So I'm here talking to you right now. All right, got one more to trim. Man, I need some, I'm probably gonna need to lint roll myself too. Okay, let's just lint roll me. I do have some random fibers everywhere. Okay. Got some random stuff. All right, Sunday night is good because people go to church and outings in the morning and early afternoon. I think you're right about that. You know, I definitely did not go to church today. I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, I definitely didn't. Yeah, I can talk. I have I guess the gift, and I used to be kind of shy, but not anymore. And also, the older you get, like the less, like I feel like the older you get, the less you care about what people think of you. So, whatever. If people want to think I'm crazy, that's fine. My husband could already confirm that for sure. He already knows. But yeah, you're right. Like, that's why I also think Saturday night would be bad. I would guess people are out doing stuff on Saturday nights. I mean, not me, but I'm guessing other people would be. I don't know. I'm usually home on Saturday nights, so I'm not in that camp. So I'm not one of those people that applies to. All right, we're going to trim these corners. Oops, okay. I hope I didn't accidentally cut into that. All right, I don't think so. All right, this is the one I'm not selling because it's got the weird stitching on it. Okay. Also, it's got like some little random stuff on it. That's the thing. I'm getting little tiny fibers everywhere. Like, I can't avoid them. Okay. All right, this is a good comment. Inhibition definitely decreases with age. I think you're right about that. Yeah, it's like you just don't care you know what I mean? It's like you just don't care anymore. When you were younger, you used to always worry about like what people thought of you or like how you came across, and now it's like, whatever. Now I honestly, I don't really care. So, and that's the thing, not everyone's gonna like you, and you can't get everyone to like you. So there's always going to be people who don't really care for you, and that's, you got to live with that. You can't please everybody. All right, get goofy and have fun in the sewing room. Yeah, we're doing that, Lisa. Oh yeah, you do have your other channel, Jen Talks Forever. Yeah, you have that one too. And the reason I named that channel that was because I wanted people to, I wanted it to be advertising, like, because I got a couple comments saying I talk too much, so I changed the name of the channel to Jen Talks Forever, and I do not get those comments anymore. So clearly people are like, okay, it is what it's advertised. So at least people are like in on the joke now and everything, so yeah. Yeah, all right. Jen Talks Forever on every channel except the bunny one. Yeah, the bunny one is the only one where it's just her eating lettuce and stuff. I have way too many channels too. But that one's like the low effort one, you know what I'm saying? Let's see. All right, so now we can turn these right side out. We're ready. I know we're finally ready to do that. If I don't sew all of the scarves, I can at least get like maybe one of them done to show we'll do at least maybe one completed one to show you. I don't know. Again, I don't know how long should I stay on tonight? I don't know. I do have some other stuff I need to do as well. Plus, I haven't eaten today yet, so I should probably do that at some point. Okay. So we'll see. All right, so let's turn this right side out. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I need the skinny chopstick. I'm not really sure. But yeah, this is just sort of a hangout and chill. We have 16 viewers right now, so that's awesome. I never thought there would be 16 viewers watching this at 10:44 p.m. at night. But although I suppose people are in different time zones too, so. So we're gonna turn this right side out. Yeah, these scarves are such an easy project. And again, I think I feel like this is a good project to build confidence if you are a beginner. And these would be great for that. Okay, so I'm just gonna turn this right side out. All right, I need some more water. I wonder if like someone is just finding this live stream and they don't know anything about sewing. I wonder what they think about this particular image where I'm just like pulling fabric out of a tube. Like this does look a little weird. I don't know. These are hopefully going to be easy to press. I don't know. We'll do a few of these. We'll at least sew a couple. You know, Lisa, I have some boxed wine coming tomorrow in my grocery delivery. So I don't really drink that much anymore. I rarely drink anymore. My husband, so all the wine I order is for my husband. We normally get bottled wine because it's actually cheaper. But you know, I did order a box of Boda wine for tomorrow. But again, it's not actually for, it's not really for me. I only drink wine. Sometimes if I have to go to sleep, I'll drink wine, or if I'm having steak. That's about the only time. But generally I've been avoiding the drinking. It's not like I'm against drinking or anything. I didn't really feel like it was doing anything positive for me. The only positive it has is that it puts me to sleep. So if I need to go to sleep, it's kind of a tool. But like as far as like fun or like whatever, I just don't find drinking that fun. The only time I like wine is, you know, again, if I have to go to sleep or if I am having a steak. It is good with steak. That's about, you know, but that's about it. All right, let's turn this out. We're going to get these corners. So I'm using the black skinnier chopstick now. Let's see if we can get that. But yeah, I didn't really make a big announcement or anything about it. I just, you know, was like, I could take this or leave it. You know, I also don't do any sort of other, I do zero substances other than my supplements. I do a lot of like dietary and like mood balancing supplements and stuff. But I live, you know, I don't really, you know, I'm not into anything like recreational, if you get my drift. It's just not really my thing. That being said, I don't really like, you know, I'm not like against it morally or anything. I just don't personally do it. But again, my husband does drink wine, so the wine is for him. All right, here we go. I'm gonna poke this out. Yeah, these corners are poking out very nicely. I hope this is easy to press. We'll see. All right, let's try to press this and see how easy it is. All right, we got all these. We got a lot more to go, guys. So yeah, if we can get these done, then I gotta pack the Etsy orders, take out the garbage, get something to eat, and clean up the rabbit stuff, and then we'll be good to go. And it is 10:49 p.m. All right, so let's just sort of start gently pressing this out. So that's my day so far. How about you guys? All right. All right, let's get this pressed. Okay, I keep finding more of these fibers everywhere. What is going on? And we've been live for 6 hours now. So we've been live for a little bit here. We've been live for a hot second. All right. My husband's like, what is going on out here? Yeah, so yeah, he just got home a little while ago from fishing. All right, I think I need to press this out a little bit more. All right, so we just need to sort of, I'm trying to like just press this fabric away from the seam here. So you might have to do that a little bit to get a good press here. Okay. All right, yeah, this could be better. This could be going better. Let me kind of roll this over here. Yeah, yeah, this needs to be, this is not great. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, the one with the angled ends is like easier to press this. I honestly don't know why, but generally they're easier to press. Okay, oh, here's my opening. Okay, so I need the opening about here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure why, but they're just a little bit easier. All right. All right, this looks better. I still think it could be a little bit improved here. Okay. All right, here's the opening. Okay. It's starting to look a little bit better. So notice I kind of have to roll, when I'm pressing this, I'm trying to kind of roll the fabric like away with my fingers here, like this. All right, hoping it's okay. All right, and now I'm gonna do the other thing for the other side. I think these will look nice too. All right, yeah, these ends are pressing out very nicely. All right, nice corners here. Okay. Yeah, look at this. Check this out. So we got one ready to sew. So the lining, the opening of the lining is about here. I'm also going to fold this one side. So you see here, there's not that much fabric folded in. I want a little bit more. All right, so we're gonna fold this in a little bit more, just so that we've got more fabric to catch on the stitching. All right, let's see how this looks now. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that definitely looks a little bit, could be a little bit better. All right, let me kind of push this in. All right, I'm going to take the iron tip. All right, yeah, this is definitely a little bit better. Okay, I'm going to press this. Okay, this looks pretty good, I think. All right, yeah, this looks nice. See how this looks nice and even? It's in line with the rest of the seam. All right, this looks pretty good. All right, so I'm gonna take my marking pen and just mark where I'm gonna need to sew this closed. All right, actually we'll do it on the other side because there's some dark spots here, so I wouldn't be able to use my marking pen there. All right. Let's do about here. So this is going to be our spots about here and about here. So I'm going to overlap the stitching a little bit just so it doesn't pop out by accident. And I'm just going to glue baste that part shut and then sew that up at the sewing machine. Yeah, this is going to look really nice. All right, we're going to do a nice press. I think it's looking pretty good here. How's everybody doing? It's almost 11 o'clock. We've been live since 4:30. So we've been going for a little bit. Oh, wrong tool here. I almost got out my marking pen, and I really wanted to get out the glue bottle. All right, so we're gonna basically just run a little line of glue here. And then that will keep your opening closed until you stitch it down. All right, so we're just gonna, and I'm trying to keep this sort of even, you know, kind of keeping this even here. See what I'm saying here? So try to keep this whole thing, keep these edges sort of lined up so that they are nice and even. Okay, hit it with an iron. So now all I'm gonna have to do is stitch this closed from here to here. All right, so we have 2 of these done, I think. Yeah, 2 done. Oh wait, this one, oh, this is the angled one. Okay, never mind. This is not, we only have 1 done? Oh geez. Okay. So this is the first one. Okay, we have ways to go, guys. All right, so this is gonna be 1 scarf once we stitch this little opening closed here. So that's what we got to, that's the last step, literally. So the pressing does take a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. If you want your scarf to look nice, you are gonna need to press it well. All right, let's do another one. All right, now we'll do a few of these and we'll try to get these sewn together. Okay, let me get some more water here. All right, let's do the other side. Yes, this is like the really boring part of this project. You're just like literally taking a tube of fabric and turning it right side out. So you're like, this is really, yeah. I know the outsiders are probably like, what the hell is going on? All right. Let me check. I'm gonna check my Etsy platform just to make sure I still just have 2 orders to fill. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, we'll be good. Got all these little bits here, so I'm keeping this cup around. Okay. Fun Sunday evening, right? Kind of chill. I'm here talking to myself. Nothing weird about that. Okay. All right. Now, these corners are pretty easy to poke out at least, so at least there's that. Okay, there's the opening. But yeah, you can see, look at the difference between like this and this. Like this looks like, you can tell this is an actual scarf. This looks like nothing. Like this looks like a project gone wrong or something. But you can see the difference when you press it look at the difference. You got this versus this. This looks so much better. Makes just a total difference here. Let me poke this out. Okay. All right, got these. Yeah, these corners look great. This one looks really good. And again, I'm going gentle. All right, here's a, I'm gonna have to, there's a fiber sticking out. I'm gonna have to trim that. That's all right. All right, it's looking pretty good so far. All right, let me get my scissors. There's a tiny, yeah, I gotta trim this. There's a tiny fiber here. We gotta get rid of this. This is kind of annoying. All right, let me just get the scissors out. See how nice these bent scissors are? Like you can get so close to what you're cutting without cutting into the fabric. So that makes it really nice. All right, so now it's time to press this. Yeah, this looks like a weird puffy thing. So this is not what we want here. Not what we want. All right, so I'm gonna press this away from, okay. All right, so we're going to we're just gonna press. See, I think a lot of this project is just pressing stuff. It's like pressing, doing that kind of thing. Okay, try to press this way. Actually, yeah, we'll try to press. I wonder if it'll work this way. We'll see. This is a little hard because I can't see the seam here. All right, we're going to turn this back over. I feel like this corner didn't get poked out. Well, maybe I'll try. All right, let me get the chopstick back in here. Okay. All right, yeah, that's, I think I can poke this out a little bit better. Okay, yeah, that's much better. Okay, this is better. So gotta close this up. So yeah, this one lined up really nicely. All right, I do feel like I need to press in this fabric just a little bit. Actually, wait, no, it's okay. It's enough fabric. All right, so this lined up really well. So I'm just going to, okay, I've already made my marks here. Let me kind of make more of these marks, I guess. I don't know. All right, make these a little bit darker here. Sometimes I like to go over my marks just again to make sure that they're very visible to me, because sometimes they can get, I feel like sometimes they can get a little bit lost, if you get what I'm saying here. All right, so let's just get some glue in here. And we got two done. I know. You're like, what the heck? You're like, that's not very many. And that's true. That's not very many. All right, so let's get this all in place. Okay. All right, so we got another one done, ready to sew. Okay. Now this looks nice. So we're just gonna, see, this is only about 2 inches. Oh, I need to, you know what though? This one got, all right, here we go. It's just sort of, all right, this will be good. So all I'm gonna do, now that we've got this basted shut, all I have to do is sew from here to here, and then the scarf is completely finished. All right, I'm gonna press this a little bit more. I see some of these seams, it's driving me crazy. Some of these seams could be pressed a little bit better. Let me just get the tip of my iron here. All right, I'm just gonna press this. All right, here we go. This is a little bit better. All right. All right, so we got another one ready to roll. All right, where is the mark? Here we go. Get another one ready. All right, yeah, this is the fun part. This is the fun part. So if you are joining kind of in progress, we are making skinny scarves for handbags, and I'm Jen with the Sewing Report. We are live from the sewing room. If you're joining us late and you're like, what's going on? We've been sewing scarves for 6 hours and 30 minutes, and I am hoping to get 11 done today. That would be cool. I've been sewing on YouTube for about 7 years, and I started Sewing Report Live about 6 weeks ago to do live sewing from this sewing room in Florida. So if you're new, welcome. You're welcome to ask any questions in the chat or in the comments if you're watching this later. I welcome some, ideas for the show, suggestions, things you'd like to see, that sort of thing. Let me know. I'm hoping to stream a couple days a week, at least to start. And I also have hundreds of videos on sewing on my main channel, The Sewing Report. So if you are new here and you want to learn about sewing, I have a lot of videos over on my other channel, The Sewing Report, here on YouTube, that you can watch to learn about sewing. So if you're new and you want to know about sewing, I got a lot of videos to help you out here. So we are just turning these scarves right side out. And this is really like the last, one of the last steps. So yeah, I know it's kind of late. It's kind of late. You know what? And I will be selling these in the Sewing Report Etsy shop as soon as I can. I need to make a few different colors because I want to try to offer a few to start, so it's not just like one colorway. But I have some more fabric coming in this week, some more rayon. I'm sewing with rayon. This is a great fabric for this project. It's also pretty sturdy to work with, so it's not super delicate that you need to worry about every little thing. This is a really nice fabric to sew with. It's very drapey, so it has a lot of the properties of silk, but it's not silk. So we're just here chilling on a Sunday. need to kind of move. Oh yeah, let me move my shirt up a little bit. I don't want to flash anyone here. Microphone's sort of hanging off of it. I don't know. All right. And I have not eaten anything today. Oh, so that's been fun. Maybe this is a good like diet plan for me. Just don't eat, you know, just don't eat anything. Just live stream all day and don't eat. You know, maybe that's the key to things. I don't know. But yeah, I would say with any sewing project, if you don't know much about sewing, a lot of your time will not actually be spent at a sewing machine sewing things. Quite a bit of your time, I would say most of it will be spent tracing, cutting out pattern pieces, fusing, interfacing, prepping pieces, doing a lot of, you're going to use your iron more than your sewing machine. So that's why it's important to have an iron you like. But yeah, you're probably going to be using your iron way more than the actual sewing machine. So I would say with any sewing project, I spend less than, you know, at best, it might be 10% of my time at the sewing machine and then 90% of my time doing stuff like this, where I'm literally just turning things right side out and ironing them. So that's like real sewing, and that's why I wanted to do this channel, is to show people the actual reality of sewing, and to show people how much time and effort goes into making even like one little thing like this scarf. So welcome. This is not really like a classroom instructional thing. This is more of like a sewing hangout, you know, kind of a Truman Show style, just hang out with me while I sew kind of vibe here. All right, so we've got this. I'm going to use I use a chopstick. And all right, where is my opening? And I am going to be poking out my corners here. So that's what we're doing now. All right. Read a few comments. Pressing is so important even during the sewing process of garment. That's right. All right, Lisa, yay, finished my blouse, just need to iron. Well, congratulations. I feel like we need to get like a yay or cheering sound effect for that kind of thing at some point. You know, if this show gets, you know, if this show progresses, maybe we'll definitely upgrade some of the features here. But congratulations, Lisa, on finishing your blouse. That's awesome. I've got Krabby Dragon here. Krabby Dragon has been a regular viewer here. Thank you very much. All right, so we're poking out some corners here. There we go. All right, we're gonna poke out the other corners. My head feels like it's gonna explode. I'm so congested right now. My eyes are kind of itchy too, which probably isn't good. I don't know. Probably not great. Who knows? But welcome. I appreciate each and every one of you viewers, especially since I'm live streaming at like 11 p.m. And I was not, that's the thing, I have more viewers now than I did, you know, when I live streamed the other day at like 2 p.m. or something. So this is kind of crazy. All right, so now we get to press this. All right. And yeah, if anyone has any questions about what's going on here, I would be happy to answer. You can also just, you know, just leave a comment or let me know what you think about this live show. All right. Okay. So I'm using my fingers to kind of finger press the seam open, and then I'll be pressing with the seam on the side, and then the scarf will be close to being done. Not quite done, but close. It'll look done. I just have to sew one last part. All right. But yeah, I've noticed pressing the seam open in the middle first does, in my opinion, help. Okay. Here we go. And anyone watching who's like, who is this girl? Why is she doing this? Yeah, I just like sewing. and I wanted to show, these will be for sale in the Etsy shop in the near future. I also wanted people who are considering buying these scarves to be able to see how they're actually being made. I thought that would be like more fun that way, you know what I'm saying here? All right, let me kind of press this in a little bit. You know, I would love to be able to see my stuff being made. I think it's cool. Okay. All right. So we're going to press this opening. Okay. Okay. All right, this is looking pretty okay. All right, enough fabric is in here. Yeah, so once I get this pressed out, here is the opening. I turn the project right side out. I'm going to be stitching that shut, and that's pretty much the last step of the project. Let me just make sure. All right, yeah, I think enough fabric is turned in here. Okay. So I'm just going to be pressing this, the best I can. Okay. So yeah, pressing is a very important part of sewing. And it can really make or break a project. I'm going to need to, this could be done a little bit better. That's all right. Okay. All right, so here's my opening here. I'm gonna take my marking pen and mark where I need to sew. This is actually a very small opening. This is like, it's probably like 1.5 inches. So this is a pretty small one. Okay, so we're just gonna mark, make a nice thick line. I don't wanna have miss it, you know what I'm saying here? All right, and then we're gonna close this up. I also wanna make sure I've got enough fabric that it will catch the stitches, and this seems to be okay so far. All right, let me just sort of press this a little bit this way. All right. Okay. All right, now I just have to press this shut, and then this was also ready to go to the sewing machine. All right, so we got 3 down, I think 3 to go. All right, so here's what we got now. Man, my hair probably looks really weird, but that's fine. Also, my hair tends to like, there'll be like a weird piece like here, you know, that kind of thing. So it tends to look real, like, you know, wonky the longer the day goes on. All right. Alrighty-o. Okay. I'll tell you what, guys. I'm gonna take. We'll take a quick. We'll keep chatting. But I'm gonna pack my Etsy orders. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let's sew these, the 3 I have done, just so we can go back to the sewing machine, so people aren't like, what in the heck? Then we're gonna pack a few Etsy orders. So you can kind of join me for that. All right. So we will go to the sewing machine, and we're gonna sew these 3 scarves closed, just so I can show some progress. You guys aren't like, wow, you're doing this forever. So we're going to sew these 3, and then we will pack some Etsy orders. All right, let's go to camera 3, and I'm going to be still using about a 3.0 stitch length, sewing as close to the edge of the fabric as possible, and I'm going to be back stitching at the beginning and end. So we're definitely going to be doing that. All right, so now I'm looking for the marks I drew, which I can definitely very clearly see here. So this is what we didn't sew, and now we're going to be sewing this. Okay, should be pretty. This should be pretty. Shouldn't take too long at all. Okay, so I'm just gonna hold these threads, and then all right, do a couple back stitches here. All right, and then, and again, this is a little bit less than 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I'm going to end at the mark, and then I'm going to do a few back stitches. All right, and then this is done. All right, let's see here. Here we go. All right, yeah, this looks good. I'm making sure that the fabric did catch on both sides nicely like that. So let's just do the other 2, and then we'll head back to the sewing machine, or head back to the table. And then we'll show you the finished scarves. Yeah, so at least we'll get a few of these done so you can actually see these. Okay, so we're gonna sew this guy, starting right at the mark here. Sorry, I need to cough here. Okay, back stitch. All right, sewing real close to the edge here. Back stitch. All right. All right, now the last one. Okay, and these are all attached together because I'm sort of daisy chaining here. So we got one more, and then we will, we're gonna pack some Etsy orders. So we'll do that, okay. Okay. All right, so these 3 scarves are totally done. Totally done. All right, let me just sort of move this out, get my snips. We'll get these trimmed up to show you some completed scarves here. All right, let's get these guys out. Oh, I think I actually bumped the table. That's all right though. All right, so here's where we are now. Yes. All right, and we've got 3 scarves done. So you can see here, this is how we closed up the opening. So there is a little bit of visible stitching on this project, but it's because I used thread that matches, it's not very noticeable. And because I also sewed really close to the edge, it doesn't really noticeably like change how the scarf feels just in that tiny section. All right, so I'm going to trim some of these threads here. Again, I'm going to use these curved scissors that are available in the Etsy shop, which is linked in the description box here. All right, and I'm just going to trim all of these threads. And this is really the last step for making your scarf. And the marks I drew will go away. That marker I used is a disappearing ink pen. So it's air and water soluble. So here is one completed scarf. So I'm gonna be making a bunch more of these. I still have a lot of fabric to that I have cut to sew these too. So a lot of scarves are going to be coming to the shop once I finish these. Okay. All right, let me get the other side. And I'm being careful not to cut into the fabric. That's why I really like these scissors, because they're curved, it's easy to cut very close to the project without cutting into it. That's very nice here. I'm being pretty careful. All right, so we got a few more done. So so far we've made 8. Okay, so we've made 8, yeah. So we made 5 earlier, and then we made 3 now. We got 3 more to go. I'm gonna go ahead and pack up my Etsy orders before it gets like super late, but we'll stay chilling live and stuff, you know. Maybe we'll make a sandwich. I don't know. Do you want to watch me eat a sandwich? I don't know. We could do that too. Could make a sandwich. All right, so here is another completed scarf. Yeah, the stitching turned out really nicely. And again, you notice I stitched really close to the edge to try to make the stitches fairly invisible. Again, they're visible, but I used matching thread. But this is a blunt end scarf here. All right, so I'm gonna go and get my Etsy orders here. For privacy reasons, I won't be showing you guys like the addresses or labels or anything, but I'll kind of start packing things up here, and we can kind of keep chatting and kind of chilling and stuff. So we can do that. But let me know if you have any questions, comments, anything like that. I know it's getting close to midnight here. Yeah, I gotta eat fairly soon. Also, I have to give my rabbit her supplements of the day. Oh, and pin just went flying. That was fun. Let me get my Etsy orders. At least if I get those packed, I'll feel better about my, progress and everything, about my productivity. Right, let me grab that. Okay. So I'll show you guys what I do when I get Etsy orders. Okay. So somebody ordered a squeezy bottle, one of my glue bottles, and then somebody else ordered my tailor's all. So those are 2 items I've got. Okay. So I'm not going to show you guys the actual people's names and addresses and stuff, but let me get those items. We'll get those ready to go. We'll ship them out. All right, let me get, where did I put the tailor's alls? I haven't sold one of those in a while. Okay, here we go. All right, I found that. Get my glue bottles here. Here I only have a few of the glue bottles left. So if you are interested in glue basting and you would like a glue bottle like the one I'm using, I only have I think I have 3 or 4 left. So I don't have very many left. And I haven't been able to source more. So that's an item that I will not be able to get, at least for the foreseeable future. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to get it back. All right, so we'll pack some Etsy orders, and I'll keep talking to you guys. We can chat. All right, and I'll show you how I pack stuff. I got my little stickers here. Let's see here. Got a glue bottle. All right, here's the glue bottle. Again, same sticker here. Does not come with the glue. You have to add the glue, but the glue is the glue is super cheap. So the glue is not at all expensive. Let me get a couple of bags. and stuff. So I always put a little, bit like these little thank you business cards in each package, and I will write a note to the person, to the customer. All right, let me get my little bags here. All right, we'll also need a couple shipping padded envelopes here, so we'll get those. Let's see here. We'll print out labels and stuff. So we'll do that. So we got a lot done today. And again, I'm not very fast. Plus, I had those issues. I obviously had those issues with the sewing machine earlier, so that was interesting to say the least. All right, I'm trying not to show you their names. Okay. But again, I always write them a little note on the business card. Okay. Okay, here we go. So I'm not going to show you their names or anything, just for like privacy reasons. Okay. So we're just chillaxing a little bit. Okay, I just got Sharpie on myself. That was fun. Okay. All right, just got marker on myself. I was doing pretty good today too. All right. All right, and then I always package my items in a little baggie. Let me make sure I know who's going what. Okay. Okay. Along with the little note card here. Okay, well, I guess it's okay if you see their like first name. I don't think that really matters. Okay, so this person ordered one glue bottle, and the other person ordered the Taylor's All. Okay, and I always like fold. I always kind of put a little shipping packing slip inside. We'll fold these. So now you can see this is how things actually happen in the Etsy shop here. All right. And I literally I honestly pack every order. So this is all, I actually don't have anyone helping me with the shop at all or anything like that. So yeah, I ship everything myself, and I really try to ship everything the next day. I put the shipping times as like 5 to 7 days just to give myself some leeway in case something happens. But normally I'm able to ship out most orders the next day. Although if you place an order on Saturday, there's obviously no mail on Sunday, so it has to go out on Monday. Okay, so we got the Taylor's All. Okay, now I need to print shipping labels. So I have a little scale and I weigh all the packages. I also know all of the, I use these little padded envelopes. I also know all of the measurements pretty much by heart. So I know how, like, what the sizes are and everything. So I use a service called Pirate Ship to do all of the shipping and stuff. And it's been very reliable. It's also, like, I think it's free. There's no fee or anything like that. Okay, so the clovers, okay. All right, so I'm going to kind of cover up the orders and stuff so you can't see the names. And everything, and then let's we're gonna print off, we're gonna do shipping label. Oh, I need to weigh everything. Okay, so I need to go into my Pirate Ship account here. All right, let's do that. Let me move some stuff out of the way here. All right, we'll do this. All right, I'll put the glue in here for a second. How's everybody doing though? We're just hanging out and stuff, you know, we're hanging out. All right, got to go into my Pirate Ship account here, and we need to weigh everything and print shipping labels. This is the fun part. I also use a thermal printer. Once I had started getting some orders, I ordered a thermal printer, so I don't need to worry about ink ever again. And then you just have to get thermal paper, and it's really, the printer was like $200, but I think it's paid for itself and not having to buy ink and everything. So that's been pretty handy. You know, I'm not, you know, so I would definitely recommend if you are doing something like this, you know, once you get enough sales, I would recommend getting some sort of thermal printer. it really will make your life a lot easier. I started out printing out my shipping labels and then cutting them all out and taping them to the envelope or the box. And that was just a pain in the butt, so that's not very fun. Okay. So I need to weigh this package now. All right. So yeah, it's pretty easy to do all the shipping stuff, though. It's really not that bad. All right, let me just, my scale's over here. I got to weigh everything. But yeah, so you're packing an order with me. All right, so this is about 1.5. I always round up a little bit. All right, so about 1.5 ounces. Let's see here. 1.5. Okay. All right, now I get rates. Okay. Shipping will be $4.3. Okay, so I'm going to buy the label and then I print it out. Okay. And you know, I will put this on camera. Let's put this on camera, picture in picture here. Here we go. So you can sort of see, maybe see a little bit what's going on. Here we go. All right, so, all right, we are going to print out this label here. But yeah, I really like Pirate Ship, and then the Rollo printer, R-O-L-L-O, is a pretty solid one. It's they have a wireless version, but it's more expensive. I just have the wired one, and it works fine. I do wish I had the wireless one, but since I already have this one, I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't really need the wireless one. It would just be, you know, it would be a little more convenient though, you know. All right, so let's do printing out. Okay. All right, and I got my label now. So again, I'm not showing you like the addresses and stuff, just, you know, for privacy reasons, but you'll hopefully get the idea of packing Etsy orders and stuff. This helps. Let me get this label on. Okay. Okay, at least this way I can stay live and get something else I need to do as well. All right, so this one is pretty good to go. All right, and I always make sure that the name matches up like the item. I always double check to make sure that the item matches up, because I have made a couple mistakes like that where I sent somebody like the wrong item or something. So that occasionally it's happened like a couple times and I made it right. But you do want to double check to make sure that the item you're sending is the one that they're ordering and that the name and address matches everything. Okay, so this all matches. Okay, cool. Let me put everything in the envelope here. But yeah, I do all of the shipping. So if you're wondering if I'm actually the one packaging the orders, I definitely am. Okay. All right, so here is one order. The other thing I liked, okay, sorry, I thought that was a bug, but it was not. I always put a little sewing report sticker on the seal of the envelope. I just like to do that. And then I also have like some other stickers I put on the package as well. All right, let me get some other stickers and stuff. I'll show you the stickers I have. And I get a lot of these supplies from a company called moo.com. So here's some of the stickers I like to put on the envelopes. I just think they're fun and, you know, cute and stuff. So that's what I've been doing. Okay, let me get this one on. There we go. Okay, so here is another one done. Here, I'll put this face up. Okay, now I need to weigh this other package. Actually, I probably don't, because I've shipped this one out so much. Pirate Ship kind of memorizes certain shipping combinations. So if you're shipping the same thing out again, it actually has it saved like what it is. Yeah, this looks right. Okay. So if you're shipping out the same item and it's the same weight and the same package, the weight should be the same. and you don't really have to worry about weighing it again. All right, and I know I've shipped this item out like a bunch, so it's definitely right. Okay, so now we are buying the label. Okay, making sure. Okay, glue bottle. Okay. All right. Okay, now we just had to print out the label. I need to put another one in the machine. All right, getting stuff done here. We are getting stuff done. Okay, and then these are the labels. This is a blank, obviously blank label, so just so you can see what that looks like. All right, oh, and Lisa, all right, Lisa, I appreciate you watching. Lisa is going for the night. Thank you. We look forward to having you for the next show, Lisa. All right, so now I'm just gonna put this in the label maker, or the label printer, and then we're gonna print out another label here. There we go. Sometimes I do have some issue. You have to make sure the label feeds in correctly. Sometimes it feeds in crooked, and then your label will be crooked when it prints out. But hopefully, okay, let's see. All right, here we go. This one looks okay. Okay, this one looks all right. Okay. So that is packing Etsy orders. Fun times, huh? All right. We're going to put this on the other envelope. There we go. Okay. All right. Oh, hopefully you can't see this address. Okay. Hopefully people can't see the address and stuff. All right. All right. Let me. Okay. I'm going to put this inside along with the package contents. All right. And these are self-sealing bubble mailers, so it's got some adhesive on it already. So you just have to peel off the backing, so it's not too bad. All right. All right, and that's 2 Etsy orders pretty much all packed up there. Let's see here. Okay, and I just need to put on one more sticker for this guy. All right, what sticker should I do? So I've got the thanks again, open me, and hello there stickers. So I got a few options here. I might do the let's do the open me sticker. I think that's cute. Okay, we'll do the open me sticker here. Okay. All right, I'm gonna try not to show you guys the address. Okay. So that is packing Etsy orders here. Oops, okay, sorry. Did not mean to flip that over. Okay, obviously. All right. Anyways, I think I might jump off soon, and I'm gonna get some food and do some other stuff I got to do, like take out the trash, which is really, just, really exciting stuff here. But I really appreciate everyone tuning into this live stream. If you are new, I hope you you come back and join us again. We have made a few of these purse scarves here, so we made some progress. So we made, let's see, we made 5 of the angled end scarves. These are more like the Hermes twillies, and then we've completed 3 of the bandeau style blunt end scarves. We have about 3 more. Oh wait, we have about 3 more to go, so we've made 8 total. I've got a few more left. I need to turn right side out and then iron, press, and then stitch those closed. But that's really not too bad. So we made some decent progress. I did have some sewing machine issues, so that was also less than fun. But I hope everyone enjoyed watching. I hope you join us again for Sewing Report Live. We will be going live most Sundays. It looks like the afternoon is clearly a pretty good time for everybody. And then I will be doing a live stream on a week, at least 1 or 2 weekdays. I'm just not really sure exactly what those are. So let me know in the comments what you think the weekday should be, and also what time frame. would be best for you, but I really hope everyone enjoyed sewing along with me and hanging out here at the Sewing Report. I'm Jen with the Sewing Report. I'll see you guys again in the next one, and remember, whatever you're doing, make it fun.